ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
Hello and welcome back to ESL Pro League. Start of another week here. I hope you guys had a great weekend because we here on the desk, we had some phenomenal weekends between the three of us. I'm going to be here with Sponge. I'm going to be here with Henry G. I know it was Sponge's first time in Amsterdam this weekend.
Well, not the first time.
Not the first time. So that blows the entire intro out of the water.
It's my first time in London, though.
I was going to say.
So it was good.
I was going to say, by the amount of singing I've heard today, it's the first time you've heard Nightman Cometh.
That's true. Yeah. That's a good moment.
Good shout.
Quite a niche reference there, but
a little bit.
It was quite good. I enjoyed that.
But it's been phenomenal listening to you sing that all day. You guys doing good? Excited for the matches today?
I'm bloody chipper, mate.
Yeah?
Started to watch some Counter-Strike.
Yeah, I've missed it. I missed Counter-Strike. When you spend 5 days away from it, coming back to it, I'm hyped again, ready to go.
Like refreshed.
Yeah.
And we have Fair Dinkum tomorrow as well, the second episode of Fair Dinkum. Introduce you to Australia.
There's going to be some fun bits, Jason. You're going to have a great time.
I cannot wait for that. But what we cannot wait for any longer today is the league standings. So let's check that out. North America is going to come first. But keeping our eye on these across the pond, SK is now settled into a pretty comfortable lead. 3 wins over Cloud9. And NRG is probably a little bit surprising. Have them be up there in the third spot. Liquid slipped a little bit, but I mean, Luminosity, the third Brazilian team to come in and tear apart NA. It's just
imagine if all 3 Brazilian teams come in the top 3 of the.
That sounds very likely at this point.
That'd be very depressing, wouldn't it? These are the standings over in Europe. North has made their way to the top seed. Mousesports had that, but they slipped a little bit last week. They've been slipping all over the place. We'll hear from Mitch about that later. NaVi in third, Astralis in fourth. VP and HellRaisers are going to round out the playoff picture, but still a lot of names, as we've known. NIP very much back in the playoff race. G2 can do the same thing. They're very few wins behind, so I mean, nothing settled over here in Europe.
The French are on the way up. They got 2 victories back-to-back. That was good to see. Yeah. I think the improvements out of them are going to come in leaps and bounds. Yeah, well, I mean, we'll probably see them a little bit later on. You can see this is the full week schedule. We've got NIP versus NaVi tomorrow. To start things out today, it's NaVi HellRaisers. Then we have Mousesports Heroic. Also Astralis Kingwood, if you're interested in that one. But the big one, obviously, Virtus Pro and Envy. VP being announced as a team that's coming to ESL 1 Cologne, which is pretty cool. Yes. And then G2, we'll see if they can get themselves back into the picture because they are that last place team trying to avoid relegation. So far, a little dicey in that area. Yeah, it's not looking too good. It hasn't really lived up to expectations yet, but still early days, I would say. And they are going to be good ones. You need to get into a LAN first before we make our judgment, Jason. I know you have to get ahead of yourself. So.
Well, the nice thing is NIP just won 2 matches last week and jumped 7 spots. So G2 can do the same thing. But speaking of jumping 7 spots, fantasy standings have shuffled around a little bit. I know I jumped up a couple.
Henry's still
I'm doing all right as well.
Yeah, Henry's down there.
I think they call me the sleeper team. I'm going to surprise the last minute, you know?
No.
No?
You're done. Your fantasy season is over.
As soon as you put the entire Liquid roster in, you were done.
It was a bit of a gamble, not going to lie. That didn't pay off.
You got the wooden spoon.
Yeah.
Yeah, well,
Do we have to focus on me every week?
What's that?
Do we have to focus on me every week?
I mean, you are last place, so I thought it would be appropriate. You are the G2 of the fantasy league.
It's true.
We've got, Chad, I think Lauren and I are all rounding out that top 3. We'll see if we can bring them up. But yeah, this has been fun. If you guys want to join in on us, because for some reason we actually have had an insanely fun time talking smack to each other and doing it, or at least I have.
Yeah, it's been really fun.
We should have put a prize on the line.
Fantasy.eslgaming.com if you guys want to get involved. Yeah, Henry, there's always one friend that just doesn't have any fun with the things you do. So.
Henry specifically, or just a group of friends?
Every group has that one guy. We have Henry. Okay. Hank, as he's known.
Hank, yeah, I prefer that.
His alter ego.
The alter ego. It seems to be out. It seems like the alter ego is taken over.
Yeah, the evil guy's more out than the good guy, it seems, and I prefer him in a way. It's more interesting, isn't it?
I guess so. I guess it would be a little bit more interesting, but I think I'm waiting to hear if Mitch is going to I
can see him setting up.
Do you see him setting up?
Yeah.
Well, give
He's
him
not
a
in the bathroom today. He's in the bathroom the other day.
That was funny.
Yeah.
Jeez. The comedy that ensued from that one.
Yeah, that was unreal. No. He's ready.
Oh, he's ready now.
Yeah, he's ready. So we will send it over to Mitch. We'll hear from him.
Thank you very much, Moses. And as always, ladies and gentlemen, I'm here just to point you towards our social media channels at facebook.com/ESLCS and at Twitter @ESLCS. Now, with DreamHack just on the horizon, it seems that the Mouse Sports boys have got themselves into a little bit of a pickle. They lost out versus HellRaisers over on Sunday due to Dennis being down with a stomach flu. They were forced to play with their coach Lambert, and this in combination with their star ladder performances earlier on might damper the spirits of the team going forward. But before we get into that and into the games for today, let's go and check out our Pay Safe Card top plays for this week.
It becomes very easy to hold that ace site if you use your utility properly.
And JDM gets a double and then follows it up with a third as well.
Just waits. Gifty takes down 2 as he swings out. Well played. Olaf goes back in through checkers to try and find the rest of him. He's not got the confirmation as to the fact that they've gone inside of the site, but he will find RPK and leave it to Sixer.
It is Dennis. He has a pistol and they are low. I've seen stranger things happen, and that's a big first step. One shot will kill, get right. He's gonna get it. It's a 1v1. Forrest is on 15 HP, and Dennis delivers again.
Nico, smoked off, looks for an answer. Knows the bomb is being planted, denied. Finally, FaZe Clan a little bit to work with. Above, Nico nails that as well, and the no-scope onto Edward as he hits the ramp. Nico gonna finally bail them out of a round, and he hits the headshot.
It's still probably a safe bet here that Cloud9's gonna win the round, and certainly the case now. Jason R, nice tap though. Chooses the Ivy path here. So first battle, unless he goes far right, is gonna be automatic. Not sure if Skadoodle just saw him there on that peak. They're looking towards him, and now only one more to go, and he gets it! Jason R, what was that? Just destroys him in the 1v3 with 3 HP.
Not bad from Jason R, and I believe I did see today that he is now going to be standing in for Optic, I believe it was. So he's going to...
He's all over the place.
Yeah, they're going everywhere. He was just on Complexity, now he's on Optic.
I'm just disappointed we didn't get to see Blue count to 4 again today.
Yeah, that would have been nice. A little bit of counting always helps.
The highest I've ever seen him go is 5. You ever seen him go higher than 5?
Well, technically you can't unless he kills his own teammate.
I just meant in his general counting abilities.
Oh,
well, speaking of counting, we've never seen him go to 8, and we can talk about the R8, and Henry seemed excited about some input that he had on this weapon. Because there were some weapon changes. Let me preface that. There were some weapon changes in the most recent update.
Oh, it's actually changed. I didn't even know.
Look at that rate of fire.
What's the difference, Jason?
Fire rate, mates.
Yeah, I think it's
so I think
not as fast.
It's been removed from competitive play, though, am I right?
Indeed.
Yeah. Well, I mean, one could say it never really showed up.
And what's the difference here?
This is the Para. After like the first 20 bullets, look how precision that is. That's for some covering fire.
Let me
Chat has this
in
one.
the actual notes, it was to do with suppressing fire, right? So once you start shooting, it's very inaccurate, but then it levels out and it's super accurate. That's the point of it.
It's like a turret now.
Yeah, but okay, so maybe in 1.6 that made sense because you could spam through walls and then your teammates could push out while they weren't expecting. That was suppressive fire, but you can't do that in this game. You don't have the same wallbang ability. No one is buying that in competitive play and suppressing someone behind a box.
Well, I think buying it. I think you just touched on the real issue with that weapon is no matter how you change its firing, no one's going to be buying what is it, 5,700 or something.
You can't justify with that price tag.
Yeah,
it's not even better than the M4. If it was substantially better, you might think it's viable in some sort of situations, but it's still definitely not. Same for the R8. I'm disappointed it wasn't a complete rework. I think it was such a mess when it first came out. Tried to balance it, then it just was made completely dead. There was nothing left of it. So
you were pretty good with that R8.
Yeah, there was one round in London.
There was a couple. That was like a double overtime show match of the R8s only.
Look it up. Henry G R8 on YouTube. It's not bad.
Look, I can't believe they actually introduced that pistol because when we were at the majors and I was talking to the guys from Valve and they suggested it and they said, oh, we had this idea, but we scrapped it because it just didn't work. I was like, thank God they scrapped it. And then to see it come out, like, you guys just have no idea what you're doing.
Well, I know you tell a fantastic story about a time that they also suggested a stun gun. So we'll hope that one doesn't. Yeah, like shooting a
tether
gun,
right? So you run in and you tether the opponent somehow, and then your teammate has to come and kill him.
They bring the banana bomb one day.
Yeah, that could be good. Super sheep. Super sheep in Counter-Strike. Okay. We do now have the fantasy rosters. I've been informed. We can bring them back. We can go back to fantasy. Henry's going to love that. Because here are the standings. You can see up top, it is still Lawrence
How's Alex
Scott.
higher than me? That's the worst thing.
That
Alex
is the most. He
change
hasn't touched his roster. Second place is Sponge, and in a pretty nice third place, 1.5 points behind you, Chad.
Yeah, look at the points separating the top 3 right now. It's bloody tight, Jason.
Yeah, fear the bush.
We're gonna run down Lauren here. I think she thought she was ahead of the pack for a while, but we're gonna catch up.
She's like the limping gazelle at the moment. We're about to just come in there. Yeah, Cold Zera automatic. Look at this team. NA base. She's gone for a bit of a risk. Even Fur. So trying to capitalize on the 2 SK games we have going on, but and then Dupree just to round things out for some reason. This is gonna be Chad, the Sydney Underground. God bless CGS. You are still continuing with your 4-man roster.
Look, let's be honest. I only have, I think it's like $815 in the bank. I can't afford anyone worthwhile.
I'm going to tell you right now, though, I have like the 2 most expensive players on my team in the league, and I was able to put a full 5 together, full 5-man
well, your team isn't as good as mine, so...
Well,
That's pretty
I mean,
good, well.
that's not bad over there. That's
Cold,
not a bad
Zera,
lineup.
Simple, and Flamey. That's pretty good.
Yeah, and NaVi and SK both play 2 sets of games this week.
Yeah, fantastic. So they have two times the amount of chance to go negative.
You know, we'll come back to this. We'll read this in about 7 days.
Yep.
No, in about 14, because I think we're taking next week off for Starlighter. So 14 days. You remember it. Start the countdown. We'll move on to the matchup, though. The real excitement, kind of. It is going to be HellRaisers taking on NaVi.
HellRaisers has been the surprise package in CSGO recently. The last, 7 games, only lost 1. They've been beating some big names as well. Envious, Fnatic, G2, Penta, Mouse Sports, and they were, like, once the addition of Dead Fox as well, I thought they'd be decent after they lost Oscar. I thought, okay, he's a decent replacement. We saw him at the minor having a very good performance. And he comes in, he's actually revitalized his team. They're actually looking very good. They're just qualified for Starlighter as well, I think it is. So they're actually going to be at the event.
And DreamHack Austin.
And DreamHack Austin. So it's going very well for them, considering, like, they're, I would say, technically a tier 2 team. They're actually taking down some big names at the moment.
It's actually kind of funny because I know, like, there's just rumblings always about roster changes in the scene. HellRaisers is one of those teams that I know has been pretty publicized.
Do you want to spill the beans, Jason?
No. I don't know any of the beans. I've just heard the rumblings.
You leave the beans to the others.
Yeah, the can of beans is not open. Yeah. Okay. Thanks for leading us into bean territory. Yeah, let's talk about NaVi though now, Chad.
Does that have any relation to beans?
No.
Just the opposing team.
Forget the beans.
Just the second team of the matchup.
They're looking good. I like how NaVi are looking. You know, there's so much doubt about this team. And personally, for me, I think they've got all the bits and pieces that they need to make this a successful roster. They just haven't had that click. This change with removing Starix from the coach role, or him stepping down, whichever one it is, I think it's going to be a positive one because it's kind of like replacing a player, but without having to remove an integral part. And I think there's a lot of skill in this roster, and we're going to see it flourish a bit more under the leadership of Andy, or at least the coaching ability of him. And I think we've already started to see that in last week in Pro League.
Yeah, they looked very good last week, taking down some big games as well. I think Simple looked fantastic last week, and Flamey seemed to have very good games as well. The resurgence of Guardian as well. It seems like he's not back to God tier right now, but at least he's getting back to a superstar sort of level, and that's what's good to see. He's actually challenging top AWPers and actually looking like it's going to be an interesting 2017 for him overall. We do play Inferno though, which is an interesting prospect. I think NaVi have only played that map once, and that was last week, I believe, against Envious, where they actually won the game.
16-6.
And HellRaisers, to be fair, played it 4 times, only lost it once. So it's going to be a very good game, I think, overall. And I think HellRaisers give them a run for their money. I've
got a question pertaining to NaVi. I know we're not going to take too much away from their online play in EPL or anything like that. It's just kind of going to be cool to see. But with this roster, ever since it's come in, they win New York. They don't look very good after that. They don't look that strong, at the major outside of the BO1s. They've had their struggles, their ups and downs. What will it take to feel like they're consistently going to be a competitive team moving forward?
Just to get out in front of this, because this question comes up about a lot of teams, and it's not that I don't like the question, it's that I don't know what people expect, because you can't have, not every team can be in the top 3 teams in the world. NaVi, for me, would be considered in the top 5 or 6 teams in the world, pretty comfortably, and that's how I consider them a competitive team based on that, right? I'm not going to expect every team to be vying for that number 1, 2, 3 spot.
Okay, with that being said, let me change it then. When do we think, because I think at the moment when we see them play, we don't really expect them to be able to hit that peak where they're going to win an entire event. When do we expect them to be able to get back to that? Yeah. When could we start saying NaVi could win this event?
Obviously, Starix leaving, he felt like he couldn't do anything more for the team, right? His kind of methodology wasn't working out for them. They were kind of plateaued. It felt after New York, nothing kind of got them back to that level. I like the idea that Andy, he was working with the team before, but now we're going to be under his sort of philosophy of how CS should be played. I think it's going to be a lot looser, a lot faster, and I think that's what's going to let them to get back to that sort of form and have confidence in themselves, not relying so much on strategies. And hopefully, we'll see them in the next couple of events turn up and do big things. I'm not sure what the time scale is going to be on that, Jason, to go back to your question, but hopefully now Starix has dropped off. Maybe they'll kind of revitalize them and have maybe a honeymoon period thinking, okay, we're not playing the same sort of CS anymore. We'll try something else.
I've made it's a day of baseless claims for me, so I'll just go with another one.
I like it.
NaVi top 3 at Starlighter.
Top 3, that's what you want?
Ooh,
Don't
that's aggressive.
want the grand final?
No, let's give him top 3.
That's aggressive, but he did also say that Space Soldiers was going to have a good year, and I know they looked good against VP just the other day in a BO5. But before we dive into that, I know HellRaisers, one of you mentioned they played Inferno 4 times. I know, Chad, you've picked something out from one of those matches.
There was when I was doing my prep for this match, I noticed that they really love this B hit, or at least B hits, and this was very late round. You can see there's 36 seconds on the clock right now. They have all of their utility left, and that frag that was just made in mid makes this possible. There's some lovely Molotovs that come in here.
Lovely.
They completely firebomb the whole map.
Beautiful.
I think this smoke right here pops quicker, and they don't actually see it coming as much, so that, you know, delays the execute. But these 3 Molotovs, there's one on the new box, one on the second oranges, and one on the back right, and they basically just completely Molotov that whole side and push in. So if NaVi can't pick them off and allow them to execute like this, it's going to be very difficult to be anywhere in that B side. A couple of well-placed splashes and away they go.
Wow, that's actually pretty beautiful, isn't it?
We should steal that one.
Do you need a lot of utility to pull that strat off?
Yeah.
How many times are you going to get to that late in the round and have that much utility?
Well, that's the thing. You shouldn't be allowing teams to get to that position where they can have all their nades, banana control, and allow a full execution coming in. If you can feel that coming, you have no map control, you should at least be flashing over, trying to take a frag down to these disco bobbling them slightly. That shouldn't really be allowed to happen. But still, the fact they managed to get that position looked really cool. So
yeah, that's the thing. Like, putting it in perspective, you know, the way we see Virtus Pro play banana, that kind of a tactic will never be allowed because of how much force they put towards that.
And I know NaVi like to sometimes cheat that third man over towards B at the start, which means they're not going to be able to get that banana control, you know, probably as easily without taking much more damage or having to push them away with utility. I think the team they were playing there was Vegas Squadron. So, like, once Vegas Squadron had no utility left, they just turtled in the sights, which was perfect for HellRaisers to pull off an execute like that.
Yeah, and that pick, obviously, so that played a big role. Yeah, so, I mean, this is a map. NaVi used to be very good on this map. Now, we've only seen him on it once since it's come back into the pool.
Yeah, so just to touch on why they were very good at it before, they had Guardian, as I referenced earlier, in his God mode, right? So they based the whole plan around him on the T side. It was about slowing it right down, allowing Guardian to go pick towards banana, edge up towards top middle apartments. They'd wait till like the 30-second mark before they actually went for any sort of map control. Very slow, lots of execution-based stuff. They normally had the early advantage. Guardian was so good back then. But then we've moved on to new Inferno. We've only seen him play once, much faster gameplay. That's kind of the philosophy for this team right now, as in they're like allowing players like Simple and Flamey to go in a lot looser and it's kind of work as a unit, try and get the fast frags going in. It's not so much raced around set executions. So Inferno definitely lends itself to both kind of ideas behind that. So right now you saw Astralis last week playing on the T side with 4 players is rushing one part of the map. They was choosing middle, banana, apartments, sticking together, refragging. And as we saw HellRaisers just then, you can still do the executions as well. So I think overall this will be a very good map for NaVi. I think they can kind of lend themselves to both ideas of the ways it should be played. But like we said, only seen them play it once. It was a good result against Envious, but Envious still a new team. I think it was the first time we've seen them play it as well. So it was difficult to really gauge too much from it.
This NaVi team, are we going to see them double upping on this with Simple?
I don't think Inferno really lends itself to that right now.
We say that a lot of times.
Yeah.
We say that about Cobble. We still see a pretty decent amount of double ups on Cobble.
I think, you know, if the thing that I like when these guys play like Mirage and then they run one AWP is how much they move Guardian around on that CT side, because like he's here, there, and everywhere. I think that's a really good asset to have. So hopefully they can do a similar thing on Inferno, because you can have him in banana, you can have him jungle or wrap side of mid, you can have him pushing holes JW style, you can do all these things with him. But I think if you have 2 AWPs, it overcrowds the situation and the AWPer can't rotate to another position because it's already being occupied by an AWPer, and unless you're super talented or you're one of those combat AWPers, like Simple can be, then it's much harder. So as a general philosophy for most teams, I'd say no, but NaVi could pull it off with the talent they do.
I think it's one of those things, if they find a secondary AWP, they'll always pick it up, but they're not going to base their whole half around. They're not going to have the idea going forward of saying, we're going for double AWPs. They're like, if it happens, they can probably make it work. But for me, Inferno is too segregated, like the A and the B bomb site. Like when a team, like a terrorist, or what HellRaisers just did, they take over the B site, everything's smoked off, the AWP rotating in, he's having a nightmare, right? So it's not a great idea, in my opinion, to have on the CT side of Inferno, but who knows, they probably could pull it off.
So we're waiting on 1 or 2 players, and I want to try something fun. I want to have some fun, boys. You guys ready?
Oh, God.
All right, if you had to pick one spot on this map to use the new Negev covering fire,
all right,
where's it going to be?
Emo, back right banana. I'm just like crouching, not moving. Got 100 bullets.
Pinning that guy in the corner?
Yeah, I'm just.
So you have to keep shooting.
Yeah, I'm CT, so I'm waiting for
me. Sorry,
I've got smokes in front of me.
He's not using the covering fire aspect of it. He's just saying walk into that laser beam.
Mow them down.
Have a go.
Okay.
Covering fire. I can't really think anywhere on this map where it would be effective. On the T side.
Either one. I mean, he did CT, so I mean.
I guess you could use it like down banana because it'd be like laser accurate, and your teammates could maybe push us. I don't know.
This wasn't as fun as you thought it'd be, was it?
No.
It wasn't that fun.
They don't all land, Henry. Not all ideas land.
We could talk more about what HellRaisers might be bringing to the table.
Okay.
I know they like to do the 3B setup, and it's really interesting the way that they approach their 2 players at A. They like to play very close on the quad/diggity side of mid, like in the boiler and ready to take fights, whereas most teams will sit one either side of mid or maybe both on that diggity side, and they're more like caretakers. They're just delaying if it is an A hit. So, and also, if NaVi were watching the way HellRaisers play and they do that setup a lot, you can just walk straight up the guts. You can go straight up mid and contact, and you're going to win that fight because they're usually caught with their pants down. They're not actually ready for a duel that early in the round. So that's something that maybe NaVi will employ.
Well, my idea fell flat, but Chad, that certainly was fun. to go through all that.
Well, Henry, do you have anything fun?
I've got some fun ideas for Inferno. How much time we got, Jason? I don't want to start rambling on.
You've got about 10
30
seconds.
Okay, I'm not going to go into that.
You don't.
I just want to have a nice, clean game. I think NaVi are going to take it. I'll be interested to see whether they go passive on the A side, like a lot of teams are doing these days on the CT side. That's quite a cool idea, I think. But Jason, why don't you introduce this for us?
Yeah, we are going to get into that first map, Inferno, as we said, between NaVi and HellRaisers. Your casters are going to be Pansy and Uber. Take it away, guys.
Thank you very much, Moses. You know what, Lauren, I find it very interesting. We kind of talked about what the boys did on the weekend. Nothing was said about what Moses got up to on the weekend. So
that's true. There's some evidence, I think,
hopefully we can tease something out of that and sort of... Because I think he had the most interesting weekend of us all.
I agree. If production could maybe look at his Twitter or Yanko's, you could probably get some nice pictures to maybe provide a bit of a story as to what went down, and maybe some fun times could be had on the desk with that. But going back into the matchup, these two teams on this map is going to be fun for me. Actually, this whole series, even looking at Mirage, it's been a very regularly played map for HellRaisers recently with their good results to boot. You take into account who they're playing, though, it's been that French shuffle. Both teams they played against them, they played against VP Online. Pinches of salt here and there, but overall, HellRaisers' results have been good. NaVi, there's been a couple of hiccups here and there, but this still should be their game to win. So again, interesting one to watch.
And the rumour mill's been churning out a couple things about HellRaisers in particular, Lauren. It was actually, Sticko was linked with a potential transfer to Mouse Sports recently. Now, I believe that fell through, at least he chose not to go that way. But this is a team that's looking pretty good. Sticko especially, Zero's always wonderful to play as well.
Yeah, Sticko,
watch, should I say.
His performance has been the outstanding factor. Keep eyes on him, but Edward's seen a lot of information here. But this is all a bit of a ruse. The bomb's still down at the bottom of T-steps, so they might actually not make a play off the back, so they can still back down mid, try and pinch the two players who are going to push down Banana to try and go on the flank. And yeah, this is what's going on. I'm pretty sure if they can get the bomb across, they might try and use it, but Guardian's connected the shot, and that's kind of thrown things out of kilter. Sticko stayed alive, but now the plan's kind of been halted for a sec. Sticko's got a flash and two smokes. Not seen that put into play. The three kind of hit squad, I guess, from HellRaisers just going towards CT Arch. This seems a little messy here, but it's kind of working.
If we've seen that Arch player often get mowed down pretty quickly, but this time it goes a little bit better now for the CTs. It's 3v2. The bomb, however, that's the issue. Flamey's been sat on that one, hoping to hatch a bit of an egg from it. He's going to have to back away from these two HellRaisers players trying to pressure him, and it is Zero, the last man standing. Will it be luck of the Irish for Patrick? He's got a 1v2 up his sleeve here. Grenade to come out. Edward, not fussed.
Tough, and there it is. Simple to land the shot and keep this one in check. That kind of looked like it was maybe meant to be a B hit or something else, but it just got completely thrown out. There was the smoke of the two flashes that were on a player that didn't utilize them. That's all that I'm looking at there. And it may have been the play where you kind of hope that players push down B, down Banana as you've shown presence towards second mid. They're trying to go on the flank. You kind of wait for it. You kind of pinch back. You get the kills. Didn't work out for them. Then they kind of, I think, fell back to maybe an arch wrap.
Yeah.
It seemed a little bit here, there, and everywhere. But what's happened, though, off the back of it, look at the UMPs for NaVi. 4 on the board.
Hard to miss them.
Yeah, and the Famous for Simple, something you don't often see either. So a bit of a rarity, but at the moment, HellRaisers going for apps control. Decent plan with the Tech-9s. They can definitely operate at that sort of range. Two smokes, I'm wondering where they go. Angel's just put his down. HellRaisers have clearly put a lot of time into this map, so I want to see what they bring to this.
Yeah, it's going to have to be NaVi backing away and turtling up a little bit more on towards his side. The Molotov has helped out a lot, though, and Edwards found himself a brace of easy kills. Angel's managed to get himself onto the side and force Simple at close quarters combat, and the USP is not going to be enough to get the job done. Guardian is low. Angel also is very low on health, and he's ultimately going to win that battle out. It's the Desert Eagle that comes to the fore. Now the 2v2, but HellRaisers are looking worse for wear, and Sticko embodying that principle quite clearly, as there's just not enough health on HellRaisers to keep them alive.
Yeah, that molly basically kept Edward in that game, or in that round, and then the entirety of the round was kind of kept together by him being able to focus towards that short push-up rather than worrying about apps, because that molly was able to cut off that one player who was meant to burst out to at least pressure him. So that worked out really well for NaVi in the end. It was still a pretty close round, though, overall. They are going to go on a bit of investment. This time, Guardian only on that P250. No, it's not even a P250. He's just on the pistol with armor. So he's just saving up for the money to get towards the AWP. On the other side, one Deagle, and that's all you need, apparently. Edward's head will roll, and at least HellRaisers get a kill. This shouldn't equate to too much. Why are you peeking back into the Simple?
It's Angel and Simple. Two incredibly aggressive players. Two players that really don't mess around, Lauren. I'm somehow not really that surprised to see it. However, no guns lost on the side of NaVi. I need to point that out. Guardian is actually able to upgrade from his P2K to the Famous. C's being forced back away over in towards that B site now. This is NaVi just going to try and ease into this round. It's a pick for 2 in mid. Simple gets the double. And Zero wants to try and challenge, but again, 3 for this man.
Yeah, and this is all very good for Moses' fantasy team. The more kills Simple gets, the better it goes. Seized, just missing as they go towards short, but Simple's in a nice spot here. Don't know if they're going to check on it. They do in the end, but a great round from Simple. 5 kills from him. A great deal of points for Moses too, but more importantly, Na'Vi get another on the board. 3 rounds now back-to-back. Not the cleanest in the world, but enough to get them there. They didn't get turned over. They didn't get, reset at any point. They're still fine. They still got a nice bit of money. Guardian's able now to get onto the AWP. You look at HellRaisers. They've got a decent buy, though. We've got a lot of mollies as well coming out. 3. So maybe we'll get to see a bit of that B play. Unlikely they'll get away with it for that long.
Here's that early 3 to B play that we actually see from Na'Vi. Something HellRaisers do themselves. It was talked about on the desk. These two teams have a similarity. They overlap a little bit in the CT side when it comes to this particular play. So getting Banana Troll can become that much harder. But all Seized really did was hang around and throw an incendiary.
But if anything, it's more just so he can put all his utility down, he can back away from it, and if they did go for an early bit of presence, he's there. You can easily play back around to where he is now towards CT Arch. It's such a long rotate for the others, of course, so it makes sense to do it. At the moment, though, Na'Vi not relenting on the banana control. They're actually sticking around for this. You've still got the AWP there. Flamey's going to probably boost Guardian up and over. Sit towards the ledge. A little bit dangerous, but he's got a nice little angle now. You're just maybe making an assumption they're not in that little alcove a little closer. Spots a leg. Goes to the shot. Angel's waiting. Both players looking for this now, and I'm pretty sure Guardian would have spotted that too, but HellRaisers fighting back in for this nice deep flash there. Going to catch Guardian and force him to back away. Flamey wasn't ready for that. Guardian stayed around a second too long, but Flamey will make up for it and trade out 1-for-1. But the rotates come in, but HellRaisers don't have the bomb with them.
Flamey can't get out right now, and he needs to just to win the battle, and he doesn't. Sticko knew he'd be stuck in Emo corner. And now here comes the smoke for HellRaisers. We've seen elaborate executes from this team on this site. They might not exactly have what they need for it this time, but they're going to go anyway.
They don't need to. If Sticko's somehow still cracking into this site, but look at Edward. He's still alive. He sat in pit. And HellRaisers always had apps control. They've been playing through it the entire time. Seized is just going to have to risk it and sit on B. Edward has 1 flash. He's got 3 players at the moment to try and locate. They're slowly working up. Molly goes in. He takes the fight. Can't get away cleanly. 21 HP now. And there is the final big blow. Zero finding him. I mean, the A side's open. Bomb goes down. And Seized got an AWP. Probably going to save this.
Yeah. Quick peek towards mid, then a back away. Lauren, that bicycle spot, does that get Molotov'd out by that one?
Yeah.
Okay, so...
It's not that OP, sadly.
It's not that OP.
Alas.
New information has become available, Lauren. And unfortunately, G2 won't be buying your strats, even though they use Henry's. Just one, Seized. And he's not going to be going for this round. A great round from Sticko there as well. He probably knew that Flamey wouldn't dare to try and back away from the sandbags. He didn't know who was watching the cross. So you're in an interesting position of power as a T-sided banana when you've sort of got that one player on the CT's pinned down. He's forced to take the battle.
And for me, it was more the fact that Sticko was still finding work towards B. He left Seized over there very much alone, but he found Simple, which was the more impressive part. And they've won the big round here. Okay, the first 3 are great, but the gun rounds are where you want to be buying it and really getting into it. So for them, this is fantastic. This is the highlight of Simple, just kind of going that eco bash. We saw the danger with the Deagle earlier. There's no disputing that, but at the end of the day, it's still 3-1 at this point. Now, the buys come back in for Na'Vi. It's still pretty okay. It's not perfect. There's no mollies. Well, there's 1 on Seized. He was the player who stayed alive, so he's the only one to do that. Now, HellRaisers could try and exploit maybe Banana more now. They know maybe their money's not as robust. And Guardian's looking to try and even the odds. Instantly going for quite an aggressive angle down towards mid. Peeks it out. The smokes come in. Not able to get any play done.
Guardian apparently more than happy just to pick the AWP up early rounds. A lot of teams, even on the CT side, are actually going away.
They're going fast. I really like this play. Guardian somehow being able to land a shot through it. But HellRaisers quickly in the pace, but right into the eyes of Guardian. It was a bit of a win condition we discussed that made Na'Vi so good before. The fact that Guardian used to be such an animal on this map, but right now it's Edward keeping control from pit, and that quickening of the pace merely quickened the round to fall into Na'Vi's hands.
Yeah, what a beautiful play there from Na'Vi. Guardian was ready to receive their heat fallen any earlier. They could have actually been quite a comfortable wrap through to CT, and then HellRaisers essentially could have had their way with that A bomb site, or could have moved to B. The linchpin there, Guardian, stands strong and wins the round, essentially. Edward obviously chiming in there as well from that corner, but again, much better to do it with an ally and not on your own.
I like the idea from HellRaisers in a way. I like the quickening of the pace. I like those kind of quick hits, but look at this. Guardian's got such a good read, and Angel gets decapitated so quickly. And in the meantime, you've got the 3-play over to B, pushing down Banana. This is Na'Vi taking back control. Maybe a little bit of a wake-up call from that first gun round, like, all right, they're bringing something here, HellRaisers. Let's put our foot down before it gets away from us. So Flamey and Seized, still exuding control over by Banana. You've got the rotate back coming through. Quite a passive setup towards A to a degree. Edward's not playing on the balcony this time. He's in pit. Maybe understanding or maybe expecting the fact they could have taken over App's control because they're probably on a pistol buy or something less and they liked it before. But they're kind of going back out as well. NaVi aren't giving much up. They're playing back into this.
No, this positioning in Banana for NaVi just, exactly, it just drips confidence. They're feeling very, very good right now. Otherwise, they just sit back in the corner and they just delay. They're getting so much information constantly, and they're enabling NaVi to keep HellRaisers under the thumb for that same period. You can see this position in general, we saw it a couple of rounds ago. I believe it was from Guardian. And this is NaVi not really giving too much respect to HellRaisers, who now in turn have to respect the AWP, especially Seized is there. Flamey can chime in now for one as well. He gets one. Spray through, doesn't go for the second. Backing away under the cover of a flash.
Yeah, rotate comes out from Guardian. He's now going over towards B in case they tried to make the most of that hit that they got done. But it's a 2v4, so you know you're probably going to be in a 2v2 either side that you go to, but an aggressive flash allows the play to come out, but Edward doesn't quite see the player. 23 seconds left. Molly goes in. And even all those flashes remaining, that smoke on Edward buys more and more time. 15 seconds now. HellRaisers need to go, and they need to go fast. They're going to try and make something happen towards mid, but they're almost out of time here at this point. I think it's almost save time. I doubt you'll be able to even get towards the site here.
Wrap to CT and save. Yeah, the HellRaisers starting to think about it now. They almost went towards Library, and they realized that the Jeek apparently is up. They're going to sit deep in enemy territory and hold on to those AKs for the next round. It all goes awry for the HellRaisers. One, it's a shot down mid, of course, Angel falling first in the round, and then this indomitable presence that NaVi put up over in Banana stopped HellRaisers from advancing any further.
Yeah, this is going to be buying up around it. Okay, so investing into this, just the two rifles that remained on Zero and Bondic. You've got a CZ, Tech 9, P250, a couple of nades. Maybe this could be a bit of a nuke up Banana to deny that early control, maybe?
Three players for
Yeah,
NaVi.
there it is. So they are going to be nuking up Banana. They're going to try and make a quick hit with the pistols and then trade if they don't get it with the rifles. But Flamey's holding his ground. Simple's nade will follow up very nicely, clean the slate almost. And now you're looking at the last three. Zero's got some good real estate building over by A, but he's going to have to get past Guardian somehow. And Guardian's got 3 angles to worry about. There's still pressure on Banana, but Simple is cleaning them up so well. And Bondic's now in an almost unwinnable position. Simple looks on point today. These shots are landing for him.
To be honest, he's fortunate to be alive because Bondic had the angle on Simple while he was taking down his teammate. But Bondic wasn't able to connect. We'd seen it from his point of view. It might have painted a little bit of a different picture, but regardless, Zero in mid. Sharpest attack as always, but it's going to take more than that. And he only gets himself 2 for the round. Guardian finds him and silences him to make it 6-1.
Yeah, this is a scary Simple. We haven't seen much of NaVi on this map, but the way he's playing so far, he's looking really good on it. I'm liking his positioning. I'm liking how he's taking the fights. He's so... It just seems like he's so possessive over Banana. He doesn't want anyone else to get there. He won't back down from it. He doesn't back away from it. Bit of a block there, actually, towards
to slow him down a bit,
Bit of an awkward moment there for Guardian. If he wants to try and make something happen, he's going to maybe have to play a little bit more passive. But in this round, it should be okay anyway. They're down to pistols now, HellRaisers. They kind of have to respect it at some point, kind of suffer through. A couple of close rounds, of course, but 6-1 being the scoreline. It's looking pretty decisive so far.
A lot of the talk earlier on, that's going to be Zero going down. Quite close to the start of the round. A lot of the talk earlier on was about HellRaisers' CT side and how they had a decent way of navigating that, but they're hardly going to get there with enough rounds margin to keep losing them here. Simple living dangerously, and Angel's going to put him to bed. Managed to find him on the top of the awning, and HellRaisers are on the move now. Have the option for the wrap. Edward needs to challenge this. Some pre-fire to the corner, but Sticko didn't actually see him. This is going to force HellRaisers now to change the pace.
Guardian this time. Down in pit. Nice little boost over by the T side. Just kind of forcing the angle adjustment. I actually really like that. Why not? Does get played in though, so that's fine. And they're keeping control of this NaVi. It looked a little bit kind of shaky for a second or two, but they're still pretty much in control. 2 players now going through CT Arch. They don't have any armor. They have recovered a rifle. And Flamey's got a good idea of what's going on here. So should be able to get the drop on them. There's Sticko gone. And Angel next to full. Very cleanly done in the end. Kept it from spiraling out of control once those 2 kills came through. 7-1 now being a scoreline. Money's starting to look very nice for NaVi. On the other side, they finally have that full buy. It felt like a lifetime in the making. But they have all that utility. I just don't know if they're going to be able to get to use it because, let's be honest here, NaVi aren't giving up Banana.
No, that's right. So you don't have an opportunity to set up any of these elaborate plays onto B or something similar. Last round, Flamey, good play from him. Played it slow, played it restrained. He knew he was the last line of defense between the wrap and that B site. But now, of course, into round number 9. Let's see if HellRaisers can actually get any ground here. Let's see if they can make some progress. Their own Molotov will stop them from getting around this corner.
Yeah, that's a big problem. Failing your molly there especially slows you down, puts you in a very,
Where's that supposed to go? Over the car?
To the top, just to the top of the cast on the other side, so they can't peek out with an AWP possibly the Guardian could have had there. So
big mistake there for a round like this.
Yeah, exactly. They have been very restrained on using their mollies, though. If you look at what's left, they still have 4, so they could always fall back to B. They do have banana control. They fought for that quite hard, and I wonder if they slow the pace a little. They used another molly to force possibly Flamey or Simple back off the angle, and now the one's come back in return. So Bondic and Zero, if they can stay alive or just not die to Guardian, that'd be brilliant right now. If they can maybe make something happen out of this, we can see some of those more scripted hits they've been working on, but there's still a problem with the fact you have to get past players like Seized, who's got an angle on this, but actually Angel finds it first.
I think you might have overestimated that particular angle. Angel was able to see him, and Seized had no idea he was there. Flamey with the re-smoke. This is going to give time for Simple to make the rotation. This will split the 2 sites 2 and 2, with Guardian even angling towards B.
Yeah, they're going to hear this as well. They definitely heard Simple going down Speedway, so a bit of a read here, a bit of an overread maybe from Na'Vi, putting 3 players here and just leaving Edward towards Pit, but maybe they're confident. Or it could be just for that. They could have just boosted up Simple and backed away, but you can see the smokes coming in. There's merely only Angel here. It's all geared up towards this hit towards A. Angel succeeded. That's big. That's going to sell it a little bit more, but now they've read the plan. Now they know what's coming, and it's all on Edward.
And he meets the flames with his face. He blocks that Molotov out, but he still needs to change position. Gets the first kill and bought himself some time. Sticko's going to fall. Edward might be holding this on his own. Zero must challenge, and he wins out. Edward only had a pistol in hand, but this has given time.
The bomb.
Simple has gotten here, and the bomb's on the awning. Not
How did
ideal.
it get up there? How? Did it fly off
it must
a
have
player?
flown off the corpse of the player on the logo. That's a bit weird.
CSGO physics. Love it, Valve. Nice.
Yeah, that's the only way it could have happened. It's literally flown from his corpse.
Could we... Production, can we get a replay on that if it's possible? I don't know if we were speccing at the time towards it, but anyway, if it's possible, that's really quite interesting to look in towards. But
bizarre.
Beyond that, though, looking at how Edward played it, he bought so much time for the rotate to come back in. The problem on Inferno is that a lot of teams find it incredibly, well, near on impossible to play retakes on a lot of these sites. That's why I was so surprised when we saw a couple of the teams actually being able to pull them back in. I think FaZe was one of them who's really, really successful at it.
Risky to do.
It's just so hard with the timing. The rotates are so very long. So they just didn't give it up, though. Edward stayed alive so long in that situation. But right now, HellRaisers are hitting a bit of a brick wall. And let's see if he's going to find the angle. Angel was kind of expecting it, but he still doesn't manage to find Seized.
Yeah, I'm surprised he didn't see Seized's leg actually through that gap in the smoke. Now, notice that 2 players for Na'Vi are committed to this part of Banana. They haven't just left 1 there. That's a full commitment by Na'Vi, and it pays off for now. HellRaisers still chasing their tails for the next couple of moments, deciding on their route of approach. Creative little boosts and peaks above smoke like that and Banana, especially as CTs, are really going to give you the edge in rounds like this, especially using the enemy team's utility against them. Banana's under a minute left in the round. The bomb is still way back in towards spawn, and HellRaisers have not committed to an option yet. Might be closer now, though.
I actually really like that. That kind of dry hit in towards B, not showing until you basically take the fight. Now, Flamey, next one in question, actually can't do the job himself. Now, there's a gap in that smoke, which could be an issue, but for now, HellRaisers trying to get the bomb there fast enough. They actually don't have it on them. That's still on Bondic, so Simple and Guardian can still be a huge problem in this. 30 seconds now remain. This might not be the safest of plants. You can wallbang that out now. Guardian's just around the corner, checking towards New Box first, catches a glimpse, but doesn't land the shot.
Molotov doesn't quite go as far as it was intended to. I think should be going straight in towards Guardian, but it still prevents him from making further progress on towards the site, and HellRaisers won't be complaining with that. A boost here for Simple. Information can he gain? He's up in the crow's nest, and Deadbox has been forced out of the corner. Simple, bit of a messy spray, but he completes it. Bondic replying very fast, though. And now it's Zero and Bondic. Back-to-back. Kits on both Na'Vi plays. This has to be a complete kill for Zero. He needs to bide his time and go in for it, but it's going to be a quick defuse attempt for Edward. Can he get him through the smoke? He's spraying, and he's found absolutely nothing. Na'Vi still the round out from under the nose of HellRaisers, and that was one HellRaisers direly needed.
Oh, that's just one of those rounds you sat there.
He second-guessed himself.
Yeah.
I think it was Zero. I think initially he was aiming at the correct direction, but there was a little bit of the dispersion on the shots. He was like, nah, he's not in there.
Oh, that is very, very sad for HellRaisers at this point. But for Na'Vi, brilliant. 9-1, even furthering the disparity between the two. Angel, you're going to fall for it again? No, bait out the show. You're playing with danger, Angel. My word. That's, I guess if you're going to mess around with someone's reactions and so on and all, I probably wouldn't pick Guardian, but
still debated him, Lauren.
Yep. And Angel slowly working up.
This is a very light B presence for Na'Vi.
It is maybe a read coming out from Na'Vi. I'm not sure what it would be. They've stacked towards quad side or Diggity, but yeah, it's a very strange read. I haven't seen much to indicate why they've done this yet, but it could work out for them.
Well, HellRaisers aren't pressuring B any further, so this might be a very clever little play for Na'Vi if they can make use of Seized. Molotov goes down. Now, Angel has been very efficient in his opening frags, actually, in a lot of these rounds. He's usually not where the problem has been for HellRaisers. Usually finds those duels quite comfortably.
Yeah, Seized could be integral to this. If they try and wrap CT Arch, there's a deep smoke towards cutting off Library, which is just to the left of Seized right now. But he's not really been pressured. They haven't actually seen many of HellRaisers yet, Na'Vi, but they still have the 4 players here. The bomb's now joined them. And I'm waiting to see where this hit goes. 1, 2 more smokes left, 2 more mollies. Those mollies could be for the pit, but they still need to get past these players. And Seized just going to spray in. Why not hold down Mouse 1? You're getting the shots to connect, and now Guardian supporting the angle as well. Simple and Edward focused towards the other side of things. 25 seconds, and HellRaisers have no real ground to make this play on.
No, I think Sticker's going to try and look for something over at B. But it was a cursory glance, if anything. He's going to have to come back for the rest of his team now. HellRaisers are committed. There's 12 seconds left in the round, and they can't break through Na'Vi. Edward in pit, comfortably. Just the shots are coming through here. Simple went down, and Guardian's able to double cover that angle along with Edward here. It was always going to be a trade in response. Edward finds Sticko, although Guardian has fallen in that round, and the AWP was actually left lying.
Yeah, HellRaisers is starting to run out of time here in these rounds. They've been running the clock down so low. They're not necessarily hesitant, but Na'Vi aren't giving them many opportunities. They've seemed to have found quite a nice balance here. You've got the aggression on B sometimes, you know, Simple, occasionally really taking those extended fights. You've seen the passive play on A. Even when they had 4 players there, they still were playing quite passive. You had C's sitting quite far back in CT Arch. You had, I think, you know, Edward and Guardian kind of one by maybe, I guess it's Graveyard, one in Pit. And they still had a couple more that, you know, it's quite hard for them to play around that. So for me, I'm actually enjoying the tempo that Na'Vi are bringing. They seem to have that nice balance of, okay, well, we'll go aggressive now and then we'll do this. The only thing I haven't seen from them yet is the mid-aggression. And that's, I don't think they've needed it, really. There's been no need to play into HellRaisers' hands.
A couple peaks from Guardian early round in mid. We saw Simple play into mid against an anti-eco, so you don't really read into that one too heavily. Exactly. But what I find interesting about Na'Vi, Lauren, is that they know what parts of the map they value and want to fight for in that particular round and what parts they don't. You see, they don't spend much time in apartments at all. Edward sits way back over on the balcony or the pit, and Simple rarely actually peeks in towards Boiler. He gives that over to HellRaisers, knowing they eventually have to push out of that at some stage. But on the other side, you see Na'Vi have such aggressive control over Banana.
Is this in-game music? Rush, did you forget to turn this off, or is this for the atmosphere?
I think it's intentional. I think we're fading it in.
This is atmosphere? This just makes me annoyed because I think I've left the music on in my game. Like, after the recent update, every time you play the game... No, like, there's always someone in my team will have it on anyway, so you can hear when the bomb's, like, able to be defused or not, or, like, close to it. It's not exact, but it's close. The music starts playing if it can't be diffused at that time. So, no, I've turned it off, but it kept turning on after the update. I played, like, 3 games because I got forced to play Canals. I hate it.
Canals? You were forced to play Canals?
Blame Palmer Violet.
Oh,
it was the only option. She was like, "Oh, do you play some matching?" I'm like, "Yeah, that sounds great." I did. You know when your friends don't like tell you the whole story and you kind of look at the game and you're like, "Why is there only one map in the map pool? Why is this queue taking 10 minutes?" And then it all becomes apparent when you're playing Canals.
Lauren,
but anyway,
no sympathy. You had ample time to respond to that.
I'm a simple person, all right.
10 minutes. Well, let's see. 10-1 for Na'Vi so far. They've been very hard to break thus far. HellRaisers have had probably a much-needed tactical pause to decide how they're going to go forward. But again, 3-man stack over towards B for Na'Vi to start things off.
Why not? Look at this. Here comes the barrage down Banana, but actually relatively okay. Zero took a touch of damage. Estico as well, and now the second volley comes through, but Guardian's not going to land the shot on Angel. Goes back in for seconds, and how did that not hit?
Thirds? 11s?
Yeah, that was close, but still. Na'Vi not giving up Banana control either. Even against pistols, they're going down there and just hammering them home. So, yeah, this is getting pretty rough for HellRaisers, if I'm honest.
Well, again, you want to try and meet pistols outside of their optimal range. So controlling Banana in that way is probably a good idea for Na'Vi. Don't let them get up close. Don't let them get under your skin. Don't let them get in your head. And the only thing in HellRaisers' heads right now, well, for 3 of them is bullets. For 2 is the prospect of breaking through onto the B site and winning this round out. But now it's going to be a little bit harder because Bondic is taken down. Doesn't even see his assailant. The smoke will veil seized shots.
Yeah, that's fun. Just straight through the smoke. Always what you need.
It's not allowed.
You're 10-1 down. You're not having a good time. Yep, the fun police have arrived.
I know, I just get generally irate when it happens because obviously there's players that walk into the smoke, but the whole obviously point of smoke is being able to cover yourself. The players are too smart nowadays, Lauren. That's just the way it is. Dead Fox makes a good entry though onto the big side. Seas was already low. Flamey was not though. The head of Flamey goes rolling, and now the reinforcements are coming, but Dead Fox is ready for the cavalry. Can they put Humpty Dumpty back together again? It's 1 versus 2. And the bomb with 20 seconds left is not yet planted, but NaVi are playing this one very slow, very steady. There should be a peak, and it is from Simple at top of Banana to finish that one off. Too close for comfort.
There were some crisp, clean shots coming out there.
Usually I expect that from Zero more than anyone on this team when he's having those good games, but that was
spicy.
Real nice from Dev Fox.
Can we just hit tap real quick when we get back in the game after the replay? Because I think he's been pretty quiet so far. He's a name that, you know, it hasn't been said that much, excluding this round, so I'm kind of curious. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, considering what he got, was it 3 kills that round or just 2?
3.
3. He was not having exactly a brilliant game. So the individuals just aren't seemingly there at the moment for HellRaisers.
We always had these questions about Dead Fox when he joined the team, though, as well. We all wondered if he'd grow into the AWP that HellRaisers needed. And, well, guess what? There's no point using it on this map for HellRaisers the way they want to play. It's all contact CS. It's all in your face.
Flamey again, well up to the challenge here. Looking for a little bit of action towards Banana, but this time opting to back away slightly. C's going to fall towards site as well. And HellRaisers playing through what looks like somewhat of a default here.
Might take a bit more than same old for HellRaisers.
Is this a spicy flash for Flamey?
I think this one should bounce in between those 2 walls.
Here we go, let's see.
Yeah, that's lovely.
Didn't work.
Did it really even affect Angel there?
No.
No. Maybe he didn't drop down low enough. Or he was behind the wall. That's Guardian's second missed shot in apartments in the last 2 rounds. In a little bit of trouble now. Maybe Zero's just starting to work out exactly how Guardian ticks. Simple's found Angel. It's going to get a bit messy now. Stinko really wants to challenge out this B. He's got the talent for it. The young player. Probably not the health points to do it much longer.
Yeah, but Dead Fox has opened up a huge opportunity towards A. He's going to force Simple to come back around because he's made such an impact. Now it's all on C's, pretty much. This is good work so far, but I think Simple's maybe getting an idea of what's going on here, and C's is holding a good angle. Edwards. Oh!
Jeez.
Edwards! What an animal! All right, C's now goes for the spray down. He's going to find one back away. That can play in the rotate now. Simple and Edward are going to be making their way over nice and quick. C's still locking it down by himself. 9 seconds, goes to deny the plant, and he does it. They get the bomb down, but he's instantly there. But can we just talk about Edward for a second? That shot.
It's really...
Hello, Edward.
Honestly, like, in this particular round, it maybe didn't have the hugest of consequences. Sure, one play...
It
was spicy, and it was. It was spicy. It's like a really hot burrito that you don't eat. It doesn't have any consequences for you, but you can appreciate the spice of it. You can look at the tears in the eyes of the person that just ate it and go, that's a spicy burrito.
Here we go. Boop.
Sometimes I have to wonder about those particular shots. Is it like a warning shot? He's just testing?
is about to have a field day on that sort of thing. Just like, all right, boys.
Yeah. New damn video coming up. Sub, like, follow, whatever you do on
That's it. That's
YouTube.
it. But all we can say right now, this is a 12-1 game. I hate to say it, but the more annoying thing here for me is that Mouz's fantasy team is going to be off the damn charts, especially when this man's going wild. He's going to find one trade down in the end. Zero's not going to have any of that, but you can see NaVi is starting to feel way more confident. They're going for things that maybe they shouldn't in theory. Just that brazen peak out of apps, but they're winning every single aspect of this map so far.
Just a distinct lack of care from NaVi at the moment. They definitely feel like they've got the measure of HellRaisers, and they're going to take these jewels and they'll win them out. HellRaisers losing jewels means they lack the tools, the players, to execute these fancy plays we talked about pre-game. Now that's just going to get quenched straight away by the smoke, so Flamey is still safe. Oh my lord, no one's going to be seeing him. Just plays it in the corner until the end of the round. He springs forth. It's 2 kills for Flamey. Under a lot of scrutiny there by the HellRaisers, but burst forth. A comfortable 2-piece. Get on my fantasy. He's on my fantasy team, actually. Let's go. That's fine.
Have you got Flamey?
Flamey. Not sure why I picked Flamey, actually. I think he was cheap, but now, this is good. I've already beaten Alex. Mate, I've left Henry Jizzle in my dust. He's just a thing of the past now. I'm moving on up. Alex is lost now. I'm coming for Cartman.
Oh, okay.
You're getting wrecked, boys.
All right. 13-1, Guardian have a little peek. This is just the Rush B, we're 13-1 down. Please do something. Look at the damage. Oh, it's an absolute massacre. No, HellRaisers. I guess, if anything, you made it quick. And after that first half, I don't think you needed to make it any faster. You're 14-1 down. This has been devastating for HellRaisers.
It's quick, it's easy, and it's simple. NaVi looking very, very good at the half. It's 14-1. Let's see if HellRaisers can break back in on Inferno or if it's all done and dusted. We'll find out after the break. Well, it's freeze frame, record scratch. You're probably wondering how HellRaisers got here. It has been a tough half for them indeed. NaVi have stacked up 14 rounds against them on the CT side, but Lauren, that hardly tells the whole story of what we've seen from NaVi so far.
No, I've got to say it this way. HellRaisers haven't played necessarily a bad game as such. I've got to say for NaVi, they've been playing well. Sometimes you can look at games and say, all right, these sort of scorelines are purely defined by one team being just a little off point in certain aspects.
Sure.
Now, some individuals haven't turned up for HellRaisers, but you cannot say that for a single player from NaVi. Every single one has been pulling their weight and then some. That shot right there from Edward was gorgeous. You've had Simple running an absolute rampage throughout the entirety of the game. Guardian, once he got that AWP, came into form. You know, every single player has been providing a lot to this matchup. So you can see it right there. The KDs are off the charts. Even ADR is pretty high up considering it's across the board. Where you look at the disparity on HellRaisers. Angel's doing okay. You had a couple moments here and there from Zero, but the rest...
Bondix even in this game? Crikey,
yeah,
he's
exactly.
had a rough one.
No.
We have not seen much of him at all in that first half.
No, it's been a bit tough for them to actually bring themselves into this. So hopefully they can recover slightly. I want to see a bit more from them, but the problem is the scoreline's so drastic. It starts with a pistol. We'll see how far they can go.
Yeah. Suffice to say that the HellRaisers are going to need to win that pistol and the next round and the next and probably the next 5 to 7 to even get themselves back into position where they can challenge NaVi. And NaVi are a team that we know on this map actually have some tech when it comes to that T-side play. So even if they get pushed to that point, even if these next couple rounds do somehow go the way of HellRaisers, it's going to be a long haul, Lauren, to get them in any position where they can feel remotely comfortable about trying to get back into this game. They are the stakes, ladies and gentlemen, pure and simple. We're not going to dumb it down for you. It's been a whitewash so far, and NaVi have been all over it now. We're going to see them go onto the T side. It's going to be HellRaisers on the CT side. A 4-man stack to A will kick us off.
All right, all eyes on HellRaisers here. This for me is just, what can they do about this? If NaVi brings something special, I actually want to see what Guardian and C's plan to do. Let's have a look. C's just feeds. That's what he was going to do.
Definitely not on my fantasy team.
Now, maybe a burst out from Boiler, smoke towards CT Arch. Guardian's on with the smoke. That's the only reason I'm contemplating the idea. But he's going for the challenge towards Banana. What is this? What is this round so far? Yeah, this is kind of weird. You've got the 4-play stack from HellRaisers towards A, and that's fine, because Angel's just been tested once, and he passed that test. So Sticko's kind of in a predicament, though. He can't really leave this now. He has to wait to be played in by his teammates. Zero's going to find one, and yeah, HellRaisers lock it down. They have so many players here. There was almost no challenge there for them.
Much better from HellRaisers. Unfortunately, there's a big difference between a pistol round and a gun round, but they play that one safe, they play it securely, and they get themselves at least in a position where they can continue to play some Counter-Strike on this map, Lauren. That's good. Inferno, not so far been their match. I mean, they can always look towards Mirage, but there's work to be done for them still. 4 UMPs brought up, no surprises. NaVi did the exact same on their second round. And the aforementioned NaVi coming in with Deagles and a Tech 9.
Yeah, we'll see how that goes. That plan seemed weird from them. NaVi, it seemed like they didn't have one. I don't know what the idea there was, so we'll see. Maybe there was more to come and it just didn't come through.
Sticko gets wallbanged by that.
Yeah, you can basically wallbang most of this. It doesn't do much damage, but there's a lot of wallbangs. I know a couple of the players in FPL started to toy around with the shots down by the door in apartments. If you go to apps, you can shoot, you molly down towards the end of it, you can shoot the door on the left.
Similar to the Mirage shots. Oh.
Yeah. Now, there you go. A little bit of control exuded on Banana there. Just going to get the deep smoke down, play through it. HellRaisers still have control. It does allow Bondic to keep tabs in a certain aspect towards CTH, but he's going to fall off it. Now they've given up a lot of ground here. They're kind of allowing NaVi a little bit more freedom than maybe they'd like. So Cease has gone walkabouts. He's in library now. He's having a good time. HellRaisers are very locked into this site, but they've got a good crossfire setup.
I think they mind turtling here too much. NaVi don't have the utility to really break this. Well, they don't have any at all, in fact. So it's a matter of time now. Zero and Angel going to back up to the B site, just in case it's a late round push from NaVi, but no. It's pretty much set in stone at this stage, Lauren. And NaVi now are just deciding their optimal entry angle and trying to make the best out of a, well, not a great situation.
No, NaVi looking for opportunities, though. Look at the time. They've run that down to 23 seconds here. Even with this hit coming in, as much as Cease can do, when you have a player in pit like that, it's almost impossible to dig them out. Sticko is in a really good spot, unless Guardian could have timed it to try and push out and do this.
Cheeky.
He's going to get it done, but time 10 seconds now. You've got 3 players, you're not getting any more. You have to sacrifice so much just to remove that one player. If you have 2 players towards pit, playing in towards A, or any, even playing a retake on it becomes near on impossible. So, at the moment, 3 to 14, it does feel inevitable, but NaVi needs to kind of just accept, all right, another round to them. That's fine. And then come back in swinging.
Bondic made a decent amount of money on the MP7 in that last round as well. Was up about 5K before the buy. Channeling all the kills into that SMG, and it's 14 to 3. It's time for HellRaisers to supply some action. There's a CZ for Simple here, but no armor to be seen on NaVi at all. It may end up just being a bum rush up apartments. Sticko's first nade does not connect. He just wants to hold a more passive angle to receive.
So far, NaVi just testing them, just trying to get anything done. That's embarrassing. Flamey gonna find Sticko. The spray. Oh god, is this real? Look at Dead Fox, look at Bondic. Is this? No, okay, thank you. Thank you, Angel. Thank you for not letting this round to be the round that you almost lose on.
Lawrence Marty, watch out.
When those rounds almost get lost, it's when the triggering happens. But Angel stays up, gets the job done. 3 kills, big kills, that is. Kind of keeping Bondic and Dead Fox in this. You want to keep the guns up as well. I'm hoping they go on a decent buy here. Like, why not? You're on 4 to 14. You kind of need to go all in at this point.
Yeah, that's the thing. A bit concerning that HellRaisers maybe aren't opting to upgrade their arsenal in a huge way. 2 UMPs, okay, we can accept that. They've got an AWP for Dead Fox. The first time all game he's had one of these in his hand. We need to see that put to very good use right about now. The Molotov close indicates a less aggressive approach towards Banana here. 3 Molotovs to Banana early. My lord.
They're going to smoke down and follow it. It's kind of what a lot of the teams do at the moment, who play this, deep control, the hell of a lot of mollies, deep smoke, so you know that they could have pushed up, basically keeping it safe, and then you completely deny it by the following smoke. So I actually like the idea of putting Bondic up here as well. He can buy time, he can spot information. I don't know if he's left a gap on the right side. No, he hasn't. So he can't actually spot if they go directly up towards CTH, but you've got Zero and Angel actually in a good spot for it as well. So HellRaisers have a nice setup here. I want to see how NaVi try and dismantle this. They're playing it quite late. 1 smoke towards Apps will deny Simple off the angle. Makes it hard to make this play again, leaving someone like Sticko kind of untested. Both step out mid. Edwards found one on towards Banana, forcing Zero to rotate. So NaVi thinning the numbers, thinning the herd down here. Angels had to pull himself across, but NaVi, are you going to rotate off this?
45 seconds left of the round, so if they are going to do that, they need to be quick. Hallmark of NaVi sometimes is running out of time in these rounds. We need to see decisiveness from them at this stage. And
Zero.
smoke? What? that goes behind Angel. I don't know if that was intended. Probably intended to fall into the arch, but either way, Flamey is remaining embedded over at the A side here for Na'Vi, just to give the impression that he and Simple are actually planning to try and plant the bomb here.
It's go time. As soon as they got that kill, HellRaisers should understand the plan. Zero has to step up. He's got to deliver something, whether it be buying time, a kill, something good. He can't just die, otherwise surely Na'Vi have this round. 10 seconds. All he's got to do is play the time, and he can't do it. Guardian takes a quick fight. Bondic has found Flamey, but the site is theirs. Bomb's about to go down, and no one can stop it. They do have retake potential. Nade, flash, kits, but it's so tough to play back into this one. Na'Vi are in a decent spot. Edward can swing around and watch the cross if he needs to. Guardian's already watching towards this, a bit of an adjusted angle, just elevating himself slightly, and you're seeing that HP starting to dwindle now for HellRaisers.
Bit of damage coming across the line here from the UMP, but HellRaisers don't really have enough money for a full buy in the next round. This is one that they have to win. They can't let Na'Vi back in the game, but that is what they've done. Angel versus Edward, the 1v1, he needs to defuse, and Edward is absolutely not going to allow that to happen on his watch. Match point for Na'Vi.
And that was quite hard fought for. They really thinned HellRaisers down. Switching up, hitting B like that, maybe if you saw Zero getting something out of that situation rather than just being picked up, there could have been a recovery. May have been able to play off the retake with the better numbers, you know, slow down the plant, something. He had to find something there, and you know it's going to be frustrating for him knowing that, you know, if only I'd been able to get that done. But it's so hard, of course. It is incredibly hard to make that count. And now, Na'Vi's buy, not perfect, but it's a lot worse for HellRaisers. Sticko's just down to the 5-7.
And this is the first round that lost in this half, of course, and already down to this.
I thought Dead Fox might have made a bit of a play then. It was looking towards Apps. I was hoping it was
It's almost like a danger zone for both these teams. Any further than that corner at the end of Apps, it's just not happening. Especially because teams don't really feel like there's a tried and true way to stop a balcony boost in towards Apps. A lot of teams don't watch it. I know NIP specifically have a big hole in what they cover purposely, actually, and they let it go. Risky.
Yeah. Dead Fox holding a bit more of a passive angle. And just gets wrecked! Guardian is just an animal. He's better with the rifle than apparently Dead Fox is with the AWP on those sort of angles.
You surprised?
Not really, but Sticko, there we go. Gonna find Seized, nade out, good work, nice crossfire, nade to follow. Slows him down, hinders it, probably buys a bit of time for the rotate if they want to use it, but the problem is now, if you're Na'Vi, do you continue down this road or do you then turn tail and try and run towards B? Guardian?
No, you book it straight in. Do it big, Guardian. Just like I said on train. Sticko. In the Lauren Pansy Scott spot right now, just chilling. Smoke over towards library sides. This might indicate a wrap, potential wrap for Na'Vi, but they need to expect him running into Angel in CT. Pick your poison, Wolfsbane or Nightshade. That's going to be it. No easy way about it. I don't know, I assume they're poison names. They're flowers, aren't they? Whatever, Lauren. You're a flower.
All right, volley to spit. Guardian peeking in. How has he seen this angle? How? What? Does it show up on the radar? Yeah, it must have showed up on the radar. I don't know, that was really strange. 10 seconds now. Flamey left in a 1v2. He's going to find one probably, and now 5 seconds. Does he have time for the plant? I don't think he does. No, he doesn't. Runs out of time. Last couple of moments. Zero.
That sucks. This round is nothing but a stay of execution for HellRaisers. They save no guns. They have no money. They win their round, but they're CTs. It's really hard to develop your economy in general as CT, let alone when you're not allowed to carry any guns into subsequent rounds. And it's going to be the old famous UMPs with Bondic on the M4.
Na'Vi. Taking over Apps control. Dead Fox again hits that little marker. Backs away, doesn't want to go past the window, doesn't want to show. It's kind of fair enough.
He's bitching it, and you don't want to. There could be more than one player on their balcony as well.
They love to spot this sort of thing. You've probably heard them jumping up. You don't want to be doing that. This could be a quick burst out of Boiler, trying to get quad control, catch them before they can fall back towards pit. Dead Fox already getting a bit of a glimpse, and now it's down to Sticko and Dead Fox, who'll be trying to hold this as 3 players in Apps. So Sticko's the big man to watch here once this hit comes in. Dead Fox is going to back away, and here it comes. Flash comes out. It's a little bit late, but Sticko just gets overwhelmed instantly. Couldn't quite land the shot clean enough. And now Na'Vi have the site.
And that may well be it, Lauren. There's 2 players left in HellRaisers. They've both got UMPs to work with, but now they're on the clock. Angel's got himself into a partner. Zero into mid, but Flamey meets Angel. And now Zero, the last man standing, has got sharp aim, like I've said. But he's going to need more than that to take this round out. He needs to move fast. He has no kit. It's going to be a 10-second defuse time for this man. If he has any plans or any idea of keeping his team in this map. Not going to happen. Edward will catch him there at quad, and that's going to be it. Done and dusted. A comfortable victory there for NaVi, Lauren.
Yeah, it really was in the end. You've got to give credit where it's due. Every single player had moments that were quite impressive overall. They looked like they had a good plan. We didn't really get to see much of the depth of NaVi, to be fair. They just looked good. I'd like to see a little bit more.
It was the kiddie pool of CS for NaVi.
Yeah, it wasn't all that in a bag of chips just yet. But the reason we're back is because that was such a quick game. We've got a couple more seconds, I can imagine, to talk. And what we didn't get to hear from Moses at the start of the day was what he did on the weekend.
Yes, he had a bit of a time. We actually have evidence here. So, okay, first of all, he's left the location on the tweet there, Nico. Hasn't helped his bro out at all. He's in Belgrade.
Yeah,
having a good time.
Hit up Serbia.
I assume a high school disco.
There he is.
He's the high school disco DJ. He's got his teacher shirt on.
Jason doesn't look sober in this picture, is all I can say. That looks like that happy glow.
Hello guys.
Any comments there, Jason? Anything in your defense?
No, not really.
Here's your defense. You're an adult and you went and had fun.
Yeah, I did have a really good time. You know what it was? Belgrade was phenomenal. Yenko showed me quite a time over there. That
the time of your life?
Yeah, one of the times. I think it was the music that brought it all together, the Serbian music.
Did Nico give you any Counter-Strike tips?
I mean, we played a game and he just told me I didn't really need any. You guys know we played a couple ESL games earlier today. Don't need any help. Did ask him about the Serbian guy going to the Serbian player who's going to Renegades. Yeah. Didn't know anything about him. Oddly enough, yeah.
What about Yenko?
Worth bringing up then?
Yeah, Yenko knows about him. Yenko says he's got some skills.
Yeah, well, Stone the Crows, mate. That was a bloody rip-roar of a game. No,
I would say so.
Anyway.
This HellRaisers team, like the amount of times they ran that clock down, they just got stumped. Nothing worked.
Yeah,
they weren't getting ticks.
To be fair to them, they did have some rounds. They did the right thing. They get the bomb down, get into clutches. They just couldn't find the closing kill to finish off the round. You think back to a few of them. One that comes to mind is when the full defuse comes in for Edward. You think the round's over. He's got no chance in it. Gets the full 5-second defuse in. A few of those rounds came in. 14-1 in the first half. It was always going to be brutal. It felt like they were just getting locked down. That was a NaVi kind of textbook performance from them. Everyone turning up. Everyone hitting their shots. Simple looking very good. Very aggressive towards middle and towards second middle as well. Flamey not missing a beat anywhere on the map.
One of the main critiques with NaVi is that not all the stars show up when they need to. In this game, Simple and Flamey had a bit of a field day. Everyone, I think had a positive ratio, maybe besides Guardian, but it was just another day at the office for them.
Well, Henry hit on it. I'm glad he brought the name up, Edward, because those of you who are new to Counter-Strike and CSGO didn't really watch much of 1.6. The position that Edward is playing in Pit, he has been a rock there for years on end, and I think in this match especially, in this match especially, when we talk about Simple, we talk about Flamey having great games, Edward almost feels like the reason they won that, because of the times when HellRaisers had success, Edward pulls out some miracles in that pit.
Well, the thing is, the pit's the most important area on the map, I would say, arguably. It's going to be controlling apartments, short and long at the same time. You have to work with your teammates, very good communications. When one person's watching apartments, you need to be watching short. If your player dies towards long, you have to be watching that as well. He's very good at kind of dividing his attention and working out where he needs to be finding frags. And it seems almost impossible to kill him at times as well. A lot of teams try to focus on him and use everything they can on him, but he's changed his position. He's in the corner this time. You've wasted all your nades, and he's just waiting for you and mopping it up every single time. He's very, very solid there. Not the flashiest player, but very intelligent. And those sort of positions always good for 1 or 2 frags.
Those executes that I tried to highlight before the match, we never saw them come out.
They didn't have a chance. As we said before, they didn't. That shouldn't be allowed. You shouldn't be full banana control and all your utility available to do that, right?
You could see how well NaVi was stalling them though, because they were so late on taking the mid wall or taking the top of banana. Then NaVi used their grenades late, and it just stalled them up, and that's why we saw so many timeouts and so much indecision. Because once the clock starts running down, you either just run in and get mowed by the CT crossfires that are set up, or you have to try and hope for a miracle or save the weapons. And a few times there they saved the weapons. That really hurts the T-side economy, right? Because if you save and you only have $900 left in the bank, you lose the next round anyway, you're further behind your team in terms of the losing bonus, so that kind of slows things down.
There were some very tragic rounds there as well. You remember the bomb getting caught on quad?
Going up on the roof,
jumping up down to 13-1. Is this happening now as well?
That was an Edward kill.
That was,
that happened to Renegades once upon a time. Got stuck in the barbecue on the old...
Hey, I remember that. So back when you could fall between, the only time I've ever seen a bomb actually fall down that crevice.
We were a pretty lucky team in our time.
Oh, well, this got cheerful.
You can't tell. Yeah.
Definitely cheerful.
Yeah.
That being said, map 1 is over. NaVi take a big one. We'll have to see, can it be this larger score line, a bigger win for NaVi in the second map? It's going to be Mirage, so stay tuned and we'll see you right back.
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
You ready? Huh? Hey, he's a good boy, huh? You ready? Huh?
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
League first match was massively in Navi's favor. We'll see if HellRaisers can bounce back. It's going to be on Mirage this time. I've still got Sponge. I've still got Henry.
Just about.
Yep. And I think we are, based on today's games, we are a Mirage team. So let's talk about what tactics is HellRaisers going to have.
Mirage isn't our best map, is it?
It's not.
It really is not. Maybe we're not the best people to break this down.
No, I can break it down fine.
Yeah. I don't think we got anyone else here, so they'll have to do it.
Go on.
They like a bit of mid control.
Who?
HellRaisers.
HellRaisers?
Yeah.
Cool.
That's it. That's all you need to know.
Nailed it. Nailed it.
You want to elaborate, Chad?
Well, so what's going to be very interesting right now is if they can work out how Guardian's going to rotate. Because once he gets smoked off from window,
well, that's the thing. Can you?
He has two main positions that he likes to take up when he gets smoked off, Henry. He likes to connect up with Simple, and they do a bit of a tag team combo in there. Or he just goes back around a ticket, and then they have more of a reserved A setup. So if they know that's coming in, you can pincer it, you can take a lot of room. You get a boost in the window, I actually think is quite possible.
There you go.
Are either of you like wrestling people, like WWE? Who's the Undertaker's partner that you could like, you know, if they're doing a tag team?
It was Kane. Do you remember? Surely you remember.
Kane. I didn't get into that world. So what you were saying is...
So Flamey's Kane? Flamey could be
I thought
Kane.
you said it was... Yeah.
Well, it was.
Simple Guardian were doing the tag team and connector, so it would be... Guardian would be Kane then.
Yeah, I know where you're going with this. I know where you're going with it.
No. Well, the Simple the Undertaker videos. So
oh, I see.
Really,
that makes sense.
Back in the room.
So it comes back around. Okay, that does make sense. Yeah. Okay, so Flamey's Undertaker. No, Flamey's Kane. There we go. Got it.
Yeah. He thinks it's Guardian because I said tag team in connector.
On Mirage.
Should we move on? Should get to the next point. That was a good point. Solid point.
Tried. So I take a bit of issue how the Americans say do. So it's due.
Yeah, I agree. Right.
Why do they have to say things so differently?
Did Jason just say that?
No, it was in the ad. The American guy doing the Mountain Dew.
Oh, no, but that's... Yeah, because that's the product's called Mountain Dew.
No, Dew. They say it really weird.
Oh, right, yeah. Okay. Oh, another good point. Another good point in the analysis. Let's talk about...
Solid segment here.
Let's talk about what went wrong for HellRaisers in that map and see if we can say...
I think everything went wrong for HellRaisers.
Well, the thing is, like, they had the timer, right? That's where I was going to go to. That's a segue to the timer issue, right? So they had a lot of problem establishing map control. They weren't really doing it most rounds. They're getting shut down, but they have relentless aggression by Navi. That's still very possible on Mirage as well. You have plenty of options on the CT side to go towards middle, for example, push towards Palace, lower ramp. That can be very prevalent. Navi are known to be doing that, especially towards lower ramp as well. I don't think HellRaisers are looking particularly on form right now. They rely very heavily on Deadfox to be one of the top-tier AWPers for them. He had a shocking game just then, didn't really have the opportunity to AWP whatsoever, I don't think. I think he had 1 kill up until that round. He got 3 kills in the 1v5. He needs to step up tremendously. Like we said, everyone on Navi, everyone's hitting their shots right now. Guardian's only player didn't get positive stats, and this is his home territory we move on to. So this is looking pretty scary for HellRaisers right now. I think it's going to come down to the fragging more than anything. I don't think the tactics are going to be that much of a problem for Navi overall. I think that it's going to absolutely outduel them, and we'll have another very similar scoreline.
One thing we saw on Inferno, and we talked about it in the post game, was the fact that HellRaisers just like couldn't get any real kind of map control and kind of leverage it in anything. Running down the clock, not having utility to do things. Here on Mirage, though, this is a map Navi has struggled on recently, which is a little bit surprising with how good they've been on in the past. But watching their defense play so passively, is that actually going to allow HellRaisers an avenue to get into this game in the first place?
I think so, and I think you can't negate Deadfox as much on this map. There's so many more openings he can find a way into the game with the AWP. On T side of Inferno, it's almost impossible unless they give you free kills, right? So I think that will play a factor. But something, when I watch Navi demos or I watch Navi games, I can tell that they're here to play when they're so proactive on their CT side. And this is a map where they do a lot of duo plays, like they send Simple and Flamey go and take duels at the A ramp quite aggressively. I notice when a team wants to take mid control and they know that, they just keep connector smoke, because when you do a default, you normally send one player underpass and you want to flash for him to pick and clear connector, and then you can kind of take middle as a unit. Right. Navi just keep connector smoked, and it delays that default. And what happens is the underpass player feels a lot of pressure. Sometimes he'll just peek when he shouldn't. Sometimes it just gets cancelled and they drop back to a different strategy. So the way that Navi, you know, stop players from, well, teams from taking middle isn't always through frags, it's through utility usage. And I think it's quite smart. And when they do their proactive CT decision making or pushes, I know that they're going to, you know, have a really good CT side.
Guardian with the AWP on this map. I mean, we talked about he's going to have, he has a couple favorite positions. Chad mentioned when he gets smoked off.
Yeah.
Is this a map that he can just take control of by
Yeah,
himself?
absolutely. Mirage has so many different options for AWPers, especially the start of the round. You can go on pretty much every choke point and go towards the apartments, short, middle, A ramp, steps, palace. And that's the thing. Obviously, he has his favorite positions, and you're going to kind of have an idea of where he's going. But the very best AWPers, they'll be changing things up almost every single time. When they get in the zone, especially going towards underpass at the start, looking for that first pick. You might even know he's there, but he's so fast. Like, is anyone really going to step up and out-duel him at the moment? I think he'd be so rattled at the start of the round, they're not even going to want to go near those choke points. Just hold back in such a tight default. They'll bring down the clock once again. The one thing I will say about Mirage compared to Inferno, you're not so isolated as the terrorist on Mirage. You can actually do a set piece from the very beginning if you wanted to. Inferno, obviously, map control, you need some position, you need to push the CDs back first, you need to expend utility. Mirage, that's not so much the case. You can actually go for those executions right away. You can go towards B, full execution, go towards A, do it straight away. It's not the best approach, but at least it's something. It's better than this getting picked off one by one and being pushed all over the place. You get a chance to get the bomb down. So maybe in that respect, we can see something a bit more from HellRaisers. They get a chance to get the bomb down and actually get some clutches going. But overall, I just don't see them getting a look into this one. No one's really impressed me for them whatsoever tonight. And I think NaVi are going to stomp them once again.
That's kind of the scary thing with well, here's the question with HellRaisers at the moment is we've been watching them beat some pretty decent teams recently, qualify for some events. How are they doing that with what we just saw to them in that last map? Like, was that just kind of an underperformance individually?
I think it's one of those things, right? Like, you're never really going to pay that much attention to HellRaisers in terms of your prep. Like, obviously, you know you're playing it, so I don't think anyone's going to put an amazing amount of time into, like, watching their demos and kind of learning everything they do across the 7 maps. I don't think that's going to be a possibility. Obviously, they'll probably take a bit of attention to them, but not as much as you would expect. Maybe they underestimated them. CS is in a very weird landscape right now. Like, obviously, we've got a lot of adjustments coming in on different teams, different lineups. I think they just they found their peak at the right time in CS:GO. Just when everyone's kind of finding their feet still, they've actually looked very good recently. But tonight, maybe not so much, and maybe the honeymoon might have come to an end.
Yeah, I was gonna say, does that sounds like you don't think it's gonna be lasting?
I think at this point, when a team like this starts to get really good results, that's when they peak and people start paying attention to them a little bit more, and they start actually watching what they do and actually being aware of it. And maybe we won't see this kind of performances come out from them going forward.
You agree?
Yeah, they can only have so much depth in their arsenal because they only get to certain points of tournaments, right? They don't have to build that. The deeper you go in a tournament, the more you have to build, the more you have to adapt and stuff. And Henry's spot on. When you're the team who can constantly set the pace and no one is going to counter-strike you and no one's going to come in with a game plan to stop what you like to do, you have... you have free range to do whatever you want on the T side, and it's a lot harder to deal with. I was going to cough, and I didn't want people to deal with it.
You said excuse me into the cough box as well.
Yeah, I was more for you guys.
All right, okay.
Sorry,
Hear that,
everyone.
viewers? Yeah.
I feel like we have time right now, Jason.
Yeah, we do.
Have
We do have a decent
Should we
chunk
let
of time.
everyone know?
You want to go back to that fun game where we see, if you have the Negev on Mirage, where do you use that cover?
Oh, that is an interesting question. I'm glad you asked. Where would I go with the Negev to give cover and fire? I'm smoking the window, and I'm going top and middle. I'm getting on the mid boxes, and I'm just holding mouse 1, spraying everything, connector, middle, short, holding it down, spraying my mouse like this. Like, you've got to just going like
the
that,
header
right?
GUA, spraying everywhere.
Does that answer your question? Is that funny enough for you?
better than this, Jason.
Pretty good.
Yeah. You just want cheap laughs.
Yeah.
Yeah, I am. You got a tweet up. What are we looking for here?
Okay.
Well, JW made a tweet saying, "Hey, North, thanks for cancelling Prac 10 minutes prior to it." But maybe I missed the banter.
Obviously, I wouldn't tweet it. Oh, we've got it on stream. There we go.
Ooh, wow.
How did we do this? This is magic.
Maybe someone in production was on the same wavelength.
It's throwing
as
some
you.
shade, isn't it? Like, keep it to yourself. Have a word privately. He's just throwing them under the bus on Twitter.
Oh, well, players think the best way to deal with anything is by tweeting about it.
But like, that's such a private issue. Like, just speak to them and say, guys, it's not cool. Don't just go straight to Twitter. Like,
I think, like, if you do...
Straight for the nuke.
Because they have a prac group, right? They have, like, a... Fires and missiles. Anyone get that
can't
reference?
Take the nukes back.
No,
Say it again.
Yeah. Fires and missiles?
No. Oh, yeah, I did.
Mitch
Yeah, that's the original...
That's the beginning of the internet. That is the beginning of the internet.
Yeah,
but
I am tired.
They have a prac group. All these players are in, like, a Facebook prac group or some variety, right? So... if you make, like, if you mess up too many times, you cancel too many pracs or whatever, you can get kicked out of the group. I don't know about that top tier level, though.
I don't think you can keep North out.
I don't think you can North out.
I think after one strike, I think you're okay. Maybe not straight to Twitter, but still, it is annoying. You've got to understand why they're a little bit peed at that, but still.
I guess the nice thing is seeing Fnatic practicing is kind of cool as well.
What, you think they don't practice? They're a professional team, Jason. Of course they practice.
Listen, how many times have we seen them like go into an event, roll in, and just be like, yeah, that event, like Crim's got like MVP after not playing for like 2 weeks, just rolled in the event, dominated
Wasn't there
everyone.
a reason for that?
Right before the major, he was saying, or they were saying, we didn't really practice in January for the major. We just kind of played FPL on our own.
I mean, that's because they knew lineup changes were coming, right? So they weren't really bothered. Well, they probably were bothered, but it's like, what's the point in practicing? Like, we know we're changing lineup anyway. They still made top 8.
Yeah.
So I guess it was all fine in the end.
Yeah.
It's not bad at all.
If any team can get away with it, it would be Fnatic.
Yeah.
Yeah, we still got time, boys.
All right. Well, we are on Mirage. So
let's go
Chad's got
elsewhere.
an idea.
We've talked enough about this matchup.
All right,
We've talked about the mid control.
Basketball
We've talked
piece,
about
boys.
moving the AWPs. We've talked about not running down the clock. We've exhausted all topics on these teams.
All right.
Let's go somewhere else.
Okay.
Let me whack open the schedule for this week.
Okay, I like where you're going with this.
I'm gonna have them bring up the standings. I think right now.
That works. We can play that game.
Yeah, we can play that game.
All right, Henry, pick a team right now that, based off of these standings, who's not doing too well, who we can see how they're going to go going into the end of the season. Envious. Oh, really? Okay, you've picked a really exciting prospect here.
All right.
Virtus Pro, that's a rough...
that's a rough start
to the end of the season. That one. Then they have to play Kingwin. That could go a 1-1 for them. Kingwin have been looking all right.
They've actually got a decent run.
That's actually not a bad end of the schedule.
You'd be happy to take on Mousesports and ODRC. We've been saying that Mousesports have been, a little bit under the weather, literally, and their results have suffered because of that.
Literally?
Dennis was
because
sick.
Dennis was sick.
Right. Okay, so literally doesn't really apply.
Let's bring up.
It doesn't.
I think NIP. I think NIP would be the intriguing.
You want to look at NIP? Okay,
yeah.
hold up. We'll bring up the ninjas. All right, these guys, just a terribly slow start, but they're back. Okay, what do they got?
Look at this schedule. This is tough.
That
this
is
not good.
Brutal.
So just because you guys can't see the schedule, it is NaVi and then G2 and then Virtus Pro, Astralis, North, Envy and HellRaisers to end things. But that is going to be. They've lost some buddies early in the season. That's not giving them any help down the stretch.
That's not going to be a good 5-game streak for them.
Sometimes a good kick up the arse is good for you at the start of the season, though, Jason.
Said like a true NIP fan as well.
Yeah. So this is what they need now. They know they have to pull the socks up and see what they can do.
We almost got you to switch into being a FaZe fan at one point in the season.
I'm still a FaZe fan. I'd say they're my number 2. Yeah.
Number 2?
Yeah. Like, NIP's always going to be number 1, of course.
Well, I'm just a fan of good Counter-Strike.
Oh.
You hate to see it. That is just so cheesy. That is just so corny.
What about the next matchup?
Which is that?
Mousesports versus Heroic.
That's not bad. That'll be a good little game, I think. Mousesports obviously looking a lot better recently due to maybe the fact they've lost Nico has actually kind of got the other guys a lot less pressure.
Are they though? Are they looking a little bit better? I mean, they've had that great start to Pro League. We just saw them drop 2 matches last week, and they've actually lost qualifiers. Whether they're playing with Dennis or not, they have not been qualifying for events. So
there's a lot of
red. They played with their coach in that qualifier, right?
Just for the match they got eliminated in. But
right.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just saying that, outside of even that event, they haven't qualified for some other things. So.
To be fair to Mousesports, I think they've done a lot better than anybody was predicting ever since the departure of Nico.
Yeah,
they've shown a better face than I thought they would be able to do. And Dennis has surprised me. He got a lot of hate.
He's got his best stats he's ever had in the last 15 games since Nico left. Like, that's kind of testament to those players who had horrible performances when Nico was in there. Obviously, they're still winning games because Nico is going absolutely wild. But the fact, as soon as he leaves, Dennis starts playing well. There's got to be some signs in that, right? The fact that he obviously feels like he can be a little bit off the chain now. He can actually go for some frags, take some jewels, and not be scared of dying. The fact that Nico's not going to be shouting at him, I think that's quite exciting for him.
Yeah, we touched on that as a possibility before anything actually got rolling for these guys, right? Like, this was something that we were talking about when we knew Nico was going to be leaving. And it looks like for him especially, it's been very good. Spitty, on the other hand, maybe he wasn't in-game leading. We could see like a similar, better fragging performance out of him, but because the in-game leading is new to him and he's taken on that role, he's still a bit rough on the scoreboard.
Nice.
And that's the summary.
All good things.
Yeah.
All good stuff. We're going to send it to a quick break. There's going to be one last server change. When we come back, we're going to go directly into game. It's going to be with your casters, Uber and Pansy, so stay tuned for the matchup.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, back to the ESL Pro League. It's going to be the second match between NaVi and HellRaisers. And hopefully, Lauren, after this, the desk will have more to talk about than the Negev. Hoping for a little bit of a recovery from HellRaisers after a little bit of a rough start on Inferno. Mirage, third, like Henry pointed out, the same tendencies for NaVi are available to them here. That CT aggression, that shutting down of HellRaisers to try and get started here.
Absolutely, I wouldn't be surprised seeing it either. It feels like NaVi have the wind in their sails at the moment. They seem quite confident in how they're playing, even to the standard that we know they can play to. Individually, they seem quite on point as well. Simple's been clearly put in the hours recently. Coming out swinging now, HellRaisers, I don't know how much you're going to mentally reset after that game. Hopefully they can have a little bit of a switch that flicks and they can pull themselves back here, because that performance on Inferno was tough to watch. Quite a tough one there.
Yeah, it's just a really weak T-side. I mean, simple as that. NaVi had all the right tricks as well, and it does feel like they had a little bit of an idea of what they were going into against the HellRaisers. The banana control, while something that we often do see from NaVi, they really wanted to exercise that one. They really pressured that particular part of the map to gain advantage there. And players like Edward, who are able to receive, pushes out of apps and get 1v2s, 1v3s pretty comfortably. That's always a good sign. You can't always lean on that. You can't always expect that. And Mirage, we hope, we pray, is a more familiar map for HellRaisers in terms of the style, and they can maybe get more of a handle on what NaVi have to play with here. I think last time we saw NaVi on this map, they got drubbed by Virtus Pro when Snacks was going off tap, as it were, on that map. We'll see if they've recovered as well.
Yeah, if you want to find a silver lining for HellRaisers, this has been one of the maps they've been getting good results on against good teams as well. It's not just been the kind of... If you look at their recent results, it's actually been quite a decent run for them. Only one loss, really, that stands out recently. However, I don't know if they can get back into this one. We are just waiting on the players, of course. We were just changing servers so the players can be happy with that. And once they are, we'll get this one beginning. But yeah, there's a lot to be said about NaVi on this map. It's not exactly like it's a bad map for them in by any stretch of the imagination, but HellRaisers have to be coming into this with a plan. If they've already caused upsets against other Tier 1 teams, you've got to imagine there's something that's been working well for them. So my eyes are going to be going towards them just to see what they can do. We didn't see much of them being able to try and handle NaVi, and I guess in a way, if you're HellRaisers, you just got to try and calm NaVi down anyway. You've got to stop them running Rampage. Because before, it was just an absolute bloodbath. So if they can get that under control, there's definitely a chance in it. But they have to turn up now. This is going to be a tough one for them to start in, but on the T side, it will be NaVi. C side, HellRaisers get to start, I guess, the calmer side of things, not having to make the plays as much, but NaVi were pretty relentless anyway, and I think we've just seen Bondic drop, so hopefully he'll be rejoining us soon, because there is a pause already in game.
Yeah, I mean, earlier on there was a bit of a server issue as well. Obviously, I think Lauren sort of pointed that out, where NaVi, a little bit higher ping than they should have had. It wasn't like one of the Mouse Sports players getting upset because he had 40 ping. It was just a little bit more extreme than that, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, this is a map we often know NaVi for. NaVi have, with the exception of, maps like Cash, they've been a pretty cushy map pool these days. They generally feel pretty good. I don't love their Cobblestone, to be honest with you. Some people said, oh, they're great on customs, I think their Overpass is good. Yep. I don't love their Cobblestone much at all. But, Mirage is definitely a map where I put them, squarely in the court to do some damage here, especially against HellRaisers who, I don't know if the CT side has really been that great in the past, if I think back. They do have some nice T-side executes, Lauren. That's what I'm looking for here. We didn't get to see any of those on Inferno. We talked it up. It's like, these guys super elaborate, like 3 Molotovs over towards that B site, new box right in the dark corner, everything covered. Well, the only thing that was covering the sites was actually the blood of HellRaisers. It wasn't pretty at all. We want to see more of that here.
They just weren't able to quell what was happening, really. NaVi was so aggressive, they couldn't do anything about it. It was like that old Fnatic talk that you'd hear so often. To try and deal with Fnatic on a CT side, you first got to get them respect you, and then you might be able to play your game.
It's like forcing a team to respect you is such a nebulous concept. It's like we talk about it. Like, how do you make Fnatic respect you? Well, Fnatic take Angels a lot. They really go for that head-to-head stuff. Yeah. If you can match them, and I think there are players all throughout the scene that have comparable ability to Fnatic in that scenario. I keep talking about Zero because I think he's an excellent duelist in this game.
I agree.
His aim is filthy good. But again, that's just one part of make your team respect you, Lauren.
Yeah, and I'm hoping we get to see Dead Fox on the AWP a little bit more. It was a little bit of a rarity, it felt, on Inferno. Barely got to see a chance for him to get it into his hands, especially on the CT side. They merely had a couple of rounds to play with, so it definitely wasn't there. So for me, it could be a little bit of a fact for him, maybe to find that one. I'm hoping the others pick up a performance as well. You know, the others were quiet. You had a couple of big plays coming out individually, but there was nothing consistent across the board. And just so you guys know, we are still paused in this. The teams, I think, just getting themselves ready. I'm not sure what the issue is, but hopefully it won't be going on too long. As very suspenseful as this music is.
Down.
Okay, so I think there's still server issues going on between these guys, so that will be adjusted going forward. But yeah, this is one having to deal with Na'Vi when they're feeling confident within themselves, when we're starting to see that quite aggressive side of Na'Vi, because it was a big change for them. If you look at it, I think it's something that went a little under the radar. I know it's been mentioned on the desk sometimes, but Na'Vi's quickening of pace, it now seems like they have such a array of abilities almost to go to.
Yeah.
They still can go to that. All right, there's 20 seconds left. Na'Vi haven't made their move. They can still play that crazily slow, methodical game, but we also see this fiery element, and I don't know if it's because they maybe feel they have that kind of firepower now beside them, that they can go to that. Maybe it's the adjustment in coaching. Who knows what it is that's really kicked it off. Maybe it's, well, Guardian's not, you know, the god-tier player that he was. Certainly good, no discredit to the man, but before he was one of the best players in the world, you know, first and foremost almost, especially as an AWPer. So maybe with him cooling down a bit, they have to ask more of the others, and you're seeing that delivered simple, already having a massive impact throughout Na'Vi's career so far. And I know a lot of people look towards Na'Vi and say, are they achieving as much as we'd expect? I think you've got to give them more time. You're slotting a new player into one of, a bit of a classic lineup these days. Again, I think there's a lot of strength to be seen in this lineup down the road.
It's how do you make a player like, we talk about this all the time. Actually, we really did this topic to death, but just as a side note, making a player as fiery, as simple, conform to a roster that is as calculated and as cold as Na'Vi, it's a big challenge.
It's a fine line, and this is something that I've discussed with a couple of other players as to like their theories of certain like aggressive plays. You look at Magisk, for example. I think Chad actually did a segment on the desk not too long ago for North. So Magisk is one of those players who can be very aggressive and quite a solo entity, but that's not always the team's plan. He'll sometimes do that of his own accord. So
E-League semi-finals
is I guess one of those examples. So the thing is, if you look at it in that aspect, you can't lock them down completely, because when it works incredibly well. But do you want to risk it? Is that the theory in mind? So I'm kind of curious if that will ever be a problem down the road, if it'll ever be a hindrance. You can't necessarily just tame the entire player. That's their complete play style. You've got to find a way to make them work. You look at Nico, for example. He's big firepower, individual player, likes to play almost on his own to a degree. You used to see him on one side of the map, the team are on the others, and he does more than a lurker role. He was never that just kind of like slowly works out one-for-one trades or anything like that. He was an absolute animal on it. So you kind of look at these people, you think maybe Simple could fill that role, he could do something like that. But so far he's finding a nice role in this. I think there's a little bit of, kind of fleshing out the roster, or fleshing out the roster, should I say, for Na'Vi that could definitely come into play. But I don't think they're there just yet. But you always look at that roster and think, what happens when 3 of those players peak? 2 of those players fully peak. You think, okay, Guardian back in that form, or Simple hits that real high peak, it brings the team in. And then you think, okay, what about Flamey as well then? Throw Flamey in there as well as another additional. There's so many aspects that could kick in or click fully into place, and then you could have another world-beating team for a while. You look at the Fnatic era, SK era. I think going far back, I guess you can go to maybe NIP era. If it all clicks in, if it all goes right, you could find some incredible magic with this line. I think that's what everyone's waiting on. Everyone gets teased by the idea of it, and they're doing fine. It's no discredit to Na'Vi. They've picked up some good victories, of course. They've picked up LAN wins, of course. There's no taking away from them, but they're not like the back-to-back event winners. There's that very close kind of top couple of teams. You'd say the Danes are currently, I guess, winning that one out. Wherever you want to go on that, there's a couple of other contenders too. But yeah, there's a lot to be seen from Na'Vi, but it feels like they're just slowly getting stronger. It doesn't feel like it's quick, but it's definitely getting there.
Yeah, it's taken longer than some people thought, I think. That's one thing.
Just like getting to the server.
Exactly. We're having a great time with those. And while we wait for a Magic server to appear, that is going to house all of us and my ego. We're going to go to a break. When we return, we should be on with this match. Should only be a couple of minutes at the most, so hang in there. Hold on to your hats. We'll be in just a moment.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
All right, CS family, it looks like we're finally back here. Server stuff sorted as far as we understand and ready to kick off with map number 2. It's going to be Mirage.
Yeah, we've also had a delivery of McDonald's from Alex Nea, so
Pretty
shout out to
bloody
him.
good.
Like, this is a weird thing, but who doesn't like the Coca-Cola that comes from McDonald's? Like, the kind of flat tastes a little bit off. Oh, it's just...
It's like the syrup Coke, right?
Yeah, exactly. It's great. Anyway, that aside, I was just hesitant to actually start getting excited for the game until I see, like, people moving in the server. And we're good. Right, so same buy-up, same purchases from NaVi. So they clearly have a plan in mind with this. We've got 2 smokes, Guardian with 1, Seas with the other. Tech9 dropped over towards Edward. He normally raid bosses out towards B, so that could be the final piece of this plan, but it could also go through underpass. I'm wondering if they do the smoke towards short. There's so many options here, so I'm curious as to what they're going to bring.
Yeah, 2 smokes in this pistol round, so I'll
Okay,
have to work
Seas
with.
has done 1.
2 on A.
Yeah, so both towards A. I think one's stairs, one's jungle. So it's kind of showing that it's an A hit. But the play's coming through underpass, that's going to catch out Angel drastically. He didn't see it coming, so it was a bit of a hit and run. Edward's now got the job done. They can pinch in towards connector. But what's the plan for CT, or is there one? I'm waiting to see what the plan is here, because HellRaisers look a little confused.
They've got one way to get onto the site. One way.
This is kind of scary. They went for the plant, expecting no one to peek out of CT, or hoping they wouldn't and play full retake. That's a very, very brave strat here. Well, it's going to work out well with Simple in a position like that. Might get traded. Trying to take the fight, getting 0. What a shot that is from Simple. Follows up so well, gets the dink to just secure his position. Now it's a 4v2. HellRaisers losing out on options, man by man, the drops.
Good pace for NaVi in this round, but HellRaisers are fighting back at the death of it. Denfox has a kid to work with here, but Edward and Seas close the net. And it feels like HellRaisers had just finished buying their weapons by the time NaVi had actually planted the bomb. Very quick from them. Nice mid control, and you kind of feel really hemmed in when you can only really push out of CT.
And this, it seems a long time ago, but it was quite similar to something you saw Virtus Pro do for a while. They'd always do this kind of underpass plays on their pistol rounds. And it'd always end up towards A, and it worked out very well for them for quite some time. Of course, Virtus Pro known for their play for so long on this map. But right now, NaVi with a good purchase, 2 rifles and the 3 SMGs being UMPs. They are still just as deadly as ever, and a very slow, passive approach. Look how far back they are. Maybe expecting the CT side to try and bring the fight to them. It's not going to happen just yet, but NaVi have the utility to play back into this, and they're feeling confident individually, so they can certainly take the shots that might be required. Bit of a stack towards A from HellRaisers, 4 players here. Not all dedicated towards Ramp or Palace, but they are definitely there.
Simple flaming now wrap in through spawn, and Edward makes his way in towards the middle of the map. This is a smoke probably for jungle. Let that one over the top. Or bounce on the other side of connector, should I say. So they re-smoke mid as well. Mid is under control of NaVi.
Yeah, look at these smokes as well. It's a lovely kind of... I guess they've defined their own route towards B. Deep smoking connector goes on the other side. 1 here, 1 in window, and you're free there. And actually it's a very good read from NaVi. No one was on this side. The threats become Sticko and 0, depending on what they can find and where they are. Sticko's found 1 on towards Simple, and there's 0 coming in as well, playing out of ladder room. So they're still doing damage. Bomb's down, though, so... They might call this at some point if they don't get a frag in the next, I'd say, 5 to maybe 6 seconds. Seized
this could
absolutely destroy them all. Looking the wrong way, all flashed up. Swings in, gets the damage done, but can't finish the kills. But Flamey is there to pick up where he leaves off. And now NaVi down to 3. And HellRaisers probably on the verge of saving now. You've got the upgraded armor. You've got the upgraded pistols. You're not going to get much more out of this one. Time to back away.
Well, pistol retake's never going to be an easy thing to do. But what compounded that was the fact that HellRaisers were all positioned inside kitchen. They had no one on short, they had no one in apartments, they couldn't even work from multiple angles and try and get crossfires. It just wasn't going to happen. And it's frustrating for HellRaisers because they obviously forced pistols and armor into that round. They spent a fair bit of money, and now they're going to have to go without.
They will. Probably back onto the SMGs though. So the main thing there is that they saved the 2 rifles. They kept those up. They've reinvested into another, so they've got 3 now, and the other 2 go on towards the SMG. So a UMP and a MAC-10. Edward can fly out any area he wants. He can just literally run into B. They can just be doing a big, quick B hit. But the thing is, actually, there's a stack there this time. So this could be interesting. They're not being subtle about this either. They are going hell for leather at this. The consecutive flashes off the back. Look at this boost as well. That was cheeky. That was off the back of the chair. I've never seen that back of the bench boost coming out. I'm not too sure what that was about. I'm wondering if they could find an angle, but so far you can see NaVi just crunching through HellRaisers. They are going to be caught off by at least Zero there, and there is still Angel up as well, so they've run into the stack.
Yeah, you feel good about this, though. You can trade at this site pretty comfortably here. HellRaisers have very little to work with, and again, it's Zero and Angel, the last two left standing, as per last round. The upside to this, they actually have some weapons to, well, they had a weapon to work with. The UMP of Zero is torn from his grasp very quickly, and sees doubles down for the final kill in that round. 3-0 again. NaVi open up the game in a very similar fashion as to the first map. Solid 3 rounds, but now it's time for HellRaisers to bite back in. But they don't have a lot of money even on this 4th round.
Did we catch that boost on the chair, observers? I'm kind of curious if it actually shows you
we were too busy watching someone get hit in the back of the head by a flash or smoke on the side of NaVi. Someone got hit as they moved out.
Yeah.
A little bit weird.
Okay, anyway, into this one. This is the important round. It's the buy-up, so HellRaisers don't have a great deal to work with, but something that's a nice little molly as well towards window. Just going to force him off the angle, and look how aggressive NaVi are. This is a very heavy hit. Now, Zero's actually come out of the flash okay. He survives the first wave. The second, not so well, but Zero's still here. A very powerful position. Only if you have the player on the other side. Creates the crossfire. He wasn't there. They go down. Flamey, Edward, hard-hitting players. Smash the side. Bombs in hand. Flamey, that's a spray you don't want to remember.
Ooh, that's average. Now, Molotov going to go in on towards Sticko. He's still half health after that very weird trade. But speaking of trading, NaVi do just that to get into the site. Back and forth the kills go. They have the man advantage and the bomb down. So job done. Especially in a buy round. If you want to play fast-paced run and gun CS, you need to accept there'll be some casualties. But they made good time onto the site and they're forced to save.
Yeah, off we go. They did keep 2 rifles, I guess that's something. But for HellRaisers, you know, if you think of the mental game in this as well, even just slightly, you probably want to pick up one of the pistol, you know, you want to pick up a pistol round, you want to maybe do some damage on the gun round. And you can tell that NaVi are still playing that style, right? They're still in your face. They're still not giving much up in this. So I don't know how much mentally they're going through to try and suffer through this, because it's got to be tough to be like, all right, they're back in that mode, are they? Great. They're just going to be running at us. So yeah, this could get a tough one for them.
And the truth is, we didn't really get to see much of a HellRaisers CT side in the first map. It was actually the other way around. So NaVi showing similar shades of aggression, regardless of what side of the map that they're on at this stage. Feeling confident going forward. Note that there's still no AWP for Guardian, so they really do fancy a bit more of a dynamic style of play right now. But this round might be a little bit more pick-based. The bomb's been left in spawn. Flamey and Simple went towards the Palace earlier on just to see if there'd be an aggressive variation on the CT side from HellRaisers. Maybe push one player with a CZ, flash him in towards Palace. It never came, so NaVi don't get that information, but they also don't suffer any casualties, and the mid will be smoked out.
So, mid's been smoked. And that was from Flamey. That was quite far back, I think. And there you go. This is the one that goes to the deep-sided connector. Edward drops that one out. And this is kind of what we saw from their play up towards B before. It was that kind of quick hit that almost got done over by Zero and kind of being towards, I think it was Angel and Zero, who were actually very close to dismantling it because they had to play it towards Ladderum, which kind of threw everyone off. So this time, NaVi take their time on it. There's a smoke towards short. Edward's in towards window. And Deadbox is just on the other side. He's going to hear these steps.
Doesn't really matter, though. Knowledge isn't power if you don't have an AK in your hands. Apparently, Edward finds Dead Fox comfortably, and this cuts the map in half for NaVi. Now Zero and Angel sitting plumb up on that B side are very much cut off from any form of reinforcement whilst Edward lives. Angel needs to play this very carefully, but he can't watch every angle, and Caesar's going to leap down. Zero can at least trade it, quickly nab himself the AK, and take that into the next fight with Guardian. But NaVi have decided it might be time just to angle towards A, or maybe not, as Sticko stands tall.
And there's still a player in ramp as well. That's the more dangerous part in this. They might not know about bonding. They know that Sticko's there, but will they predict it? Will they play to it? The bomb's on A as well, and it's very, very isolated. None of the other players are here yet. A quick CT swing around, but look at the time, 14 seconds now. They're going to probably force the plant. Simple could probably fake once and get away with it, but that's about it. Looking for the fight. Just about picks up the bomb, but he took his time on that one. Gonna go for the default plant, 5 seconds. He's gonna hold it down, and you can see the rush comes in. Simple can't escape it, and NaVi left it too late in the day. HellRaisers went for the push towards ramp, and it paid off, just purely because, one, Sticko got the kill, and they saw bonding being played back into it. So well done to those two to be able to make the most of a very bad situation instantly.
And this is a classic case of giving NaVi enough rope to hang themselves with, right? We see the time and get into the red, we're like, okay, this is starting to feel more like a NaVi round. Now, we're starting to remember, you know, how things go with this team. NaVi take mid-control, they split the map in half. But as they try and approach the B site, they lose a player. They try and approach the A side. Not only do they lose a player there, but the bomb goes loose, and then their decisions are taken away from them. Yeah. So HellRaisers, if they can be comfortable allowing NaVi to have some real estate and hold strong on those 2 sites, they can weather this kind of storm.
A new look to NaVi this time. 4 towards mid, 1 towards A. Simple going to set up the smoke. It might be the one towards jungle. This was quite quick from NaVi, or the intention is quick, but the flashes are holding them back. It's hindering their approach, and it's allowing play to come in from Dead Fox. Again, this is what we saw almost last round. Edwards again got in towards the room here, and the difference is that Simple's watching for the ramp push. This could be a quick, maybe change on the fly that they come up with, but they've lost out on a player in mid, and now they have to hit the brakes. They have no utility left, really. They've got a molly and a couple of flashes, but HellRaisers are playing quite deep on the site. Edwards now got 2 to deal with.
Now in mid, sees Dead Fox, but can he complete the kill? Yes, that's the AWP down, but he needs to find the second, and Sticko's there. For some reason, NaVi actually smoked the near side of Connector and not the far side like Edward had been in the last couple of rounds. That was what actually allowed Dead Fox to get the shot. He peeked above the smoke in Connector on towards Catwalk and found the kill. Interesting change up there for NaVi.
And now they've seen Bomb. So HellRaisers pull their players over. They've seen some of the plan. But you can, if you're NaVi, maybe read into this, say, let's try and get early control at B, get advanced positions, put C's right in towards the kitchen, and then you can stop Zero trying to play back into it. So NaVi have just kind of really done a loop around him, just kind of thrown one. Now, C's obviously doesn't know that B's completely clear, but he's going to have a good shot at this because he's going to probably get the drop towards Zero, and Zero didn't see it, but he gets the shot better. As you said, this guy can land shots when he wants to. He's got a molly as well to buy some time, puts that out towards default. Knows that Simple's still going to be coming through apps, or at least one player is, but he can't land the shot this time. Bondic does make it over there, but it's Simple now in a 1v2.
Again, 20 seconds remain in this round. That's a bit risky from Simple to plant from here. But Bondic doesn't see him. He might have a 1v1 against Sticko, and yes, there was no chance for Bondic to respond. He didn't quite know where Simple would be standing. By the time the trade had occurred, it was Simple to stand tall. The next kill comes almost as comfortably. 3 for him in the round. Perhaps a round that NaVi shouldn't be winning here. But you can see information that the player had, Bondic had. He didn't see Simple go to plant the bomb. He didn't know that he stopped there. There was no crossfire available for HellRaisers. Really clever played.
A little lackluster there in that kind of 2v1. Losing those is going to be frustrating for them as well. Dead Fox now just down to the P250, wanting to maybe look towards the AWP later on. But at the moment, HellRaisers again just being overrun by NaVi. It's a 5-1 scoreline. Even though the rounds may be close, they might not be any more. Guardian gonna catch Zero out so fast, and Angel as well. Guardian, the one-man army, seems to be getting underway here, starting the march through Mirage. And look at it, he's not stopping. There's a player towards ladder. Would you dare, Guardian? Sticko. If here we... Oh! You don't expect that. Why did my screen just go blue? Oh, wait, it's a player in front of me. But what an aggressive piece from him. They haven't committed the bomb yet. They've forced Dead Fox to pull over towards the site. He's only got a P250. I guess the danger man is Sticko at this point, and Bondic should be played in here. Simple just doesn't expect him to be waiting in such a passive angle, but the trade comes out for Flamey waiting in sandwich.
Yeah, Bondic had no further information about the second man on that A site. And for Sticko, for Bondic, sorry, you don't know if there's only one player lurking at A or if it's going to be a hit. C's won't check this corner. Pistols in CSGO are good, especially when you take the opponent by surprise, and HellRaisers again make it a 2v2.
Well, if anything's to go by so far, it's going to be a NaVi round. Let's see how they define the situation. So they've got a smoke, a nade, a couple of bits and pieces to play this one out. Flamey's in connector. It looks like they're heading towards A for now. They can switch up. They've got 30 seconds. They're going to just power it through. So both of the HellRaisers playing from CT. Sticko and Dead Fox here. There we go. Nice shot from Sticko. Going to back away a little. Find a deeper angle. Edward's going to plant right in the middle of that smoke, and it's hard to find this. You can see Sticko aiming towards default. Not there.
Too far.
Now on the edge of the smoke, it's Edward! And of course he gets the job done. All picked up. GG, 6-1. And yeah, even when the odds are stacked against you, he just sees the shadow, and it's more than enough for this man. Edward, always rising to the occasion.
And if you see that from Sticko's point of view, it actually looks like Sticko saw him first. Edward saw only a very small amount of him, but this is Guardian as well. Some nice flicks to get himself onto the B side, and that really should have been enough to win the round there. Good work from HellRaisers to keep themselves back in, but again, 2 rounds in a row. It's individual brilliance that keep NaVi going.
4 players in connector. This could be a problem, actually, because NaVi are doing the same thing they did before. Are they really going to lose to just a USPS? Oh my god, almost no investment from HellRaisers this round, and it's all down to Seized in a 1v2. Now, of course, HellRaisers don't have armor, they don't have a kit. They can pick up guns, but, you know, Seized has it all. But then again, HellRaisers did just take down 4 of their teammates.
Yeah, sitting in apps, so that's a pretty strong position to be playing in here. Smoke towards short. So it has to be an underpass play. Now, you want to stack this with two AK players now. There's no armor. They Came through short, they came through the smoke, but no, Seas gets a 1v1 to start this one off with. Bodic knows where he is, but that may not be enough. Molly down, and Seas forced back. No chance.
Really smart then from Seas, just purely because he knows they won't have a kit. He knows he won't have a smoke, so he just, you know, Molly's down. Even though it's quite early on the timer, he knew that it was fine for that. Bondic has got the AWP, though, doesn't land the shot, and it's all for nothing. AWP will be recovered, it has been. So that goes back in the hands of Seas. Now, of course, it was sloppy. That's not how you want to see a round play out if you're Na'Vi. You're not happy losing to USPSs, but you win the round in the end, so you're 7-1 up. You're not too fussed. Yeah, it keeps the economy of Na'Vi at bay, if anything. For HellRaisers, in the last 3 rounds consecutively, they've managed to get it down to 1 player on the side of Na'Vi, if not more. So that's decent for them. 5K is what Na'Vi are topping out at this round, and that's not too bad. That's something you can get over. But losing more rounds from here is going to be harder for HellRaisers in terms of the morale, in terms of their momentum pushing forward. So now, Seized and Simple over towards the B side. It's Flaming Edward here in spawn. Again, expecting some aggression, kind of thinking back to the prior round that USP play in towards mid for HellRaisers. Wondering if they'll try it again. Is this the CT smoke? If it's the walk forward, see if he moves forward here. You can smoke towards CT from this, and it could encourage the players on A to hit out. You can do from 1-2 connector from here, but we'll see what he goes for. Waiting for whatever timing it is. Thank you for that lovely view. So we've got the 2 players as well waiting towards A. 2 joining over by B. What is this Seized? Are they faking A? This is a real nice A fake if it is. Here we go. Yeah, walks forward, smokes it, and it is the deep jungle one. What is this one?
Just a general.
That's a nice smoke though. Yeah, it's a nice jungle smoke. I think we saw Shazam doing that, and everyone got like excited about it on Reddit. But anyway, it's a nice A fake because then you sent 2 players through towards ramp. You caused rotates, but there's still 2 players here on B. They haven't seen the bomb exactly. So they're fine. They see the bomb now, and they get the job done. Nicely played out from HellRaisers, not falling for that. Even though it's a nice plan in theory, it doesn't work out for them.
Yeah, it was a nice setup, but the execution was honestly kind of garbage there. I mean, you actually look at all these Na'Vi players, these peaks that they're making, there's no smoke, there's no flash, okay? All of that utility, a lot of it at least was used to set up the idea of the fake here. So I believe it was Edward and Flamey maybe in spawn. They pushed out of T-ramp with very little except the smokes that were faked from across the map. So you still do want that you can sort of go in clean like that and get a couple kills or trade some stuff out. Yes.
Such animals. Dead Fox, don't do it. Don't do it, Dead Fox.
Definitely do it, Dead Fox.
But yeah, I think this is just highlighting how Na'Vi are trying to play this one out. They're not being subtle about the fact they still have those 2 guns on Seized and Guardian, nor where they are. So at the moment, looking to make the play.
Just some smoke play for the moment. Seized actually took a little bit of kneecap damage there, I think, as it was Zero just spamming through apartments. 3 players in the mid for Na'Vi. Late smoke to mid window. I have a modicum of control. The AWP for Guardian will be important here. Now that's the smoke from short there, so that essentially takes the role of Edward's near side connector smoke. This gives Guardian that more control. Dead Fox won't peek that. Flash into ladder, and Guardian now wants to keep on short. Can't find the angle. Angel catches him out. Edward, though, challenges nicely. Picks himself up the AWP, but he's low. He needed to complete that kill to give Na'Vi any real momentum running in.
Oh, and Seized 6 HP in the molly. No, that's rough. It's taken down so low. Time to switch over that AK. Get the job done. Give it over to Simple. Let's see if he can go hero with this rifle. Not going to be easy. Still a player on CT on A. 1 round the back of jungle. And you've got the player on short who could peek out. Zero could do anything he wants here at this point. Simple's going to try and cut right between them, get some map control.
Is he spotted?
He'll be heard, though. So players know where he is. That's the rotate being called right now. And there, Molly as the reaction, 10 seconds now. Simple's going to run in and bang out these shots back to back. It doesn't happen, and there's the shutout. HellRaisers play it calm after what could have been a dangerous round. They deny the 2 players who had the rifles or rifle and the AWP. So now it's time for Na'Vi to chill out. They're down to 2K. Yeah, they can just eco this one. They don't need to double eco.
Yeah, really. Put your feet up at home, guys. Edward going to buy himself a Desert Eagle into this round to give him a little bit more spice, but that's really it. Na'Vi, always known to respect the time-honored tradition of shouting up and buying pistols when you get wrecked a couple rounds in a row. There's a more technical term for that somewhere, but we can gloss over. And it looks like a hit towards A. Now, this is going to be unaided by smokes, flashes, or Molotovs. It's going to be purely someone makes a call, and they run.
Now, where's Edward in all this?
Chill top mid, hoping for some sort of peek. He's got the Desert Eagle, right? So hoping for a peek mid. Ooh, Dead Fox actually peeked mid and got hurt for it.
Okay, Guardian spotting CT. So far, no real damage done. Edward's found Angel, there it is. But HellRaisers keeping it nice and clean again. Stabilizing the money after it's been a very close couple of rounds prior to that, even though they were starting to win them out. There was a couple of rounds prior where there was, you know, one left alive for NaVi. So if they can bring that economy back to their favor, you can see it's starting to become quite robust. 8k sitting on Dead Fox, that's an AWP upgrade. Instantly drops out the M4 that he had over to Angel, who's now got full utility and well set. So good stuff for HellRaisers. They could get a decent half out of this, or at least a half that's recoverable. For NaVi, let's see what they bring now. They've been reminded, you know, we are human. We do bleed real blood on occasion. Smoke down towards top mid, only to allow one player out. High flash goes in, and a quick play. This could be to try and signify that we're going mid again. It's not the case, of course, because the A play is coming out right now. They're going in dry towards A. So, again, trying to keep the attention from HellRaisers elsewhere, but HellRaisers just aren't buying what NaVi are trying to sell.
Well, it's not that convincing as well. I don't really think the pitch is great, Lauren. That's the issue. Again, that pressure on towards A without flashes or any other utility to get you in doesn't make a lot of sense to me. NaVi get very little for it. Now, that's information. That's gold. Sees 0. But does he expect him to be on the boost? He should at least conject that 0 has jumped up. Now he'll know for sure. So this is an important in for NaVi. It's going to allow Guardian to get through.
He checks this so keenly. And he's going to wait. This is what I like. It's going to kind of give away a second. He was going to see if there was anyone else there. No one was moving up. Takes a shot. He does die in the end, but now it's Guardian.
Angel expected him to be there. That was a very good reaction from him. 1v3 Guardian. We've seen it. It happens. It's a thing. 74 points of health. No helmet. Now the spray down. He's very low after that one. 1 point of health is just not going to be enough, and Dead Fox can literally just shoot into the breeze and find him. So HellRaisers bringing back 5 rounds here, and there's definitely a sense of NaVi letting HellRaisers back into the game with, again, committing 2 players to A when there's not a lot of support there. Sometimes it's just for a fake and having them get completely wrecked. Just like that. That trade is okay, but you've already lost 2 players before those kills came out.
Okay. 5-7 now. Eco from NaVi. They can buy up a little bit. They could buy up some pistols. No. Oh, what is that from Edward at the end? Okay. We've got the couple of rifles, couple of pistols. That was a very late buy in this round.
Well, I mean, this is serviceable, but really lacking in utility. There's no point wasting any of this even towards mid. Like your standard catwalk and top mid smokes, you probably just forget about. How interesting. 3 into underpass now, so Seized is going to try and work with the trio of Simple Flame in Edward with mid control. They're going to have to do it in the budget manner, though. Dead Fox helps them out by sort of moving away now, probably peeking towards Connect. Oh, he sees the player. Edward wasn't expecting that. Dead Fox is able to flash himself out of there, but Simple and Flame is still committed to this. So want to come through Connector. This might be able to surprise Dead Fox. He might not be ready for this. Smoke's there. Bondic, though. You see Simple come through, or Flame, should I say. Simple holds strong, 2 for him.
So hard to back away from that position when we got pressure coming in from multiple angles. Now it's the 3v2. Simple trying to hold this cross here, but the bomb goes hunting. Seized, you got the bomb, back away, what are you doing? Just leave Simple to that. It's fine. 2v2, and Simple falls. Now it's just down to Seized, who's so desperate for the fight. Now he's got to take it.
You may not know there was 2 players stacked in towards jungle. So now Dead Fox and 0 into Connector. They have to go together, but Seized has an opportunity here to catch him out. A quick spray might get the job done. Goes for the peak. Fortune favors the bold in many occasions, but 0 is there. He's quick, at least enough to get that response. HellRaisers put their 6th on the board.
HellRaisers just worked it out. They got it down. They finally have everything they need. Dead Fox is starting to make a bit of an impact as well. He's finding a bit of play here.
He's got a bit of money too, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's doing all right. Can buy up himself perfectly fine in this. And actually, they can end this on a very competitive half. If they close out the next, the next available, they're in a very good spot here. Now, for NaVi, full buy, full purchase. Everything you'd want. You've got the AWPs out, you've got mollies galore. This is the round you want to remind them. All right, we were doing pretty well at this map. You've had a resurgence, but we're coming back into it now. Guardian, no luck through Connector. Molly's already there from Edward. And Edward needs to be careful. Look how open they are. They're so actively looking for fights here.
Almost daring someone to peek that mid window.
There's
even a
boost in
2-man
mid.
boost in mid.
Yeah. Guardian over the smoke as well.
Again, you're beating AWPers, 9 times out of 10 by forcing them to sort of flick it off angle, but that's Flamey. Pushes in towards A. It almost looks too easy for him. Angel kind of being left out in the cold out of this one. He's on T-ramp. He's got an opportunity to work with the rest of his team, but he needs to wait. the time being. That's Zero astutely spotting Edward just out of the corner of the smoke. Makes a bit of noise. They'll know he's in the mid window, but that's smoked at this stage.
Zero again finds another. We're down to 2v2. Bomb hasn't been picked up nor collected. Seized. Finally gets it in hand, but in between him is the man we've been talking about, Zero, and they're both kind of predicting this could be here. Zero's waiting, Seized is there, and Zero's doing it all. 3 kills, keeping his team in this round. And a 7-7 scoreline coming into this wouldn't be bad at all. After the shocking first couple of rounds they had, this is a good recovery, but it is simple. Maybe a nickname. Yeah, exactly.
It's not easy.
Let's see what he can do with this. 30 seconds, so many angles to check, and it's just too many for him. Zero will close out with 4 kills that round. So well played.
That's 6 in a row for HellRaisers, following that up. So it's been a very competitive second part of this half for them, at least. And that was well predicted. Good timing to wait for the play with the bomb to push through, and that's Zero, my man, having a good game for himself thus far. That's not just him. Bondix also had a vast improvement over his first map tonight. And Navi's just seemed to be that little bit muted, a little bit quiet. The yellow and the black just a little bit, a few shades duller this evening. Navi's buy leaves a little bit to be desired as well.
Yeah, not exactly what you're wanting, but here we go. Another cheeky little boost. They're trying so many of these off-angle boosts. Bondic will find Edward there as well. It's going to spur on the rest of Navi to make the hit count, but bit of a brick wall begins as it's not easy to work through this, but Seized is amongst them, right next to 2 to be precise, and he walks out at the right time. Now Dead Fox has time to adjust. Molly goes in, but Flamey's already punished Bondic, and it's already a 4v3, but brought back.
Yeah, just as Dead Fox was peeking again, is this Navi throwing a round away that they had such control in? It's possible. Guardian now has a chance to plant it. This is where Navi need to collect themselves. Last round of the half, they need to make it work, but Flamey's down. Guardian's lost his wingman now. He needs to do it on his own. 2 very low health opponents on the map. 1 goes down. Now looking for 1 more. Guardian makes it happen through the top of the box. Stunning work from Navi. They bring it back at the end of the half. It's 8-7 after 6 or 7 rounds, 1 in a row by HellRaisers. It's Guardian here to stand tall. Don't tell me you even saw the play through there. I don't even want to know.
What a half coming through there. Navi making... This game is back and forward, but it's a very unique sort of version of it, right? It's a very strange atmosphere. HellRaisers finally working it out. Navi having such a good first stretch of results. Who knows where this is going to go in the second half?
Break time. We'll see you soon. All right, Lauren, we're back here. It's Mirage and HellRaisers lifting their standard, to say the least, up against Navi.
Yeah, well, after the first debut that we saw from them coming into this on Inferno, you had to hope that that was going to be the case. And it didn't look like it at the start. It was a very one-sided beginning. Navi get themselves very quickly up towards that 7-round marker. But then it happened. HellRaisers turned up their game. Everyone started to operate on a higher level, and they brought it back. Now, it didn't end up perfect for them, but an 8-7 half is good enough. Of course, the last round secured there by Guardian was a little bit of that magic you can see him bringing out every now and then. A very, very talented man, of course. So, now it's all on you, HellRaisers. What do you have on your T side? Na'Vi, already showing what they've got. I don't know how far they can take this one.
We've seen Na'Vi's T sides be, by and large, more successful than their CT sides. Generally, I mean, it's almost the way this map kind of goes sometimes, but I like watching the pace that they can bring on their T side. CT, well, it's going to be something for them to be thinking about now, looking in, as HellRaisers are also a team known for its aggression, especially players like Angel. He's almost that original, really up-in-your-face player from way back when. He's not messing around, and now that he's flanked with players like Sticko, Zero, and Dead Fox, who really know how to turn up the heat, this is going to be an important half coming in. Dead Fox had the AWP a little bit as well in that last half, managed to actually make some moves with it. Even Sticko picked it up in a couple rounds there, showing that he wasn't too bad at the rifle either. Options are plenty for HellRaisers now as they move into their T side.
We've said before about them, they do seem to have quite a lot of those scripted sort of ideas how to approach their T sides. And looking at the purchase they've made, it's almost symmetrical to what we saw out of Na'Vi. It probably won't be the same hit, but you can see that they bought the exact same items. And I'm wondering if they're going to go for just a quick A hit, smoke out, see if Zero can make something happen from this, and let's see how those smokes go as well.
Well, it'll just be Flamey actually sitting on that A side to begin with now. We have some help at least from Connector. So a couple of smokes come down. Flamey needs to do a little bit of heavy lifting on his own for the moment. Tries to avoid Zero, but gets absolutely nothing done. Guardian, though, with the P2K, finds one out of Connector, but Na'Vi need to respond now.
Did they fail on those smokes as well? That's made it even trickier. They get all the info. They see everything now through Connector, if not land shots. But it is a 4v3 retake. There's still a chance here for HellRaisers, especially when Dead Fox lands that sort of shot. But C's now in trouble. Double face over by CT means that HellRaisers stay in this one. It's a 2v2 now, and they've got to play back into this. Na'Vi, Edward watching the push up from CT. Guardian's there as well, and well, there it is. Shut out of that one between Zero and Bondic. Well played between the two of them towards CT then.
Yeah, and you know what as well? I'm sorry. Na'Vi, not great aim in that round. There are a lot of those battles. You're using USPs, right? You need to hit the heads. That's pretty straightforward stuff. They're getting pretty wrecked by Glocks pretty consistently in that round. Not ideal. Saw it out. Saw it out.
What is this by as well? 2 Galils? I haven't seen that in years. Oh dear. Well, they work. Seems that, you know, the UMP isn't everything. Still got 3 UMPs, of course, so not too surprising. A little quick smoke towards Connector. And Edward trying to make some little bit of magic happen there towards short with the Deagle, but he's not going to have much luck. And HellRaisers taking a trip around the map here, but speaking of Deagle, Simple will make his ring true, but HellRaisers still heading towards B.
Yeah, it's always traded out, though, every time. C's now has the scout. Dead Fox is susceptible to one hits from that weapon, but Angel's found Flamey elsewhere, and it looks like it might be headed over towards that A side. Angel and Sticko have control of that mid building. Sticko doesn't notice the player on his left, but still, there was cover there for him after Angel went down. Comfortable rounds here for HellRaisers. The pistol definitely seemed pretty straightforward for them, and now Na'Vi just have to take 5 and wait for their chance to buy out properly.
Yeah, you're not looking for much in this round coming out from Na'Vi. Got a Zeus on Edward. See what he can use it.
It's just a tribute to a fallen comrade, that's
exactly, 2 of them.
Wow.
Simple and Eddie, what are you up to? What are these 2 up to? They going together? No? Okay, different plans. There's the underpass nade. So they know that someone's watching it, so he's got to be a little bit mindful of that. So Edward's just going to play on timing, however he feels, if he has information. And here we go. Maybe get a bit of Zeus action. It's not what you expect. And no. Zero is faster, better, stronger, gets the job done.
Better hair too, sorry. Well, it happened. The Zeus came out, it didn't find too much. Simple has one as well, but Flamey otherwise engaged at the top of mid. Dead Fox and Sticko are able to juggle him pretty comfortably now. HellRaisers, a plethora of options. They've opened up their map. They've made themselves pretty comfortable pulling forward. And now not losing any weapons for them here, again, would be really, really nice. Save that bank. And they're going to make the way over towards that B side. Simple, all on his own over at A. Guardian going to join him. So, what are you saving though, boys? That's the real question. A Zeus. All right.
They're just into it. They believe in the Zeus.
Not a terrible time to discuss things as well for
No,
NaVi, especially coming into this gun round.
Yeah, it's a good time to have a little bit of a chat as well. They can maybe get some exits. They're hearing steps, so could do with doing any sort of damage here. Not going to happen that time.
Dude, the Zeus, come on, man.
Simple. Simple. No.
Lined him up.
I like the ambition on it, though. Just jumping in like, please, just get me far enough. Anyway, all that aside, those rounds are out of the way. HellRaisers picked them up quite cleanly in the end. We do finally get the buy coming back in from NaVi. It will mean very low on utility because there's just very few kills for them throughout that. So they're down to bare minimum. No kits across the board. A couple of smokes, maybe a few nades.
No
one
kits.
flash.
That's okay.
They've opted for the head armor as well, maybe just purely because they still believe that those UMPs are going to be in play. There's, you know, there is method maybe to the madness, but so far, I have to wait and see. Two players now crossing out towards mid. Edward catches a glimpse of one. Does know Dead Fox is there as well. One pinching through underpass. There's a bit of a mid-play control here coming out from HellRaisers, but the success is coming through from Palace. Flamey continuing the chase, even though Simple's...
Yeah, a two-man push in towards Palace for NaVi. Not bad. It's not actually something the HellRaisers tried at all on their CT side, should I say? But it didn't work out, so that's by the by. It's going to be Sticko into ladder room now. Smoke prevents him from seeing Guardian, but he definitely hears the shots as he tries to back away. Big times for Seized, and he's not able to stand to the occasion now. Edward needs to deliver, but they're risky peaks indeed, and Angel gets two as they enter onto B.
Yeah, Guardian's got the cross, but such good positions already coming in for HellRaisers. They're in fine spots
Angel's
here.
just wrecking them.
And they're going hunting. Look at this. Angel is so quick on the hunt for this one. Looking to see, mate, could he get an AWP? You know, theorying, was there a chance for it? We just want to get the guns away and get the full upgrade. If we can get Sticko another gun, even better. No repurchase for them required, really, apart from utility. Moves down. One Guardian will not be moved. Staying alive, even though the round has slipped away from him. But will he expect bonding?
No way.
No. Can't do it all. But HellRaisers did have a bit of cheekiness in that round. They still had the Galil up. They still had the UMP, so they're fine on money. That's still perfectly fine. And it probably means there'll be an AWP coming out for Dead Fox purely just because how much money's on. So that could be a factor. And see if he runs it. I'm not sure how he feels on the T side, if it's something he wants to go to. Might not. At the moment, though, NaVi going to have to respect this one. Their money's in dire straits.
Angel aggression. He just stands there, doesn't even AD, and just taps at the corner, pre-firing and waiting for Edward to peek again. Hard to play around that, and Angel now finding a burst of speed. HellRaisers are going to need it here. They've got themselves a 3-round buffer, but it takes more than that to win in CS. They have, however, forced NaVi down to only 3 kits of armor, 2 helmets, and no utility to speak of. Obviously, the helmet factor not so important now that all of those UMPs have been traded in, but still. Now comes the push on B. Seized is going to be blocked out from this one. He does see 0 as the smoke comes up.
I really like those smokes, though. They've done like a set piece. This is kind of not necessarily the highest standard of hits towards B, but it's a nice idea behind it. But now they need to keep it clean. It's trying to not lose out on players, and Guardian's having none of it. Seized plays back in. Guardian again finds Angel, and now we're down to 2v1. Sticko stands up so far. No! He ends it like that. What an animal.
Sticko that up, your NaVi. Almost had the round, but the pistols were not enough to get it done. Get it up, you boys. HellRaisers lead by 4. This is looking like some really good CS now from them. And yeah, you say that it's maybe not a super elaborate execution on B, but we don't really see any kind of multi-smoke execution on that B side. The fact that they block both arches of connector is just interesting in itself.
I like it. It's what you kind of want to see from teams like HellRaisers, because I don't think you'd put them necessarily tier 1 on occasion. They do slip a little on their own accord. They've definitely been getting the results to back it recently, that they're starting to get up there. But I'll come back to this point in a second, because that angle, that looked so on, but I think he moved at the end and it just kind of denied the shot. But that looked so close. That's very unfortunate. But you kind of want them to put the time in to be able to do that sort of thing. That's what you get the time to do. You're not flying to events every week. You're not doing, you know, PR sessions every 2 days. And it's good to see. It's nice to see. But look at the attention from NaVi towards mid. You basically got Seized on B, Guardian on A, Flamey's playing through from like connector, kind of a jungle. He's been found, and now the hit comes in. But will it check Simple? He does get 1, but he falls. So now again, good numbers, like the Wolfpack hit coming out from HellRaisers here.
Yeah. War of attrition being lost for NaVi in this round. It's been effective trades, efficient trades across the map, and HellRaisers find another. It's Edward. Guardian, oh, he gets spotted out, and the nade lands right at his feet. Seized. That's the wrong weapon for that kind of fight, my friend. You're not saving yourself to AWP, and HellRaisers now getting off to quite the lead. It's got to be a pause here for Na'Vi. Something's got to give. That damn wall is breaking, and they need something to plug it with, and the USPS is not going to be enough.
Mitch, this is good for everyone out there apart from Moses as well. His fantasy team, it may not be flawless. I was getting worried when I saw Inferno. I was starting to get a little bit, oof, you know.
Oh, Flamey's getting pumped, though. My team's going to get wrecked. Ah!
Good stuff. Good stuff.
Does he have Seized and Edward on his team?
Was
it Flamey and
he
Edward?
had Flamey and Simple, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, that's Simple. Yeah, see, I've got Flamey in my team as well. This is not a good thing. I'm not enjoying this. To be fair, I'm currently beating... I mean, it's not really... I'm currently beating someone who doesn't even update his team anymore, and Henry G's, so it's not really saying much anymore, is it really?
Look.
He's broken. Like, Hank has taken over. There's no way... It's not like that Yu-Gi-Oh guy where he like transforms when it's time to duel. He's just stuck in Hank G mode. I don't know. He's got that thing around his neck that glows. Either way.
He's got a choker on, you're saying?
Yes, he does.
Hank G
it's
wears
really
a
nice.
choker.
Hank G wears a choker. Not what you expect it to be either.
I don't even want to start this conversation. God help me.
He also wears a garter belt, but that one you can't see when you wear shorts.
Fantastic. All right, 2 seconds till the unpause comes in, and it can't be quick enough to save me from what I was probably about to say. So, HellRaisers full buy, good money, everything's looking nice and spicy. Whoa, what are they get? What is this? What is this?
You asked for spicy, Lauren.
I love it. Just it's like small nuances. I guess they know they're going to be on a bit of a crappy buy, so they're maybe expecting that mid-aggression. Maybe try and push somewhere, and they have, but they push towards Palace, not towards middle. So it was actually quite a nice idea from it, but the pick still goes over towards HellRaisers. That's going to alleviate a lot of what maybe Na'Vi could have achieved there, especially considering I'm pretty sure C's was one of the players who had a UMP.
Yeah, I think he was trying to play through underpass there. I think that's where Dead Fox may have caught him. Either way, that's bad news for Na'Vi to lose that one earlier on the round. And yeah, true to form, this is the second time we've actually seen Na'Vi put 2 players in towards Palace. They'll stay there. They've actually got Edward watching towards the spawn route and Flamey watching towards the balconies. So they're not going anywhere. This is some back-to-back level stuff. And we'll see if it's going to be enough. Edward has a 5-7. HellRaisers playing this slowly. The off angle was there for Edward, but he's able to correct, and that's Bonnick. He finds yet another one. Na'Vi now starting to sink. Can't really keep themselves afloat when HellRaisers are keeping the pressure up like this. It's crazy. But Simple has a UMP. It's a long way from the action, though. It's only he's the only one with the kit as well. There's no chance to win this round.
There's so much utility left on HellRaisers. This would need like one of those hero individual moments from one of these 2 players, either Guardian or Simple. Both very able to do it, but you look at the situation.
The spirit is willing, but the body is weak, Lauren.
Something along those lines.
And so is the Deagle in some cases. Probably not the ideal retake weapon. We'll see. Guardian tried it. Yeah, trying to do something. We'll never know. And now Simple on his own. He has a kit, but he doesn't really have the time. Does he want to back away? He's probably worrying about getting caught via mid-room. You're smoking the bomb. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. All he really did in that round was contribute to global warming, but that's fine. 14-8. HellRaisers had the weapons. This is where Na'Vi can buy up maybe a double AWP on the CT side. Okay, I like it. Something's got to change, and this might just be the tickets.
Double up. All right. Bondic. What is this smoke? Is this the window smoke? Yeah, this should drop in towards mid window. You run forward until you hit the fence. And it should drop in now. There is. Look at that shot. Who's observing? Is that Pat or Rush? I don't know.
Probably Pat.
Yeah, Pat, probably. She's diligent.
She's all that.
But yeah, so
she
far,
is all that.
Yeah, so far good stuff. HellRaisers getting a little bit of mid control. Probably going to have to battle it out a little bit. There are still players closest by. You got Flamey up towards Ladderum. I think it's Edward up on short. They're not letting them take full mid control, but you can see them vying for it. But HellRaisers aren't really tendering towards that much yet. You got the slow build up through underpass, clearing this one out. Molly goes towards short to push Edward off the angle. And here we go.
There is smoke there, Angel. Wants to flash himself through it. He's actually there with Sticko and Zero. And Guardian takes the first and the second down. Oh, there could be more to fall. And Guardian, you know he wants it. Waiting for the other player, but it was actually Simple with the other AWP. Chimes in, finds the kill, slowing the pace down. But Dead Fox somehow finds Simple. It's a 1v3 though. You don't often see him win these.
Oh,
and he just decides for the Molotov at the wrong moment.
And the bomb's surrounded completely and utterly. Cheeky little smoke over the top there. Trying it out. Don't know if it's going to work at this point. You've got 3 players all in one place. Surely you don't get this job done. 30 seconds. He's trying to bait out the shot, trying to bait out anything. There's one. There's a player just above him on the stairs as well. And it might be Edward just to hand out the execution. Maybe not. It's still a 1v2. Deadfox again, desperate for this bait. Toying with Guardian. You can't toy with a beast like that. 4 kills for Guardian that round. And a lifeline for NaVi.
And one of the things we see Guardian do so many times is take an excellent first shot, and his repositioning for the second and subsequent shots is always very good. He keeps himself safe, gives him the split second he needs to scope back in again and get ready to hold the angle, and then he lets rip. One of my favorite clips of him is playing inside checkers on Cash on that B site on CT. It was fantastic. I believe he got 4 in that case. It's what he does so well. And sometimes just committing more and more resources to a player like him is not the answer.
Oof. What is the answer for HellRaisers? Still okay on money. Weird smoke in mid. What was that? I don't think he meant it. I don't know
was
what
it towards connector or?
Kind of, but Seized could be having fun here. Here comes the B hit. Molly goes in. It actually goes down as well. I thought I might have gone into the smoke, but it's brilliant. Seized denies everything before it begins. 2 big kills there. Holds them up. The little pronax flash. Molly comes out back in return, but he's seen it all now. 3 players stuck here. They can abort. They can run off of this. It's still 1 minute and 10 seconds. And I would not want to be going to B if I was them.
Yeah, but they need to be quick. If they want to go to A, they need to make sure they're not running into something that's already been set up. Simple was on his way to B, expecting that it would be a full commitment, but now he's backing up. And Flamey will at least be able to spot this. Unlikely that he'll break the barrier at this stage. Probably just try and see if there's anyone playing up close. And Angel, you've got to be expecting a player in ladder room by this point. I don't terribly hate the idea of going to be, albeit via a different route. If you're HellRaisers, you still have 3 players, 35 seconds. That's the only concerning part here. They lost half a minute purely getting into position.
Flamey might be able to spot some of this as well. If he goes to the right side by that little bit of a check window, you can see it. He's definitely going to hear that. Angel somehow gets the better of him, though. That's a bit of a problem. Now, Simple's the one who can stop this before it fully starts. 15 seconds. Let's see how he plays this one out. There's 3 players about to just hammer it towards him.
You got to go. Simple looks close, finds the pick.
That's the bomb.
Guardian found the first one as well. It's the no-scope that gets it done. Sticko to fall. And there was a chance there. There was an opening for HellRaisers created by Angel in the middle of the map. But look at this play. You almost think he's going to go for that high peak. He's getting ready for any angle, and he judges it just so well.
Those shots from Simple, he does it so often as well. It's so hard to watch when you're seeing the opponent having to suffer from what he can do damage-wise. So many moments that man can provide where he just hits those follow-up shots again so well. Somewhat different to Guardian in style, but they do get the same results.
Guardian plays some really nice close angle LARPing as well. I mean,
yeah.
I remember when he finished the map on train with that ridiculous no-scope up close. I mean, you can do it.
Yeah.
And if you watched a recent, was it a GIF retweeted or something of Simple practicing? He's playing the Uletical map, the aimbots map, and he's literally no-scoping everything from 20 paces. So he got like 6 in a row.
Just putting in the hours, why not?
Nice. Yeah, I mean, if you want to play like Simple, you got to train like Simple, I believe was the caption. Attack pause here for HellRaisers. They realize they're so close. They still have a lot of money, but this is the last round. After this, they're going to be heading over towards pistols. They're going to have to behave themselves.
Hey, let's not ever write out how much impact a double AWP can have. We see that Fnatic seem like 2 different teams. There's the Fnatic when they can afford 2 AWPs, and the Fnatic when they can't. It could be we either win a game very drastically or we can lose a game very drastically. It's something that can change so much. Now, we haven't seen NaVi running it as much as they used to, it seems. Like maybe they moved a little away from it. We started becoming a little bit of a question. In fact, like, do we like them running double AWPs
we
all the
asked
time?
it so much because we were very excited about the prospect of Simple LARPing in this team.
Yep.
And then we found out that was confirmed by Simple himself on his streams. So, like, I'm actually going to be the secondary AWPer in this team. Like, okay, fine. Hopefully there's a lot of double AWP play. That's kind of what you hope when, at least at that time anyway, when we were following the whole transfer of Simple to NaVi and wondering what kind of role he was going to take on. This is a very different role than he had in Liquid, it's safe to say. But still, this double AWP, by and large, is paying off really nicely now for NaVi.
Okay, so let's look at the start. It looks like we're going to see the mid-window smoke from Bondik again. This is it, going through. That'll be fine. Now Sticko and Deadfox do the flashes back-to-back. Allows them to play out from this. And again, vying for early mid-control, but that's not what NaVi are playing for. Bearing in mind, they do have the double AWP, so it'd play well towards it. NaVi's still playing kind of, you've got Simple over by A, playing quite passive. They're almost giving them A, almost, and then playing on the retake of it. The only man who stops the initial hit, I guess, really is Simple at this point, playing up on the balcony on the toll booth area. He's got no one towards jungle. Guardian can be there, but he's also got to care for window. He's got to care for just about everywhere else. So it's a little tough here, but HellRaisers may be falling into somewhat of an A-hit here. Eldred's not actually quite on short at the moment, so they might have safe passage after that part, but beyond that, it all gets a bit rocky, and this is why Simple waits on the other side.
Is Guardian going to flash himself through the smoke? Oh, I think he went for that one, but Simple managed to find Sticker to start things off. Now this double AWP comes into play. Like Surgeon Scalpels, they're going to apply themselves to this A side and try and dig HellRaisers out. And so far, it's only been AWP kill. Zero somehow survives that one. I'm not sure how, but Guardian is getting kill after kill. 3 for him in the round. And what do you do about these double AWPs? HellRaisers now have no money to work with, so they don't even get to test any theory they might have in the next round. 4 kills across AWPs for NaVi.
Only Flamey to be able to chime in with the rifle to finish that one off. And there's still money.
I got some money
on HellRaisers, but generally you fall back to sight hits. Direct sight hits. You don't go past mid, don't collect anything, just go straight towards the site. And that's probably why we're seeing such a way more attentive play towards B from Edward. He's kind of fallen off of short, playing actively towards it, maybe expecting that to be the next answer. And this is exactly it again. 3 players towards B because they think this is the logical step for HellRaisers to go to. And actually, they're not doing it again. They're trying something different. It does mean you're still going to have to try and get past Simple. If you play out of Palace like this, they're still going to have to handle that. Now, they've fallen off of B because it wasn't just that direct hit. You've got them kind of dispersing throughout the map. Edward now more just basically towards short. Nades coming in. And we'll see how they try and sell this one.
They really have put Simple in charge of this A site at the moment. So it needs to be quick. Dead Fox is actually AWPing from Palace here. The first pick could really open the side up. Flamey also just took his charge peeking out from jungle. Molotov's up in apartments. Oh, Sticko. Hate to see it happen. He had 1 health left and 0 response. He gets the kill. He finally goes down, and that's the trade. That's the entry over on towards his side. No! Flamey can't find that kill. That might make things a heck of a lot harder here for NaVi. And with 1 player, you have to believe that's true at this stage.
An easy Edward 1v3. Sticko 1 HP, Angel 17, Dead Fox sitting pretty on 100. Edward fluffs the movement, doesn't go for it.
And take 2. No.
Nice.
Angel's there now.
Keep the AWP, and CT becomes the issue. Dead Fox takes the fight. And it played out well, that strategy in the end for HellRaisers. A little worried, but nicely done. Selling it on B. You can see the rotate. Guardian having to get over towards B. And, oh, God, what a way to die. Guardian, this man. Oh,
I can't believe we didn't see that first. Yeah, that's ridiculous. I mean, you never expect to see that happening.
How are you meant to ever, like, anti-strat that sort of thing? You know what I mean? Like, how'd you get around
him just going stupid with AWPs? No,
yeah.
you don't. You just don't. It is match point, though, ladies and gentlemen. And HellRaisers have everything that they need to win this round. C's can only afford himself a CZ at this stage. That's troubling.
Dead Fox actively looking towards the C's. He's been playing this spot quite regularly. He's smoked out, though. Dead Fox needs to back off from that. Nothing you can really do once that comes in. There's the boost again in mid. You can see the foot just above. That's Angels. Just wait and see if there's that mid aggression. We haven't really seen it from NaVi. Again, maybe just thinking, okay, they're kind of out of money, they're running low on money, let's, just in case they try something. Not a bad idea. Seized is slowly working up through B. This might give a wrong idea that he's got this far, but he should be aware this could be a possibility. Dead Fox walks in, and he gets the shot delivered. Perfect work from him. Now it's a 5v4, though. How did NaVi play this one out? Edward could be in such a bad position if he gets caught out here from either side. 2 players up short, 2 through Palace. There's so many angles to be worried about now. Edward has to back towards site. Again, kind of being corralled around by HellRaisers here.
Yeah, we wanted a HellRaisers execution. We might have just got it for ourselves. Sticko with 2 on the entry. And this is looking bad. It's looking really bad for NaVi now. And even Guardian can't turn it around. It's got to be Flamey to deliver in a 1v4 situation with half of his health remaining. No grenades to be salvaged from the corpses on his way in. He needs to do it with nothing but the weapon. Good start. He took no damage from Sticko. Half a clip remains, but God, it's going to be hard for him to even get to this side. That Molotov is a problem, but he finds his second. Baby steps for Flamey. They're obviously out in the open. Good little pre-fire from Flamey, but it takes a bit too much damage now. But 2 points of health. This is going to be a Herculean task to try and achieve. Bit of a tickle on the bomb. Going to force some play. 8 bullets left, though. He doesn't even have time to reload and get the second player. Oh, it's all but over. It is Bondic to find him. Comes around the backside. Prevents any chance of defuse. And HellRaisers split this series with NaVi. It was talked about, Lauren, off stream, that HellRaisers have been beating some quality opponents. And now I get to see it for ourselves here.
Yeah, it was really impressive. Mirage seemed like night and day to Inferno. I was a little worried that maybe Inferno have bled through into their minds, continued in the back there, but they really worked it out. After such a good start for NaVi too, they went off on that big run. It was recovered, and well, credit to HellRaisers there. They fought tooth and nail for that.
Great recovery, and for HellRaisers, these are the things that they have to do if they're going to beat these top quality teams. Great second half from them, and now let's head over to the desk and have their take on the match that was.
Not too shabby. HellRaisers bounced back, a good win for them. A rough second half for NaVi. I think they were up 7-1 at some point, and they almost get blanked in that second half. This CT side of Mirage for NaVi has been causing them troubles for some time now.
Yeah, absolutely. After going 7 up as well, for okay, Inferno was bad for HellRaisers. Looks like it's more of the same as what I kind of speculated going into this one. Started off exactly like that. It looked like HellRaisers, they had some mismanagement in terms of their economy to kick things off. We were kind of discussing on the desk saying it was weird that Dead Fox couldn't get himself an AWP for so long, considering he had such a poor game in Inferno as well. Comes onto Mirage, just has a FAMAS in the first gun round. It looks really poor for them overall. But then they get a few rounds on the board. They actually got, like, I think it was 6 in a row, and they had a decent half. They finished 8-7 from that amazing 3-on-1 at Guardian to finish off the first half. And then for some reason, NaVi just can't get on the board whatsoever in that second half. It's not till the dying sectors when it gets to a match point.
I think I got the 14-8 before
yeah,
they
right. And they start getting something together. At that point, it's just too little, too late. And they make some interesting rounds there. They kind of bring it back to a convincing scoreline. But HellRaisers, they looked like the better team there after the first 8 rounds.
Yeah, I think in the first 7 rounds of NaVi as well, they had 2 bailout rounds. Simple won that 2v1. And was it Edward or Guardian also won a clutch? You know, so that kind of helps. I think one of them was a reset round as well, which gave them more of a buffer. On that CT side, yeah, the double ops were pretty good. You know, they got some action going, Guardian with some highlight frags and stuff, and it seemed to work, but it was too little too late by then, and HellRaisers just had to close it out.
Should they have switched that earlier, or was it too little too late because they just didn't have the money for it earlier?
Obviously.
It's difficult to bring out a double op setup straight away, right? Like, especially when you don't get any rounds, you're 7-0 down yourself. Obviously, you're doing a lot of force buys there and trying to get the M4s out. Just you're trying to get something together. So when you start winning rounds, you can actually get the double ops out and actually do something with it. Once they did that, it was very good for them. But like we said, it was already a bit too late at that point, very close to losing the game, and it was just about a matter of one mistake or one clutch going against them before it all fell apart. And yeah, credit to players like Sticker as well. What an amazing half he had there towards the end. It was actually very impressive.
That clutch he won, that was nuts. That
very
1B.
Good. Yep, very nice.
One tap.
Not too shabby, yeah. So nicely done from HellRaisers. They do bounce back. They go 1 for 1 in the evening. When we return, we'll get some Mouse Sports action. So stay tuned. We'll be right back.
I can't understand people watching somebody play a computer game.
It's still not a sport.
It shouldn't be on a sports network.
But I don't know if athlete is the right word.
this is your chance to actually make it into the Pro League, be a professional Counter-Strike player.
That's the thing that Mountain Dew League provides.
Kingwin, you know what? If anybody has a shot at 2-0, it's Kingwin. Beautiful Counter-Strike. You usually only see that into the professional level of things.
We are one of the youngest team in top 20. Many teams can underestimate us, and we can surprise them with our tactics, show our Polish power.
You're in!
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
Counter-Strike is sharing incredible moments with us and will return to a memorable place. Get your tickets now at proleague.com/Dallas.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
Thank you for joining me, ladies and gentlemen, back here in my little corner. Our next match for the night is going to be Mouse Sports up against Heroic. And as I mentioned earlier on in the show, it's been a little bit of a tough run for Mouse Sports thus far. This weekend, they failed to make it into DreamHack via the qualifiers, but this isn't the first time this month that's happened. This happened earlier on in the month for their Star Ladder qualifiers, and they won't be featuring at that particular event in a week's time. If you think you've got what it takes and your team does to take these particular spots away from teams like Mouse Sports, then try your luck and skill over in the Mountain Dew League. The Mountain Dew League is giving amateurs a direct path into the ESL Pro League. To find out all the details on that, you can head over to esea.net/NDL for all your details. And of course, we've just seen Mirage, but now it's time to get Rush to show us how to do it like a pro.
Hey Future Pros! Today we have a nice and simple smoke for mid-window. This smoke is very handy if you get stuck behind the mid boxes against an AWPer. This smoke should anger the AWPer immensely, so watch out for him rage peeking from connector. For this smoke you will need to be behind the mid boxes. Crouch down in this corner and aim at the corner of this box. Then just let the smoke soar for around 3 minutes and you should have a perfect mid-window smoke. Good luck!
Another, what we're calling here at the desk, semi-decent pro tip. There are some weird things with that smoke you want to be careful of. Chad, do you want to fill us in on anything?
If you do it wrong, it can land too deep, and then the AWPer can actually use it as a one-way and a shroud of cover for him to take shots, raging and
That's
dissipating.
why, if I play Mirage and Rush, it all goes wrong.
Chad's going to have a new video feature called You Never Go Too Deep. It's going to be all about smokes. Anyways, Mouz Sports is taking on Heroic tonight. That's what we have coming up next. That's going to be, I mean, that we did highlight, Mitch did in that segment, some of the struggles Mouz Sports has been having. Really, I mean, what it kind of started out as a great start to the season. I mean, they're still not bad. They're still in the top 6. I think they're 3rd seed, but they have dropped out, and I mean, they're just not looking as strong as the season started. So, I mean, this team, are we still feeling good about them, or is this kind of like the beginning of the downfall?
Well, the thing was that they did well against the Danes early on for Mouz Sports, right? They did well against Astralis. I think they might have I think they split it 1-1 against them, and they did well against Heroic as well. No, it was North, excuse me, they 2-0'd. So everyone looked at that and went, that's kind of impressive. The other results were, I guess, more as to what you'd expect to be seeing. They did manage to lose out to Virtus Pro Online. It started to fall apart as of late, I guess. But beyond that, it was this good start that everyone was impressed with, NIP being swept under the rug. But then again, NIP weren't great at the start of the season either. It kind of all started to make sense. So they played a couple of opponents that weren't in prime form into the same sort of category as you'd expect. But still, all in all, they did have a good run at the start.
Yeah, no, we are going to get on to Heroic as well. And I mean, we're just going to get right into it because we're going to come up towards match time. We're running out a little bit of time. I know you have a clip of them taking, doing some fun things in the lower bomb side on Nuke.
Yeah, you know, a lot of people do these wall of smokes outside and they get that lower control, but a lot of teams don't take it as well as what Heroic do. They get a lot of real estate when they do this before they get the bomb down. They're not just rushing into the bomb site to get control of this window room with numbers. There's 3 of them there right now. Snappy using his utility to cover off what I like to call Megaton. You've got other players. So Valdi has the vent rotation completely cut off. Snappy's gone and cleared. He's got Megaton covered. The bomb can go down. Yugi has this little decon door covered, and everything's basically covered by Heroic before they worry about planting that bomb. It's just about making sure, and Modi on the lurk is even better. So if you go into that lower bomb site, you need to make sure you clear all the doorways, all the corridors before you get that plant, because the last thing you need is a sneaky CT popping out and taking heads.
And it can obviously be tricky doing that because you have to use a lot of utility to even get in position to be able to take that lower bomb site. So you need to be very, very careful how you use all those smokes.
Precisely, Jason.
Yeah. Why Megaton? Is that because of the missile that used to be there?
No, it's Megaton because of Spawn's brother, wasn't it? He had an awesome Deagle clip from there. He had like a clutch in the movie Clutch 2, I believe. Check it out on YouTube. 1.6 greatness. Best game ever.
Yes, best game ever. Heroic is going to be their opponents, and these guys, I mean, there's a lot of talk. These Danish in-game leaders. Snappy is another one that's gaining a lot of respect. We have a different Nico, and then Valdi obviously is going to be a big star. Is the kind of the rising star in Denmark, who a lot of people just look at and say this is another incredibly talented player, who is just kind of relegated to the 3rd best team in the country just because everyone else is so good as well.
Yeah, I think this match has got a bit of disparity to it. Mouz Sports haven't been exactly proficient on Nuke as of late. It's probably been one of their toughest matches, or at least maps, whereas Heroic are actually incredibly strong. It's one of their most played on it, still have a decent win rate on it. They do it against good teams. So I think that the Mouz Sports spiral might become apparent, at least on this map. They could recover on the other, but I think you probably should see Heroic with quite a strong standing on this.
It was last week they played Virtus Pro, and they hadn't lost a map this season outside of Nuke until VP. VP was the only team that beat them on a map that wasn't Nuke. So even when they had this good run of form, yeah, they were very much a weak team on Nuke.
They've lost 4 maps and 3 of them have been Nuke.
Yeah, that is an easier way to put it.
3 of them have been.
It makes me wonder why they leave it in there. Because can't you just straight ban other maps, like in the
We
veto
won't
process?
get into the veto system, Lauren. It's too difficult. The
Have they
mind
actually
boggles.
explained it to you yet in full?
Yes. But
don't go into it. We don't have time for this.
We don't have time.
I can see you stressing out as we go. Another person who was stressed out earlier today was Sadicus playing Witcher 3, which is very confusing. I don't know how you can get stressed out playing that, but take it away, Matt and Henry.
I mean, if you played real video games and understood real skill, you'd understand what frustration was. But you seem frustrated because you've already lost your hair, or at least pulled it all out.
Back to the hair.
Always will.
Well, we have a good game for you coming up here. Mousesports with Heroic. Heroic definitely on the ascendant right now. Great showing in Katowice. Getting to the semi-finals no less as well. That was quite a good showing after winning their group. Mousesports also doing all right after losing Nico. I don't think anyone really expected that. So this could be a decent game coming up.
Could be.
Got to help me out a bit, Matt.
I don't think it will be.
Okay, fair
I
enough.
think both teams are actually. I think Heroic, yeah, they had a decent run of form in Katowice, but I think it was a one-off. I don't expect that to be something we see from them regularly, and I think Mousesports are just waiting to die at this point. No offense. I think I'm encouraged. I'm excited. I think Oscar's playing like he should be. I think Dennis has a little bit more freedom. I hope it continues, but yeah. I can't imagine. With the schedule they've got coming up, they finally hit the point of the season where other teams are hitting a form now that they're getting used to their new lineups. And well, I mean, they themselves are doing the same, but everyone else is that they play is in a position that I think they're the underdog in just about every game they've got left.
Well, we'll see. They still are contention for the finals. They were
this game is one they could win.
Yeah,
this is the VP they had, and then I think they have NaVi next week or someone along those lines. But this is a game they must win in my opinion. Mousesports.
Difficult map against Heroic as well. Nuke, they're very good on Danish teams in general. Are very good on this map. So this should be quite an interesting one. I'm not really sure what Mousesports present on Nuke. I can't really recall many games they've played on it. But let's get into it, shall we? Heroic on the T side here. It's going to be Yugi with the Tech 9 and body armor. Like we said, a lot of teams like to do upper rushes here, especially that Superman setup. They won't be doing that just yet. Little decoy towards ramp to kick things off there. That gives away the Tech 9, and we'll see whether they go for anything faster. Nothing towards outside for now, and Oscar wide to receive towards the hub position. Flashbang coming out, and it'll be the execution.
Big misses. Headshot was there, missed twice, and then got taken down. Yugi's got the shot on Oscar, though. That'll allow them inside of the upper site. Again, Oscar should have at least gotten one in that position, but bomb being planted. Chris has to sit back. Dennis double checks to make sure no one else is outside, and he can start to focus his attention inward, and this will be the start of the retake. Nade bounces off the hut, goes toward the vent, does do decent damage on toward Madi, but it only takes him down to 59, so he'll still be able to fight on in the pistol round as Dennis sneaks by, spots one inside of the hut, or rather, excuse me, the squeaky position, which is enough for Lowell to act upon Valda, but he's going to hold this. 10 seconds in a 3 versus 3. Okay, he's got to get off it now because he hears them in hut. No one able to watch. It does find the first kill. Looks upper. That's where they've lost ground, and Snappy's able to take him down. It's all onto Lowell.
Not really much Lowell can do here with no kit. He might get both the kills, but that's not going to happen either. He'll save his 5-7, probably the best move to make at this point. The round was unwinnable. Came down to that 10-second defuse, which is ambitious to say the least. 3 terrorists remaining. You go for that. You've got a lot of trust in your teammates. Didn't really work out for Mousesports there. Oscar, like you said, missing some opening shots towards the hut. If he nails that first kill, maybe they've got a real chance of winning that round. It didn't come in, and here comes the force buy from Mousesports. Chris J picks up the scout, of course, at one point. Renowned as one of the best scout players in the entire planet. So we'll see whether he can...
Yeah, I think that's back in the days of the jump scout, but he's still definitely proficient on the weapon. Hopefully still just as good or somewhat close.
Yeah, like it's not as an impactful weapon as it was. Like you said, that the jumping was ridiculous and some players really were good at that. But let's see whether Chris can open things up. There's a nice little tag. Doesn't get the kill quite yet, but he does take Yugi down to 30 HP, and he gets Nico as well with a headshot. So living up to the task, gets 1 kill and a half as well. And it's down to a 4-4.
Kill and a half? I'll take it.
Yeah.
Apple and a Geno.
What's a Geno?
Don't worry, everyone in Canada knows what I'm talking about.
Fair enough.
What's an apple?
It's a piece of fruit.
It's an assist, and a Geno is a goal.
Oh, okay. So it's a hockey thing?
Yes.
Right.
Madi starts to work in toward ramp. No one occupying that ground on the Mousesports side. Chris J's gone down. Did manage the 1 kill, but Dennis now has the scout to wield. Gives it to him with a deagle as well, so even if he hits a body shot, that'll do. That didn't quite catch it. Did he? I think he actually did. I take it back.
No, that was at the beginning. That was the 1.5.
Okay, that's what I thought. Okay, I was going to say, I didn't think that landed, but I saw 31, and Yugi was the one up close. But it is still Madi that's down below. They forced the rotations acquired. Smoke off for Speedy. Sits with CZ, taps it. Ooh, he's got the lineup correct, you know. Does hit Snappy for Amir, 23 HP. That'll allow the bomb to go down, though, and they'll cover it off from Toxic. Dark spot as well. And pretty easy to find Oscar when he gets toward the control room. Lowell will do what he can here. Economic damage is sufficient enough because winning this round with a kid on Lowell, mind you, doesn't look likely. He does have armor. I'll give him that.
Yeah, well, he has got the kit, but 2 T's to find in decent positions here. Lau should be completely locked out of this defuse. The bomb's in a horrible position as well. Picks up an AK, trying to just keep it alive as long as possible. If he does stay alive and the bomb goes off and he sees them down with him, that doesn't happen. Modi finds the kill. There it is, the 2-0 comes to Heroic. That was the force buy from Mouse Sports. They got a little bit close there with the scout kills and tags from Chris J. They get down towards lower. It's a 2 versus 1. Not really much you can do about the kit at that point. It should be the full eco now for Mouse Sports. So USPs, maybe a couple of PT50s here or there. Lau's got a little bit of extra cash. He gets a scout out, in fact. So, okay, interesting. I think that's maybe spending a little bit too much cash, in my opinion, but he's got another $750. Okay, Lau, you're feeling brave. Got a 5-7 as well.
Yeah, why not? Chris trying to see through the smoke, won't be able to do so. Meanwhile, though, Madi, snappy to lead the way, is going to head in toward ramp. They've already pushed Speedy back.
Ooh, that hit.
That one certainly did. And that's Madi on an AK as well. It's not snappy. He's got the Mac 10. Does find Speedy with it. Chris, the slightest pixel gap is what he's trying to work with. Ambitious. Do you trust Chris's reflexes?
Not with that angle. Would be
That's like impossible. That's a pre-fire angle. But it is Chris J.
Well, unfortunately, we did say Lau going to this round left himself with $750, so he's not going to have an awful lot to work with going to the next one. He'll be able to get maybe an M4 body armor, but that's about it. Dennis here trying to find a frag. He will indeed pick it up. That's Snappy going down, gives away a Mac 10. Not going to be keeping it, though. It's just up to Chris J now. 4 versus 1, scout in hand. He might want to take them to the gun round and hope for the best going forward. I don't think he can get the AWP out, so let's see whether he can hold on to this weapon. Like we said, very good scout player, very proficient with this weapon. Maybe just play towards heaven, not challenge too much, just trying to get those smokes and maybe get a couple of tags as they're going towards secret. But 4 players will survive for Heroic here, and it will be 3-0. Like we said, Lau's money is low, $3,000 for him. He has to go UMP, doesn't really have a choice at this point. So there it is, it comes in. So 2 UMPs, 2 M4s and a scout. Not the best first gun round here for Mouse Sports.
Nah, it's the best. They're going to make it work, you watch.
Yeah, well, yeah, you always can, to be fair. But with the UMPs, I guess I always underestimate them in the buys.
Yeah. It's ridiculous what they can do.
Yeah, traditionally that should be an awful buy.
It's the scout that's the weakest link, to be fair, when you consider it all. Ooh, see, there you go. UMP finds one already, takes down Yugi, but it's a fast play toward Squeaky. Lowell's got another kill in the UMP. In fact, the UMPs have done all the damage. The scout goes down in Chris J's hands, but they're only down a man. It's the only gun that did not get a kill. M4 certainly will. Flashing himself in, though. Dennis didn't give him much information to work with. Shot down the line in the middle, but there was 2 on either side. He didn't spot either, and now Speedy's got it back to a 1-on-1. However, bomb not planted. He's got a reasonable chance in this. Both are low.
Yeah, but he's lost track of Modi at this point, so the pressure's certainly on him.
That sucks. Oh, I thought that was actually going to go right down the rabbit hole.
Can you imagine?
I thought it was going to go right down.
Yeah.
But now he knows for sure he's not heaven. This is even smarter for Modi, but if he plants lower, he's rotating ramp.
No, this is good, though. If he
Speedy's going to read it.
He still doesn't know whether it's lower or not. He won't be able to see the bomb when he comes out, right? He'll have to be second-guessing himself. This is a really difficult call now. He has no idea where it is.
I think at this point he hears. But I think directional sound would give it away at this point, because obviously he'd hear it above you, too. So Speedy's going to look forward. He'll see the bomb now. But Madi's been smart to get away. I thought Speedy's timing was going to put himself on. He's going to hold 10 seconds. Madi's got to check this. He will. Surely there's about 4 left on the defuse, I think. A kit may have done it. 4 or 5. I was trying to count, but Madi gets it.
Let's be real, though. That's the only round. That's the only way Speedy can win this round, right? Because he has no idea what Madi is. There's about 10 different options, right? His best bet, go for the full defuse and hope you phase him out so much he thinks he counts to 5 and thinks he doesn't phase, and he thinks you're not going for it anymore. He doesn't account for you don't have a defuse kit. But Madi reads him very nicely, comes in for the easy frag, and he had such a huge advantage there. As soon as he kind of worked out, okay, probably wasn't have the kit. They were forced by after those horrible decisions with the economics in the early stages. Very well played by Modi, great awareness. It's going to be another partial buy from Mouse Sports now. 4-0. And we go towards outside, a bit of aggression towards ramp as well. Dennis will be using that CZ and Oscar, narrowly missing out on a headshot there. And he'll be rotating towards the vents.
Snappy, trying to be quick with the Mac 10, does get Speedy down. He was too snappy for Speedy.
I knew you were going to take that somewhere, and you always deliver.
It's a pretty obvious one, I think. Lowell's going to get Molotov'd off and head back on to the higher. The Heil? From Lowell to Heil? We'll go with a bunch of them, Henry. Let's just force them all in. Just crowbar everything, including ourselves in the face.
All right,
Half-Life 1 style.
Could you do that Half-Life 1?
Yeah, crowbar was like the first weapon you got.
Well, I mean, can you crowbar yourself in the face?
No, that'd be amazing.
All right, that's what I meant.
Take that, Gordon Freeman.
Yeah. Well, 5 players surviving here for Heroic. Very fast outside take. The Deagles trying to do the damage they could as the smokes were down, but clean round overall for Heroic. It will be 5-0 here on the T-side of Nuke. It's not the worst thing in the world, all things considered. It's not like a CT-sided map, like off the scale anymore like it used to be. But Raul and Dennis trying to get some exit frags here towards the ramp room. Dennis hoping his teammate can bait him in slightly. We'll see whether anything works for them here. I don't think any terrorists coming towards him whatsoever, so that's not going to be happening. It's a 5-0. Clean as you like, but maximum loss bonus from Mousesports now. Should be good at the AWP out, you'd imagine. Here it is, 7k for Chris J. Another UMP for Oscar, though. That's a bit of a shame for him. So, interesting enough, it's Chris J who's going for that main AWP role. You'd assume it'd be Oscar, right? But I guess they depend on the map and who's feeling more comfortable on the day. Like, Chris J, obviously a very proficient AWP himself, but Oscar, you'd assume he's like the superstar AWP of this team, right? But it seems on this one, it will be Chris J going forward. He'll be heading outside, of course. There's actually going to be 3 players, maybe 2 going towards main entrance. We'll see whether Chris J goes aggressive here at the start. Smokes down, seeing if any players jump into his crosshair. There are a few waiting towards outside. No one's in silo just yet. Surely be deploying the smokes.
Did you know that originally they wanted Gordon Freeman to voice, or to be voiced by Morgan Freeman?
I didn't know that.
Because they're actually cousins.
Okay. Who's cousin? The fictional character Morgan Freeman?
Yes.
Right.
They wanted Morgan to voice his cousin.
Okay.
I mean, you know, like, yeah. You know what I mean. They tried. Would have been too epic.
Well, Speedy does get the first kill. That's towards outside on Modi as well. So an advantage finally from Mousesports. Is Oscar going to give it away? That's a questionable position. The range in the UMP doesn't lend itself to that sort of angle. I would say put yourself in the hut, sure, get close range, and if anyone commits towards hut, you get the kill. But him challenging an AK at that point, he hits 1 bullet. That's onto Yugi. Does about 20 damage. It's not really worth it, in my opinion. It's going to be a 4-on-4. The advantage back towards the T's, and they will commit towards the side. Lau stepping up, though, gets the first frag. Cannot find 2. It's up to Dennis now to hold the line, and he can't do it. Down to a 2-on-2. Chris J, though, brings it back in their favor once again. Yugi up against Chris and Speedy.
Yugi to go for the plant, but taps. This will force Speedy. Oh, to look, but he thinks he's not coming. Goes back to the ball. Missed perhaps an opportunity to take Speedy down, walking out from the vents. Yugi has to make a play. 1 versus 2. 23 seconds as well to work with. Flash out toward the annex and down the vents he goes. He's going to try and beat them there. Molotov behind him. That'll disallow the rotation in, but he's taken to the wide side for the plant and the ramp. No peek yet. Chris J was there. Knows where the bomb is gone. I think he shoulder peeked him all the way through. Did. Goes back for more.
Yep, a little bit rough there, but Chris J manages to pick it up. Good awareness from him. And as soon as he got Molotov out of the position and they saw the flash towards main entrance as well, he gets towards ramp and just pinces him in. His teammate can't join him, but he's got such a safe position there, especially the AWP watching him wherever he may go. And into the water once again is the remaining T. But that wasn't the cleanest of rounds for Mousesports yet. It's still going to have a rough reinvestment into this one. They can balance the books with some drops, but you can see it's a pretty much full investment. So Speedy, Oscar, and Chris J down to 0 cash. They lose this round. It's almost certainly give you a double eco going forward. So this is what really matters now. They need to start stringing rounds together. Lose this one, they're going to have such a huge deficit. So this has to be a win for Mousesports here. They have the full buy and the AWP as well. No up on the T side, and we'll see what they present as we go into round number 7 here.
Chris, tight angle to play, looking try and get some information outer. As that transpires, it's Oscar that wants to hold off the smoke at inner. Meanwhile, Nico's still playing in this game, despite Mousesports having lost Tim Henry, the other Nico.
That's true.
There is too many Nicos in the scene. I think it should be forbidden for players to use that name moving forward.
Yeah, you should set up a petition for that.
It's like numbers. You know, if there's only one number 99, you can't have it.
Chris J now going to be challenged by Modi. Oh, this is such a difficult duel. It should be Modi getting the advantage here, but Chris J, you feel like he's going to hit a shot. He actually does as well. So that's enough for him. Considering he got put in the corner like that, he was done for. The fact he gets 1 kill is enough. Dennis will be chiming in as well, like we said, returning to decent form here. And Lau up against it, and the Flames finds a kill as well. It's going to be a 3-on-2 advantage for Mousesports at this point. Dennis in a decent position towards outside, but Yugi has got top of heaven. 40 seconds remaining as well. It's up to him and Nico to try and find something here, and a bit of space found by Nico as he takes down Dennis. 2-on-2 comes in.
2-on-2 comes in, and both will be playing it from heaven position. Good shot, Nico, to start it off. It's Oscar to hold both. Low HP.
Oh, it's so
just committed to the site. 1 shot enough on both, but he can't land the last bullet. If he had and got down to the 1-on-1, he would have had a real chance at it, but Mousesports going to get reset as well. They stand on the desk. Of their 4 losses, 3 are on Nuke. Why do they not blind veto
It's crazy, right?
It's, yeah, ridiculous.
It's mad. They're getting so many wins. They keep losing on this particular map. Why does he keep coming in?
Get rid of it. And you're going to lose Pro League finals because of this.
As we said as well, this was a harsh reset for them as well. That round had to be won. The clutch didn't work out for them, and it is going to be a horrible reset. I haven't got the stats on my screen, but I think they're around the 2K, 3K mark each player. They force into this. It's going to be a nightmare going forward. We'll see what they end up with here. It is paused. His Yugi stats, he's on 8-4. I have to say, Nico gets a 4K in that round as well. We were particularly impressed with him at Katowice.
Yeah, with a deagle.
Yeah, his train inside holds, solo holds are very, very good indeed. He wasn't on players on my radar at all. Obviously, there's another Danish Nico who's played for Dignitas. This is another guy. So don't get confused there. But it's the first time I really watched him properly, and he was fantastic. I saw Devout about it as well. And he thought Nico was very good at that event, but that's about 60% of what he can do, of what he's seen he's been capable of when they're playing in boot camps and stuff like that. So there's definitely more to come from this guy. Like the Danish scene are very excited about him. And it is going to be 6-1 for Heroic. Mouse Sports now. We'll take a tactical pause. Really good chance to do it. Kind of recalculate and work out what's going on here after taking such a huge battering in that round as well. They had to win that one after picking up the first round on the board. Full reset means then you get $1,400 in this next round if you're not aware of how all the money works. Pretty much guarantees an eco. Or you know your double eco and you force into it with deagles, maybe some shotguns, UMPs, deagles, whatever, and you try and win around, you try and force it, you try and take a gamble there. But it still means you potentially might lose 3 rounds in total from doing that. So we'll see what they decide to do.
Yeah, like I said, this is a big double header, these 2 best-of-1s for them in this season in the context of things.
They have forced him out.
Yep. Well, I think it's the situation you mentioned.
Yeah.
They're near double eco territory, so they might as well go for all they can, go for broke. If they win it, fantastic. If they lose it, well, they're back to where essentially they would have been either way. It could weaken them, you know, for not 3 rounds down the line, but I can't quite see the money, so I'm not sure.
No. Well, it's a UMP. Dennis on the M4, the only player with a rifle here. Pistols in hand as well. Speedy, he knows he has to make something happen here. They're going towards ramp and the lobby. They get pretty much nothing for it. They get 1 kill. Dennis position given away. He should be dealt with momentarily. Suddenly is Vivada takes him down at 7-1. Only $900 is the next round. You can see that reflecting his scoreboard right now. Has to be full eco right now. They get 2,400 in the next round, so there is a buy available. I think they can just about get an AWP. Oh yeah, Dennis could just about buy one. Chris J can't. So this is a real rough situation going forward. So I don't think they can buy a single thing here. Like Dennis, he might have to drop an AWP, he'll have to go full eco as well. Lau gets a P250 and a bit more residual cash than his teammate. So it's 4 AKs for Heroic. Snappy on the Mac 10. He'll be trying to farm some cash here, throw himself into situations first. But this is almost guaranteed to be A1 at this point. There's almost no chance they can win this round unless something absolutely nuts happens with these silenced USPs. Molotov's outside, just eradicating some risk here. Don't really need to smoke to this point. You know they're going to be double eco. You can read the money yourself, obviously, as a top player. But here we go. Dennis might have a chance for a kill. Denied by Valda, though. But Oscar, he's got another chance. And there's some decent exchanges here. Lau with 2 from Secret, but I think that's all they'll get.
Yeah, that's all he gets. Down he goes. Pistols do nothing at all. 8-1 T-side Heroic. Haven't even really need to see the execution Chad talked about. The wall of smokes. They haven't needed to do anything, really.
Not yet.
I mean, to be fair, there was a couple close rounds in the first 5.
Yeah.
There was 2 1-on-1s, the Maudie, particularly. And I think a 2-on-1 and a 1-on-1 to be specific. But yeah, I mean, it's falling apart once the money breaks again, and that's exactly what happened.
Well, yeah, they go to this round with no kits. 1 player on an SMG. Upper rush coming in. Perfect call from Heroic, in my opinion. Going to try and find his first frag, but Oscar's on top of it. He's going to have some backup on Lowell as well. It's a bit of a bloodbath towards Squeaky Door. 3 kills coming in from Mouse Sports. Chris J should finish the job off here. He gets the kill on towards Nico, and Snappy's left with 7 HP. So the upper rush comes in. A decent incendiary was dropped as well to actually segregate the teams that come out the Squeaky Door. Very good job, and Mouse Sports might be able to build upon this now, keeping 4 players alive. It's actually a decent round coming in for once.
Well, that'll get them rolling.
It's something.
Oscar's still not going to be able to get onto his AWP.
No, and to be fair, the reinvestment of all the grenades are still in a difficult place. They need to start getting a couple of rounds together now. That was decent, 4 players surviving. He shut it down. Didn't have to come to a clutch at all, but you still only have 2 rounds on the board here. No AWP, like he said, but Yugi, he has got the AWP. He'll presume to go towards outside. This looks like back to more default mentality here. Get the smokes down towards outside. Maybe sell 1 player's gone down there or fully commit with 4. Pick either or. And they will be going with the latter, it seems. 3 players down towards Squeaky. Yugi staying outside. Comes up with this goal, very important. Oscar gets nothing for it. That's a poor position for him as well. He's got no options to fall back there. He has to get the frag. And it's really 50-50 at that point. I'd say the T has the advantage more than anything. He could have backup from his teammates. You've got nothing. He gets taken down, and Speedy, he's in window room, but it seems like they have some sort of awareness. They're not even committing. They're going back towards upper. Molly's getting towards heaven as well. They've had to force a rotation already, the CTs. This is actually looking pretty bleak already. And Yogi, he finds that shot from heaven. Watching from main entrance, I should say, that's round over in my opinion. How can they retake this site?
Yeah,
I think they have to save the
Chris,
3 weapons.
Yeah, they have to, because they're going to be in another reset situation. It's going to be 3 rounds this time, but Chris, he'll head back towards Secret. Speedy, make his way into the same stairwell and likely stay put. Goes a little bit too far, does Chris, though. Involved is waiting, knows the situation with the money, and deals with it accordingly.
Yeah, just Speedy remains. Very fast round there for Heroic. Pretty basic stuff. Outside smokes come in. Get the first frag. That's idyllic for them. They're thinking, okay, we've got a 5-on-4. Our smokes are still blooming outside. We forced the rotation down towards lower. Let's just force all in towards the upper area. There's going to be only 2 there tops. We've already got someone in towards heaven as well, and they've got that final kill. That's pretty brutal. 9-2. And it has to be another eco here, Matt. It might just be a force in again. I'd say you probably at this point, you ran over 12, you're 9-2 down. They need a miracle. So maybe Lau, 4K, he can get an M4 out. Oscar and Dennis get UMPs. Shotguns. I would give it the partial buy, more conservative approach. Maybe they're thinking, okay, boys, should just get 10-5. As Zeus comes with speed, he likes the Zeus, to be fair. We see him use it quite a lot. Not to great effect, but he likes to use it.
Yeah, I mean, why not? If in this situation you're 9-2 down, you might as well look for something to have fun with. You know, sometimes I just alt-tab and play Slither.
Yeah, why not?
It's usually better than CS in most cases. More clutch situations.
Yeah, more tactical.
Yeah, more trades as well. You bait someone into it.
Yeah. And more cheaters.
Yeah, Chad being one of them.
Not you, you'd never do that.
Nah, absolutely not.
Right.
Ridiculous. Ridiculous
5-on-3. And like we said, Mouse Sports, okay, taking the more conservative approach here, probably saying, okay, 10-5 is winnable. If they had forced into that, it could force another double eco situation. So the money wasn't too dire for them. They're going to be in an okay situation going forward. So Oscar's down to 6 HP. He's towards the upper bomb side. He's got the Deagle. Very good with that weapon. In a decent position to try and make something happen, but it's unlikely, to say the least. As we hit the 1-minute mark, bomb's still down in T-spawn. So Heroic just biding their time, not giving too much away here. Just making sure they keep all 5 alive, stick together, drop a smoke towards main entrance, probably smoke off towards heaven as well. Oscar might get 1 kill, but he should be taken down pretty quickly.
Oscar gets taken down more quickly than that. Quicker than that, I should say. And it's Volda to get another kill. All 5 stay alive. Heroic's going to have money for days. To be fair, they've got 2
amazing,
rounds.
but
Yeah,
like,
they've got 2 rounds, but you're into the half.
Around the 30, yeah, it's absolutely fine. Like, let's have a look at the Mass Sports fight. It's going to be more interesting, I guess. Okay, then. So Chris J gets the AWP. Like we said, it's interesting that Oscar isn't on AWPing duty right now. It's Chris J. But like we said, they're probably both very happy. Like, they've picked the maps they feel more comfortable on. Chris J probably said, okay, I actually really suits my style of AWPing, holding tight angles and flick shots. I'd like to bring that out. But UMP, once again, I can't remember around for them. They've had like a full array of rifles and the AWP. It's always been one compromise, and normally Oscar. But here we go, then 1 kit available for them. In terms of nades, they only have flashbangs left and 1 smoke. That's it. This is a real rough round for them going forward again. That's why Dennis has to go a bit aggro here. And he might find Snappy, to be fair. This is almost a guaranteed kill. Oh, God, to say, that's it was. Just they start moving, we have to pull the trigger, gets away with it, and a 5-on-4 comes in for Mouse Sports.
Decent position to be in. Oscar. SMG, we said it, not on the AWP. He's going to hold on the floor inside. Try and make haste while he can. Smoke goes down, though. That'll disallow him to move much, and Monty's going to face off with him, keep him occupied while the rest go towards Speedy. And Nico, a good shot's going to find him. Monty's going to get Oscar getting aggressive, trying to compensate for it, and it catches them off.
Yeah, an interesting decision there from Oscar, but might not be the end of the round for them so far. It's going to be a 3-on-2 in favor of Mouse Sports. Yugi and Nico, Yugi with the AWP as well. He has to go with the CZ into this initial situation. What's Chris doing? Why is everyone watching the HUD? That's insane.
Yeah, just walk in.
That's really clumsy from Mouse Sports. The fact they're not even aware that HUD could be a possibility. They walk out and just get 2 free kills like that. Pretty poor. But Lau can still win this. Certainly capable. Hasn't got a kill or any nades, but he's got very good aim. Let's see whether he can pull it off.
Ooh. That's good aim. Spotted through there, and Yugi gets nailed as well. I'll take the op. Thank you very much.
I'll do.
And get the defuse with 10 seconds. He's got to get on it eventually.
Problem is, only 1 player survives. They're going to get $3,500 for winning this round. So he gets the AWP, that's fine, but he has to drop that, right? He buys his own M4. The rest of the team will be struggling somewhat for weaponry. I think they can get a relatively decent buy. In fact, he saved the AWP, but it won't be fantastic. You can see $3,500 for 2 players there. Make it 3. And we know there's a lot of money available. This is the replay, right? Let's just have a look at this map. The fact he walks out, why is no one thinking Hut's a possibility here? That's such an easy kill for Nico. They can't believe his luck. His teammates left in a horrible situation there. They just look towards Hut. They have to drop down. Nico, they didn't win the round, but that should have been a victory. The 2 versus 1, very well played by Lau, to be fair.
Yep.
I think that was a bit off from Heroic, to be honest, in that clutch. I don't see why he had to run out. He's nowhere near the bomb. But still, the buy comes in. Once again, 1 player down to an SMG. We said there would be 1. It's going to be Oscar. Orbs out and 3 M4s as well. Certainly limited, and this is be another huge reinvestment for them. If they can get the 10-5, great. If they lose this round, it's almost certainly going to be 12-3. So this is the round that really counts. 10-5 doable, 12-3 not so much.
Yeah, 12-3 used to be a scoreline we would see on Nuke that was recoverable, but usually when you came off the T side and swapped to CT, and it ain't so much like that anymore, Charlie.
Well, I get the opening pick once again. That's going to be Dennis. He actually has been playing pretty well this game. Like, he's got the confidence to push outside and get towards T-spawn. And I think it was posted on Reddit, like, last week. You saw his stats, last 10 games, they're all above 1 rating. And, like, that's the first time he's ever had that. And that's since Nico left. And that's, I think that there has to be some sort of
I think 100%. No, I think everyone was very timid with Nico on the team. They were all scared to...
If I die, he's going to shout at me, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So they're all, like, more tight-knit unit now. And they're actually friends. And, like, probably say, like, take some chances. Let's try and get some kills. And if it doesn't work out, no one's going to shout at you. It's fine.
Yeah, well, sometimes when you have one overbearing ruler, good chance for Dennis gets 2 on the way through. Yeah. That's going to give Oscar a chance, knowing Yugi's going to follow up, try to dance with him to find him, bowl him out, gets the bomb as well. That's going to pretty much screw the round unless Maudie can surprise. It's Chris up close, spotted already by Speedy. Good read. Yeah, sometimes if you have one overbearing ruler, you don't want to piss off that person, but when you have no one that's really a designated leader, sure, there's an in-game leader on the team, now we know that, but you can kind of just play your own game. You don't have to think every move is being scrutinized by someone.
No, I've been in teams like that before as well, and you just feel like there's one player like who thinks he's so much better than everyone, and like he's going to like kind of really, you feel like you've lost the game for him if you die, sort of thing. You feel bad, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So that's obviously going to be something fun to do with it. But it's great to see him playing better again, and I like him as a person, so that's good to see. Anyway, it's round number 15. It's 10-4. Mouse Sports, like we said, they had to win that previous round. Otherwise, it was certainly going to be 12-3. They pulled it off. Going to round number 15 here. They've got, I was about to say man advantage. Yugi got under 44 HP. A decent start, nonetheless, as we hit the 1 minute 25 mark. Nothing towards outside as of yet, but that's where Heroic are making their move towards. They all go down to low, but Chris J changes position up this time. This is what a lot of AWPers do on this map, spend most of your time outside, and every now and then go towards round just to mix things up. There's going to be smokes towards outer. Speedy went towards secret here. He has to be the difference maker, get at least 1 frag. Can't go down with 0. It's going to be happening, unfortunately, for him. Gets no backup, and quite a horrible situation. That was always going to be a one-and-done scenario for him. Doesn't even get that. But maybe his teammates can compensate. That's even worse from Oscar. Not even a fullback plan there.
No. Gets wrecked. It gives Snappy control room to work with. We talked there, Chad specifically talked about how they do this. They get down and limit off the lower site by taking over control room, jumping through, and then covering off whatever the heck he called that position. Ooh. Good shots from Chris, though. Gives Volda a chance to get back at him, but not before he finds 2. That brings Lowell back inside of the lower site, and bomb. It'll stay on the deck for a moment, but give that moment a chance, because Lowell, he located Maudie, but couldn't get the shot off.
Well, it was a rough half for Mouse Sports there, but 4 is actually pretty good, all things considered the way it was going to go. And Heroic, definitely the more assertive team there, but it's not outside the realms of possibility that Mouse Sports can bring it back. It's 11-4 in the first half. Don't go anywhere. We'll take a quick break and see whether they can pull it back.
the future, this map will not exist. Valve will remove it from the map pool because eventually we will go to solar energy and this place will be dormant, docile, and torn down, and I can't wait. But for now, we have to play on Nuke, and the score is something we're used to seeing. A one-sided matchup, although I will say not so much on this iteration. 11-4, Heroic leads the way.
Yeah, some good clutches from Mousesports. Keep the head above water almost. It's still possible for them to win this game. Comes down to the pistol, though, really. We'll see where they can pick that up. Here's some little highlights of some of the rounds towards the end of Mousesports are actually starting to get rolling there. Snappy with some good entrances towards the lower side, but it wasn't quite enough. Chris did what he could towards this final round, but it was Val to finish off the job. 11-4 will be the first half score. Here's the stats from the first half as well. Leading the way is going to be Nico for Heroics, and great rounds from him. Modi and Co not too far behind. To be fair, everyone contributing on the Heroic side. Lau, that can't be right. I'm sure he died more than 0 times. So he seemed to have a relatively good game. As Dennis, to be fair for me, was the MVP of Mousesports. He seemed assertive. He was getting map control towards outside of the CT, finding those first frags, and actually looking like he was actually doing something instead of sitting back and trying not to die, which is something we touched on quite a lot in that first half. So it's good to see him kind of stepping up. Chris J, the main AWPer for Mousesports and Nuke, interesting enough. Considering you've got Oscar, who was considered at one point one of the hottest AWPers in CSGO when he was like a free agent, right? So that was interesting to see Chris J to be on that role. He actually finished on 4 for 14. Didn't get the AWP at all. He was on the SMG pretty much every single time. The economy for Mousesports was in the bin for most of the half, I have to say. So we're with the second half now. Mousesports, of course, in the T half. They need to win this pistol, otherwise this won't be possible, I'm afraid. Don't really have much wiggle room going forward. So I think we have a small little issue. We'll get into the second half momentarily.
Maybe they just got the memo that solar and wind power is better for the world, so they're trying to decide what to do with the facility. I think they're going to turn it into a swimming pool.
Yeah, I think that's probably the most logical thing. You've already got one downstairs.
Yep.
So just rip out the building. You've got yourself a pool.
Make it a what's the place that does the nude baths as their spa?
The nude
Turkish bathhouse? No, what? Not Turkish.
Roman.
Who is it? Roman. That's it. That's the one.
Yeah.
Make it a Roman bathhouse.
Yeah. Well, we'll look into that. So yeah, the guys are warming up on the server right now. Let's kind of theorize as to what the T's can bring to the pistol here. We've casted this map quite a lot now. We've seen some very interesting approaches. Like I said, it's normally the upper rush. I like the most if you have the decent spawn for it. You normally get that Tech 9 armor out first, squeaky door, but they have got a smoke and a Molotov here. That suggests something a little bit more technical. It's going to be speedy with the Molotov, presumably Molotoving the hut. And then the smoke will go towards main entrance from Lau. It is a bit of an upper rush, but a bit delayed. And here we go then. Oscar leads a charge.
Does indeed. Pistol shots, spots. Oh, Nico. He just saved Oscar big time. That's one time I will say the config and whatever algorithm it uses is absolutely correct, because his teammate got left on 2 after getting dinked up and he managed to survive due to that good shot. And the 2 HP is more than enough to find 2 kills for Volda. So crucial that single kill from Oscar.
Yeah, that wasn't bad. Valdo with 2 HP hiding in the corner still finds the accuracy and that range, even though his teammate, or his opposition, I should say, knew exactly where he was, knew his HP, still gets taken down. No bomb planning from Mousesports. Do they force into this one? Sort of. Haven't gone all in. 2 players with armor. They're keeping, okay, as the time ticks away, they've saved about $800 on Speedy and Oscar. That's about it. So they don't get any armor. I think you have to do one or the other, really, on this sort of round. Presumably everyone should be force buying, right? You need to win it. It doesn't really make sense. I guess Oscar might want to get the AWP in the first gun round, and I don't know why Speedy wouldn't join in. He's only got a Glock. But that's where we are. Going to round number 2 here. Looking like it's going to be a 13-4 with this sort of buy. We'll see what they bring to the table here. Someone has to go wild with the Desert Eagle. Wild with a very defensive position towards outside. Just wants to get 1 kill, hide in the corner, wait for his teammates to rotate in. And Lau, he probably can't believe his luck at this point. Why is no one stopping me outside? Something's not quite right here. There you go. And also, very safe position. They know they can't get flashed out or Molotoved out, so they can just hold up and they get these frags done. Christian gets spotted by Snappy. This will be quite an awkward duel, though.
Snappy's stuck inside the doorway. Chris gets through Squeaky. He lost the angle, and then the Tech 9 running around was able to take him down. Volda will do the same to Speedy, though.
Spotted his little booties.
Yeah. I don't know if they're that little. They look pretty good in that model. They look proportionate. I'd say about a size 9.
Size 9.
Maybe 10. That's a 10. Dennis, good shot on Nico. Gets the headshot on Deagle, but goes down immediately after Heroic, holding on 4 kills for Volda. 6 in the last 2 rounds.
Yeah, that's true. Well, Oscar still struggling. 4 for 16. That's always a rough time on the old TeamSpeak. Guys, what's going on? He's supposed to be the superstar of this team. But this has to be the full EK for Mousesports, I'm afraid. They get a couple of Deagles out. The players didn't get body armor. Dennis and Oscar, they have 180 to work with. Maybe just the upper rush comes in. Hope for the best. Let's hope someone gets hit in 1 digs here. Oscar, you've been poor so far. If you can find 2 kills at the start of this round, all will be forgiven. He gets 1. There it is. Here we go.
You're willing to forgive a man that easily, Henry?
Well, we can't plan there anymore. Down you go.
I don't believe in second chances. Well, then Yugi getting kills though. Lowell tries to sting out. At least the bomb gets in. It'll give them some money moving forward. Oscar's gone. Speedy's the last alive.
How far away is he though?
Quite.
Oh!
I take it back. I thought he was in the upper side still. He had just to get the diffuser, but goes down nonetheless.
Yeah, I guess, to be fair, a round they had no armor, no nades. They get the bomb down and 2 kills. That's not too bad. It's all right.
Problem is the scoreline now.
Yeah, that's an issue. But they got the bomb down. It's not over quite yet. They can still win the game, right? So the AWP's out. They got the AKs as well. So Oscar's on the AWP. Dennis with a very good spawn as well. We're going to round number 4. Heroic, though, 1 round away from match point. So a lot of work to do for Mouz Sports and the T side especially to see what they can do. It's not a map that's been profitable for them in the past. They've played it 4 times in Pro League so far and lost 3 times. So let's see what they can bring to the table here. Towards ramp we go with the AWP especially smoked out. It's going to make it very useless at this point. Valve, he's towards outside. He's not really doing too much yet. They're trying to find a pick, it looks like, from Oscar first before they really commit to anything.
Might be tough. Nico, meanwhile, sits and wait on the floor. Chris J will take over toward the radio room, and it's Maudie that has the task of covering ramp. It's a different angle as well, more defensive, you can tell. Just waits with a gap to show, and then we'll rotate down the ramp room. Flash goes in, Chris relocates accordingly.
This is the pick we were waiting for. It's Oscar. Edges his way towards ramp with Chris J as well, but Modi blows him out of the water, and that's all he wants. 1 kill, and he's out of there. He's anchoring that position by himself. Doesn't get better than that. He finds the AWPer as well. 45 seconds remain, so Mouz will still have a bit of time to work the map, but it's looking pretty grim after that one. Yes, they get ramp from, but how much did it cost him? Yugi hits the shot towards Chris J as well. Doesn't get the kill. And it looks like they'll be going towards lower at this point.
Ball has gotten all the way around it outer though. This is going to be big. This is going to be perfect. Thanks, Chris. Spots 2. Takes Speedy right away. Manages still to get Dennis. I don't think Speedy made the call correctly where that came from, because he gets the bomb down, and yeah, that'll do. Thanks, Donkey.
That should be game done, I would say.
Well, 15 rounds, but yes.
Yeah,
with going with it, of course. I know what you're going.
We'll see. Lal, 5 versus 1. If you get a kill, that'd be okay. That gives him a position where he's going to die for the time. No! Needed that AK, so that's rough for him. He goes the next round of no money at all. And here's the replay of Valda pushing in towards the lobby from outside as well. Very well done by him. And it's looking rough for Mouz Sports. They have got match point and 1 player of no money as well. Modi, what a shot that was taking on the AWPer. Fantastic work. So, here's the last buy, Matt. It's 1 scout, 2 Tech 9s, 2 AKs, no nades. Let's go.
Where are we going?
We're going to Wintown with Heroic.
Oh, okay.
Want to come?
Not really. Thanks for the invite, though. I think I'll play Witcher 3. Good shot from Modi. Takes down Chris. That's the first express ticket to Wintown. Look at Valda go. Gets 2 with the transfer over to Dennis. And Speedy will take him back, but that's all good and well because Speedy's left on 7, and Snappy's going to try and go after him once more. Tech 9 trying to use the movement mechanics. Bomb down. Game done.
GG. Lal, the last player remaining, 4 versus 1. He knows it's done, but he wants to kind of boost the frag totals, I guess. Get a couple more kills here or there. He can't say it's his fault. Don't know what he's waiting for. Let's see what he can bring to the table there. Tech 9, get the AK maybe. 1 minute remaining. This will be a hell of a clutch. That's the start of it maybe. Gets Modi. Doesn't have the bomb though. That's a bit of a problem. That's outside. But this should be it. It's another kill. We've got something here.
I've seen a Spaniard fight in a losing situation many times. His name is Fernando Alonso. Apparently Lowell wants to replicate him, but just like McLaren, he'll blow up in the end. So that makes it Heroic's game.
Yeah, pretty easy for Heroic, I have to say. It wasn't as tantalizing as I thought it would be. I thought these teams kind of equal in Pro League right now, both fighting for a spot in the finals, and Mouz Sports looked pretty weak. Heroic run away with it completely. Nothing really going on in the second half.
Nuke if you're Mouz Sports.
Yeah, I agree with you. That's probably quite a smart idea going forward.
Let's see if the desk agrees. It is all yours.
I think we do agree, gentlemen, that this nuke is now becoming a massive problem for Mouse Sports. And I mean, Heroic has had some great wins on it, going back to Katowice, beating Virtus Pro to even qualified to get out of groups and into the playoffs. These are now two teams on very different trajectories, where Heroic seems to continue rising, and Mouse Sports now, after a good start in Pro League, have struggled elsewhere, and now they're dropping matches. I think it's like 3 in a row, 4 in a row now. Yeah, they're going to start dropping off these standings, which we know are just so close.
Well, they need to get away from Nuke, for one.
Yeah.
I think it's their, third most played map, and it's almost their highest loss rate out of the maps they play on a regular basis. It clearly doesn't work with them. They're playing against specialists all the time on it, and I don't know how it's still on the map. I don't know if it's a mistake for them to leave it in there, if they still have some weird sort of confidence in it, but even the way they play, they're being outclassed by pretty much anyone who's running it on a consistent basis. You look at Heroic, you look at any Danish team, very, very strong. You look anywhere, pretty much, you know, Virtus Pro again, pretty solid on it, of course. So it's just like, I don't know where they go to on this one. Hopefully there is hope for them left with the next map coming up. That's a far better pick, hopefully, but I don't know.
So, I know I didn't want to go into the vetoes, and I don't really, but
we can skim around it.
But they get 3.
Yeah.
Just ban Nuke. Your map will can't be that weak, surely.
Instead of going into the vetoes from that aspect, let's look at it, Chad. What's it like as a team or as an in-game leader, as the person doing the vetoes, deciding what map you're going to play, when you feel like you're strong on it? Or maybe they've been working on Nuke in practice, and they say, we need to get good on this map, but at this point in the season, it's not working, and now it's risking their playoff. So, I mean, how do you kind of figure that out? You know, do you continue trying to pump Nuke? Do you continue trying to make that work, or do you go away from it at this point?
I think you'd go away from it. I don't know why you'd keep playing that map right now. There's ones that are easier for people to pick up. Like I think Inferno would be a much easier adjustment. They've shown they're happy to play that. Mirage and Cache are always very easy. They would have a good train team on paper. They have a lot of people that can pick up the AWP. It's just, I guess, what they've had limited time to work on, and for some reason they think Nuke is where they needed to you know, start. But when you have really strong teams like Astralis, North, Heroic are quite good on it, Virtus Pro, all in the league, and these are teams who they're playing on this map and losing to, you might want to reconsider it. Go somewhere else.
Yeah.
Different trajectory.
That's fair. I mean, was this all about the map alone? Was there any, like, was it a little bit of players, like, just didn't really look...
Yeah, yes and no, right? It kind of, like, fits into the map idea as well. If you simply don't play it well in that map, you're not going to play, you know, any better than expected. But to me, I think I want to take a fresh look at them when they come into the next map, almost like it's a fresh team. Hopefully there's no, like, drag on from the last map where they're just kind of annoyed that they just got pretty smashed. The next map's a good map for them. Statistically, it's good. They've had good results. I'm kind of hoping that is where we see, you know, the good mouse coming back again. The mouse boards that everyone started to get a little excited about. I want to see the benefits there. I want to see Oscar playing well. I see all the good factors coming back in.
All right, just really quick, because I do want to touch on, I think it's only fair we touch on the winners of the match instead of just, you know, maybe the map and everything for Mouse Sports. Heroic, this team is now on the rise. This team, I mean, they've been like this for a while. Katowice was like a very big peak, like probably their best accomplishment to date with this roster. But this was a team that, I mean, lost Glaive just a while back at the end of last year, and now, I mean, there's still
so many roster changes. Lately.
Yeah,
it is hard to get.
They used to be like a Danish farm team, and now, but they still are competitive every time they have a new roster. Is this all Snappy? Is this in-game leader, or is this just like a very, very good put-together team?
I think it's well-rounded. The players they keep picking up seem to be talented, right? That Nico guy has some skills.
Definitely.
Yugi as an AWPer is developing well into the team. Obviously, we were talking about Valda. He had a fantastic performance once again. He's a star in his own right. The experience of Modi and Snappy seems to complement everybody pretty well. So it is a good unit. It's not like a world beater, I wouldn't say, but they're definitely on the rise, and they're someone to worry about because they will counter-strike you. They will put in the hard yards, and they do have the right approach, so they can get those upset victories. Yep. It's one of those teams, though, like looking at this league, I don't want them to, no offense to Heroic.
Here he comes.
No offense to Mouse, but I don't want them in the top 6. We want the top 6 to be the teams who we all love seeing on LAN.
We haven't gotten that wish yet. Did you have something you wanted to chime in with?
I just think that they're in the right atmosphere as well, because they're with, I think it's like the refresh group, right, as such, so they can use the same facilities. I don't think they get the sports psychologist side of things, but it's all available for them. If they want to work hard, they're in the right place to do it as well. I know they get support through it, because I was talking to Messioso at Katowice about it.
Graham looks after them.
Yeah, he does a bit of analysis work as well. But yeah.
I don't know if everyone can hear Matt or not.
No, he's literally just a psychotic voice in our head. That's it.
It's like a nightmare.
Yeah, it really is my nightmare. Either way, we'll get away. We'll get away from this nightmare. Refresh has got to be happy with Heroic's performance so far since Katowice. We'll see if they can go 2-0 on the night. Stay tuned.
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
You ready? Huh? Hey, easy boy, huh? You ready? Huh?
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
Nuke ended 16-4 in the way of Heroic. We're on to the last map of the evening. Once again, it's going to be Mousesports taking on Heroic, trying to bounce back. We saw it earlier from HellRaisers. This time, it's going to be on Cobble. Do we really think Mousesports is going to have something in the bag? Because not only do they look a little bit lost on Nuke, but, I mean, individually, 16-4 is just a smackdown.
Nuke's not a place for them.
Yeah.
They need to stay away from that. We've gone over that. So Cobble, I'm going to, just based off what HellRaisers did, more baseless predictions. I think they can bounce back. They'll definitely have better individual performances. Dennis still playing well, a guy we keep touching on as someone who's performing much better for this squad. In terms of the overall, it's difficult because I think this is a good map for Heroic too. It's just if you can stifle them and the strategies they want to run and the order they want to do it, that's where I think Heroic will struggle. And I think individual performances from Oscar can definitely do that.
Yeah, I mean, let's just get right into it, Chad. I'm going to go on a limb here and say your clip is ready. So, I know you have a strategic clip that you wanted to highlight for Cobble.
So this is a map that we talk about. It's very difficult to get territory on as the CTs. Here we're going to see Spitty throwing some lovely flashbangs, so Lau is able to go for an aggressive pick. LDLC turned out to be rushing him, so he doesn't get to take the full-on pick like you would. But sorry about the sounds. I'm not sure why that happened in the demo. But basically, those flashes are a way to jump up there and pistol round because you're not having to worry too much about smokes or Molotovs or really getting taken down from range. That's a good way on pistol round to get a lot of early information. Speaking of pistol rounds, we saw Heroic run the same pistol round on their T-side of Nuke as what they did against Virtus Pro when they beat them in Katowice. So this is a thing that I wanted to talk about in this segment. These teams are playing in so many different online leagues. They're playing in so many different LAN events, qualifiers. There's so much Counter-Strike going on right now. And I remember as an in-game leader, it was so difficult to keep strategies fresh and to keep new ones on board, right? You can never go into a game expecting to get counter-stratted, but a team can watch your demos and look for tells. And then if you do one of those little tells, then they're going to click onto it and they know how to react. They've prepped for that. They've done the theory. It's so difficult in this landscape right now, I think, for these teams to keep coming up with fresh new ideas and making sure, oh, would they watch that demo? They have to make sure they don't get any of that stuff in their head and they just need to be clear on what they want to do. I'm going to stop talking now.
No, you're absolutely spot on, let's be honest here. But it's like, as much as, there's not much more to add to it. It's hard to keep them fresh, but then again, you're the other teams. How much time are you going to put into watching someone like Heroic?
It's a weird one.
I know that sounds almost arrogant, but you wouldn't put Heroic in like the top 3 spots or top 4 if you're going to be looking at people's demos as teams you're going to be playing against. Would you instantly put Heroic on a pedestal? And so to sit to mouse, you'd hope they would. You'd hope they'd have someone out there grinding through the demos, making these points for you so you can just focus on your game, information gets passed through. But still, I kind of hope that they have that in mind. Did you see anything from Mousesports indicating that they actually knew that Heroic might run that pistol strat?
The way that Oscar was positioned, he still got absolutely flattened by Yugi, I think it was. But like the way that he was positioned was if they ran that strat, the first player doesn't check the position he was standing in. They run out the hut door, and the second player swings out. He just missed his shot. If he hit his shot, it could have been a whole different round. So yeah.
To play devil's advocate with that subject matter, I mean, is there anything to the argument that that's something that the teams need to avoid? It's not so much the landscape; it's the teams deciding which leagues and tournaments to play in. When people say, "Oh, teams just need to play in less things."
Yeah.
Is there anything to that?
I think when you're a team like either Mousesports or Heroic, you should try and play in everything because you want to get to an event where you can establish yourself, get a top 4 finish, show that you can do it. And more Counter-Strike, the better. When you're a top dog, I don't think you should be playing in everything at all. I think you should be very selective. You should be like Virtus Pro and like NaVi towards the end of last year, being very picky, very selective. You need to keep a balance between, obviously, outside of the game and work. Yeah. And I think some of these teams, they're maybe like Heroic, they're full of a lot younger players, so they're just happy to grind, and they want to grind until they become a really good team. And that's what we saw from them in the middle of last year, and the way that they came out of that. And I think for this level of team, sure, play everything. But if you're like an SK or whatever, give it a miss. Be more selective. You have that luxury,
Don't worry about it. I got to cut you off anyway. Travel.
That's true. Well, we do move on to Cobblestone. That was rough for Mousesports, but it's the thing with online CS, when you see one performance happen on one map, it can be completely polarized on the second. So we saw in the first matchup as well. I thought that was going to be NaVi getting a quick 2-0, but it wasn't the case. HellRaisers brought it back in the second map. We didn't think they had a chance. So you never know. But Heroic should be picking this one up. Danish CS and Cobble especially, always been very good. And players like Oscar didn't turn up for Mousesports at all. Speedy was quite quiet as well. We need those big names to start lighting up the scoreboard here. Lau didn't really bring much to the table either. I want to see Oscar on the AWP this map. We're getting into it now, though. It's going to be Mousesports on the T side here. Heroic, of course, on the CD side. We'll have a look at the T buy, see if we can work anything out from this one. It's going to be Oscar who's on towards the Superman buy. It's a tech line and body armor. There's one smoke for Speedy. I'd assume that's going to be used towards Connector, and they'll go towards the B side. That would make sense at this point, with Oscar leading the charge towards drop down. But they are sending a lot of presence towards middle for now, so maybe this could be the fast mid-execution smoke towards Connector. And just trying to overwhelm the A side. They have one player waiting for them, that's Snappy. He's by himself on the A side of the map. He could find himself in a lot of trouble here.
Yeah, he goes aggressive. A lot of teams not doing that so much anymore in the pistol round for this exact reason, that you get overwhelmed. They clear corner. He manages somehow to get back inside of the site. We'll give him credit on that front. He's got Mahdi rotated over as a result of it all. He still needs to find some space to make a play.
Indeed. They have the smoke lined up for Connector right now, but there are 3 CTs waiting for them. It's Chris J. He's going to be selling something towards the B side of the map, or just holding drop down, getting the backstab in, or maybe a little flank. We'll see what he decides to do. He's going towards upper platform for now, as you can see on the mini-map. If he can force a rotation, that'd be great. If he gets 1 kill, that'd be enough. Let's see if he strikes before the smoke goes down. I'll keep my eye on it. It's coming. Promise you that. And yeah, he'll be going in first, trying to find a kill, maybe force a rotation before his teammates go. They're not even moving as of yet. They want to see what intel he gets, and he's trying to tell them to slow down. I've got something here, but don't get anything, and it's going to be a 5-on-4. The smoke coming towards Connector, and here comes an explosion towards there. It'll be a rough round now for Mousesports.
Indeed, shot from Volda at the balcony. Gonna try and do what he can. Snappy that actually has a real chance at this. They've not yet swing wide. They certainly will. Lowell gets the kill, but it's Yugi to get 1 back. At least 1 back. They need a lot more than that, though, with Oscar still fighting forward. He's one of 3 left against 2 CTs. Make that now a 2 versus 2, because Nico...
Bomb's still down.
He's evened it up, and you're right, bomb is down, which means they won't be able to grab much of it. 19 seconds to try and do so. This becomes a much, much larger issue. Gets planted. Gives Oscar a bit of a chance to work with it.
Yep, there it is. Oscar to finish off the job there. 4 kills from him in total. We said we wanted to see him. So lining up the scoreboard, he certainly delivers there. That's about as many kills as he got in the first half of Nuke. So that's not bad. He does a very good job. And you can see what the CT's mentality was there. It's a 2-on-2. You know they're going to have a difficult time getting the bomb down. As soon as you hear the plant coming in, you know they're going to be committed considering the time is low. That's 1 player taken out for 4 seconds. That situation, that's what the CT strike at the same time. But Oscar's ready for it. Nails the first headshot, and he gets it back from his teammate as well. 1-0, a decent start for German organization here. It's going to be a little force buy from Heroic, CZ, some head armor as well. And Snappy gets a chance to get a first frag, actually gets in as well with a second, does damage but can't find it. It's going to be Lau to even things up, and a 4-on-4 as Yugi, he goes back towards long A, wants to continue the challenge here. Decent nade from the CTs, and Speedy might be going down here.
Might be, oh, good shot from Yugi though. Take back that might. There's no hesitation of doubt in that shot. They catch off Mahdi getting pushed outside of the site. Balder's going to get Molotov down. He's got to go toward the APC. Balder dancing on either side. Isn't exactly sure which way is his best option.
Still a little work to do here from Mousesports. They don't know where Valde is. He's by the APC. He's got a gap in that smoke as well. This could get interesting, especially when that's going on as well. Valde can hear them going on towards the site. He's pretty much won this by himself, I think. He's going to find 1 kill for sure. And the double denies the plan.
Sick.
That was really cool from Valde. What patience that was. The fact his teammate Nico gets the kill as well, that's just perfect. He's got vision. He's not gray screen by the smoke. He hears the footsteps of them going to the side as well. They think that they're safe. He shuts it down. Very nice accuracy from him. That's a force by victory for Heroic. 1-1. No bomb plant coming in. Do Mousesports return the favour of a force by of their own? Doesn't seem to be the case. They're leaving spawn with nothing. Just 1 PT50, that's it. Could be buying for the next round. They get $900 to the next. I think they had about 2k anyway. So we'll be able to get AKs into the next round. So this is the right move to make. For now, Heroic can rest easy. They'll be up against pretty much nothing. No grenades, not even a flashbang to work with towards the B site. They'll try and head, but Nico, he's heading for some upper control here. They'll find one through the smoke. That's Dennis going down, and that should be the round concluded at this point as he keeps finding kills.
Keeps indeed, Valde. Still spraying in toward the platform position. Gets away with it as well as he relocates himself off of it. And this is where he suddenly starts to come alive. We saw it last game as well. He got 6 kills in the last, I shouldn't say in the last, second half, but in the 2 rounds, he's starting to get rolling here. And last round, clutches it back with the pistols, and this time stands tall in the B sites. It's 4-1 early on. It's only 3 rounds, but those 4 kills all very, very important.
Here we go, then the buy comes in. Chris J on the scout once again. He does have 4 AKs around him, but they are lacking Molotovs. They only have 3 smokes to work with as well. Certainly not an idyllic buy. It's round number 4, 2-1 in favour of Heroic. Chris J got a lot of pressure here, smoked out. Had to pull the trigger. I thought he'd take a little pop shot there, but not meant to be. As we go into 4 players focusing towards the A side of the map. That's Mouse Sports, of course, and they're looking for some long A control here, but Snappy and Yugi are waiting for them. Yugi not with the AWP just yet. He's still on toward the M4. 3 UMPs in total for the CTs as well. Nothing really obtained by Mouse Sports as of yet. They don't really have any control of the B halls whatsoever. Taking a bit of a gamble here. That means they have to operate quickly. They can't really allow themselves to be, well, they can't just sit around doing nothing as the point of trying to make. Snappy should find this kill, but Oscar actually takes him down. Refract for Yugi comes in, can't make the kill happen. It's going to be a 5-on-3 just like that.
Certainly will be. Body does get taken down by Speedy in the end. Yeah, Lowell's going to back off this. Lowell's going to hold the vent, make sure they can't rotate back over. Bomb gets planted A side. And it's Nico that waits on the stairs with an AK. An AK that he will very much try and hold on to into the next round. That's already much on display.
Indeed. Well, Mouse Sports, they could have forced one in the previous round, but they decided to get their $1,900 into this one, get the AKs out. They picked up an M4 as well. They've had a very clean round here. They're sticking together, going for that long A control, finding the frags required, and the CTs with the UMPs can't really do much about it at all. It's going to be 2-2 here. A back and forth game after getting battered on Nuke. It was 16-4. All right, completely run over Mouse Sports, but putting up a better showing this time on Cobble. I do expect Heroic to win this one as one of their home maps here. Mouse Sports, I can't really remember a time where you've ever said, oh, Mouse Sports is a really good team on Cobble. I don't think that's ever come out of anyone's mouth, but we'll see whether they can step up here. 2-2. Money still available for the cities to buy in. They're going to drop Yugi and AWP as well. So this is when the game really begins. As we go into round number 5, presumably going towards the B sites, maybe on the upper platform, has to work a little bit harder considering his teammates don't really have much to work with. Modi was just a smoke, Snappy just a flashbang. So you feel like Yugi, he knows he has to go a little bit more above and beyond as we get into round number 5.
Well, Snappy holding off to let his teammate get down into danger will mean they double up the A side. Chris J smokes off the box. They could be in the right place at the right time, Monty and Snappy, because
I do like this crossfire.
They have pushed them back. Yeah, it's cool.
Yeah.
You can be my wingman. Bullshit. You can be mine.
Well, the idea is one watches long, one watches middle. They're kind of synergizing. If anyone gets overwhelmed, you can take a risk and challenge both positions at different heights they have. See if it works out. There will be some presence towards middle. Flashbangs towards long as well. It's Speedy and Lau to challenge danger first. Modi finds that frag, repositions, but he goes down. Now it's up to Snappy to see if he can get anything more out of this. Gets in the same position Modi was as well. They won't be expecting this, but it's a nice pincer, and it seems Mouse are aware this setup could be a possibility. The man advantage for them once again.
Nico dodges the flash, hears it inside of the smoke. And now he'll sit and wait and hope that they'll walk toward his crosshair. The likeliness of them doing so slim because they're out toward long A instead as Valda gets himself positioned at the cannon. And if I were him, I'd put myself in the cannon and be the human cannonball.
Or the clown.
I am both. Do you know why I'm a clown?
Why?
Because Jason hates clowns.
That's true. Well,
if anyone wants to scare Jason at an event, dress up as a clown and run at him with a cream pie.
I knew you were going to say.
Bomb gets dropped. Good play as Valda comes out for the cannons late. They go from a man down to a man up. It's Speedy versus 2. 6 seconds. Round done. Don't even peek. Oh, 4 seconds. You might get there in time to find Valda, but the smoke down's going to do it. He has no certainty of where he is, and he goes down after the time.
They went for a little chance A split then, but just didn't have enough time to work with. Speedy got 4 kills in total. Bit gutted at that one. That cannon's position so strong if you can play it correctly. Val doing a very good job there. And the fact he killed Speedy after the time as well, meant he got no money going to this round. I think his money was okay regardless. So yeah, you can see it's about 4 grand. So 3-2 though, very back and forth affair as of yet, but Heroic have the lead for now. Another buy coming from Mouse Sports, limited at that. 4 AKs and Laos down to the UMP. They do have a bit more utility in the previous round to work with this time. Yugi though, AWP towards long A. Quite a tight angle, get that one shot in. Normally get a flash in that position as well. You see Fallen do this all the time. Gets flash, pulls the trigger. Snacks is also very good at it as well. They always seem to find kills. Let's see what Dennis uses the flash. Everyone does in that position. Here comes the flash, and we'll see what I mean in a second. Oh, he's not using it. Oh, there it comes. Let's have a look at Dennis. That's what he does.
in, Dennis peeks.
There's the shot. So the AWP will always get flashed. It's just down to him, and he wait like a second and pull the trigger, or just pull it straight away and hope he gets pulled back. Sort of the latter at that point.
Or does he not pull the trigger at all, Henry?
And has let himself go down.
Well, no, it's you know, he runs back. Then do they know if he has the op or not?
Yeah.
Jedi mind tricks. That's what I call those.
Well, Nico, he finds a headshot to Chris J. 5 and 4. And 1 minute remaining. They haven't really got any control of the map whatsoever. They've got a bit of position towards long A. That's Dennis, though. Hasn't really got farther than the midway point. And Yugi's fallen back to the A side. He's backed up as well by Snappy. So this crossfire as well. It's quite cool. You can see they've got little setups they work with. So one player concentrating towards middle, but he's covered from long A as well by his teammate Snappy. So this is looking quite promising for them. One and done position for Snappy, but if he gets 1 kill and gets information, that's fine. They still have the advantage.
Snappy's gonna wait. He's trying to try and get the shot. Last time he got obliterated. He was here. This time sees one, takes it down. Shadow shows for the second. Free fires in. Dennis walks and drops. It's on to Lowell. 1 versus 5.
Yeah, really cool little setups they have here. I like that. One towards danger, that one on the site as well. As everything's covered, I feel comfortable watching it. I think, okay.
I feel comfortable.
It's like there's some idea behind this. You can see what they're doing. Makes sense. Mousesports probably want to start favouring towards the B side, considering there's 2 CTs consistently at the A side of the map, but that's Lau surviving by himself, no bomb once again, so he's only got $200. His teammates can't really force around this. He might have wanted to go down with the ship there. We'll see what he can decide to do as we have the round number 7. Has to be an eco here, surely. Lau very good with the rifles. Let's see what he can do. As we have Nico with a decent spawn. He's got the AK-47 as well. It's always very beneficial to the CT side to have AKs. That might sound like an obvious statement, but the fact you can take actual duels and hold tighter angles, take one-shot kills, instead of having the double taps or the spray downs to the M4, makes you a bit more aggressive and feel more comfortable in certain positions. And it looks like a little B rush. Maybe not a rush, but certainly B focus from Mousesports here. Lau with the AK-47. He'll be heading towards the platform, using his teammates as cannon fodder, hopefully giving him something to work with there. But he actually goes down to 9 HP. He'll probably give that AK away, but his teammates haven't got armor, to be fair.
He could get lined up right now so easily. Oh, does fall. He's not low HP, though. That's Oscar. They're still finding kills. Dennis gets 2 on the way through the smoke. They've digged up Monty. This looked so good for them to just spray into the B smoke and win out the round with relative ease. Now they've got to clutch this back. 2 men down. That nade's too far. No. Yes, they're both at tree, so it goes too far. Speedy finds another kill. They may pick up this round. Yugi's got something else in mind. That nade should do better. Directly behind the statue. 1 goes down. That's Oscar, and he gives himself a fighting chance. Kit in hand as well. Molotov and smoke. Could Molotov off long, smoke off on the bomb. He's gonna do the stairwell instead to try and push them out, but he's got the nade. Oh, on top of the site. Nice shot on Yugi, so he's not, the reason I say he's got the nade on top of the site, he's not expecting the second player, so Speedy's able to walk out.
That's actually very well played from Mousesports, and that's a guaranteed round victory at that point. You've both waiting there, you've got the communication, we know he's got an AWP, he's going to be taking down one of us eventually. As soon as he takes a shot, you need to be facing the exact same time I go down. Obviously, there's a 1.5 second like reset time on the AWP, so the fact is, that's guaranteed. Like, nothing Yugi can do to win that round at that point. So that was, even though it comes down to the 1v1, it looks close. There was never a moment there where Mousesports thought they're going to lose that round. So very well done from them to pick it up. Good entrance kills by Dennis, indeed, of the P250. Great work by him. And they pull around back. It's 4-3. And now the money started to look a little bit grim for Heroic. 3 UMPs and 2 M4s. Lacking grenades. Yuki with absolutely nothing. Buying the AWP, of course, as well. There's a smoke from Valda just to lock out the entrance point of the upper platform. Not much Mousesports can do for the next 15 seconds now. So at this point, sit back and wait. Towards the A side they go once again. They have a much stronger chance of winning this round, considering the CDs don't really have much to work with, especially though no Yugi AWP. Snappy towards long. I haven't seen that angle before. That's quite interesting. It dodges. Okay, it doesn't dodge the flash. Actually lands directly in his screen. But he gets a kill regardless. Lau goes down.
Snap. Ooh, dead. Speedy gets payback for the last map. Dennis will take down Yugi. We could have a tie game immediately after this. As Valda gets ever closer to the bottom of middle where the bomb does reside. Nade in. 1 HP! And he can't quite take down Dennis. Losing with 15. Nico's going to slip up behind them. I stay silent. I don't want to give it away, you know?
Yeah, they could be listening.
They could be listening. Monty's got the shot on it. Chris Dennis will take back 1, but this is where Nico... 1 versus 3. He doesn't have a chance to win the round, but might be able to get a gun or 2 down. He's starting to consider it. Gun barrel sticks through. Thanks for the op. Still wants to go for it, you know?
Well, he's got a chance. He has got the kit, and only 2 players to find as well. He knows one of them's going to be low HP at this point. This kill is the one that really matters. Finds Dennis, takes him down. Now it's a Speedy with 15 HP.
You're right. You're so right. He could easily pull this off now with Speedy tagged on 15. Knows he's on the site. Molotov's going to push him. He's going to push him out. Knows he's likely to drop down the wall too because it's thrown wide side, but he moves too soon. Speedy stays in it, expecting the face. And the round won by Nico.
Nice work by Nico. That Molotov was very well played indeed. You can see Speedy. He knows if he drops down, he's going to die to the UMP. There it is. He's just hoping the fire doesn't spread to the edge of that wall. And it's going to be the round of victory for Nico and co. Well, round number 9 comes in. It has been very back and forth so far. We thought Mousesports had that round tied up, but it wasn't meant to be. They get the bomb down. That's an extra $800 per player on top of their first stage loss bonus, but that's not really much to write home about. It has to be Nico at this point. And it's 5-3 in favor of Heroic, just Deagles and PT50s, but that didn't stop Mousesports before. Let's see whether they can have similar success here. Number 9. Orb comes out for Yugi and 4 UMPs around him, and the Deagle headshot from Dennis once again. He seems to be very proficient with the pistols these days as he opens it up once more and picks up only a UMP to be fair, but it's something. You can swap that over to maybe Speedy, who's only got a Glock. Oh, he's giving it to Oscar. I beg your pardon.
Well, it's something. Good shot to try and start it off. Better one the second time as he does take the kill into Oscar. Well, UMPs. Speedy being one of the ones to wield it as he's grab that over, but it's going to be a tough ask for him to try and do anything at this point in time. They do have Snappy down, obviously, but Yugi's still posted on the AWP. Thankfully, that op could get caught off. Bomb's down, that's fine for a moment. And Volda's going to rotate in and catch off too, but they have slipped a player into the A site at Stables, and Yugi could get, oh, exactly that, could be caught by it.
It's getting a bit dicey for them now.
Yeah, the op goes down. This is where they rotate. That single player in the A site just foiled everything.
3 versus 2 now. It's up to the UMPs of Nico and Valda. It's going to be Valda that finds one. Don't think it's down to a winnable situation at least, but Chris J has got the orb.
He gets planted after it was down and in the possession forever as well. Just simply off of that, Chris getting a kill. Nico knows Chris is on the site, has to get the reload in. Chris goes for the peek in that time. Won't re-peek it out, but he'll get pushed out because, yeah, there's nowhere to hide on those angles. Dennis now knows where both are, though. Smoke goes down on bomb. That's a problem. Has to play on one. Does find it. Wide peek. Second shot not there. Nico's going to grab it, get the defuse as well. Heroic's going to pick up number 6, and they'll extend the lead.
Indeed, Dennis pretty much did all he could to win that round, but wasn't meant to be towards the end. Let's have a look at his opening kill. It sounded pretty crispy. Not too bad from Dennis. Through the wall as well. Takes down Snappy. That was to open up the round. But it's 6-3 now, and Mousesports get the plant down. And with the second stage, lost bonus in those 2 plants, managed to get a full buy here. Oscar on the orb. Like we said, on Nuke, it was interesting. Chris J was orbing, and Oscar had an absolute horror show of a game. But let's see what he can do on the T side of Cobble with the sniper rifle. Things starting to build up for Heroic slightly as well. They do get the full buy this time. Molly's down to UMP, but still, no one's economy really swelling at this point. Either round will break. That's towards all Heroic. And it looks like a big execution coming in. This will be the wall of smokes. This is normally a go-to when things are getting a pretty dire, but Nico seems to be aware and looking to challenge.
I like challenges. Challenges are fine. Speedy's got Nico. Flashes himself back in. Good timing, but it's Maudie that takes down 2. Chris, he gets 2 of his own, including that of Maudie. So it does mean there's now 2 versus 3. Make that 1. Snappy's the only one remaining. Decent position, but not really given the situation. The fact that bomb is on the statue, but bomb is low. Bomb is low indeed. Bomb, oh, should have been denied, all things considered. But couldn't find the angle. They now triangulate. He goes down.
If he gets that plant straight away, the plant down straight away, maybe he has a chance there. But as soon as he misses it, his teammates, the T teammates, recalculate and surround him, and the round was over. That was a big round of Heroic. You can see that money hasn't really got to a stable situation. 6-4, and they're going to be double eco regardless. Going to try and force out what they can. So 2 UMPs come out, and Yugi, he's the AWP, doesn't buy a single thing. Nico just stands with Deagle, but didn't let that change anything. He's actually very, very good with the Deagle. We saw it in Katowice, how much damage he can inflict with that weapon. As we get to Snappy, though, and presented with Dennis, who's just throwing himself for a smoke and just about gets away with it. I'm not a fan of that decision at all, but gets the kill regardless, and no harm, no foul.
Yugi's going to wait at Stables, trying to use sound cues where he can to hear them inside of the danger position and figure out exactly which way they're heading. But this is bigger. Volda in behind, CZ, dead. Oscar stares him down on the AWP.
Oh, this round should be over at this point for Heroic, UMP, and some pistols. No kits, no nades. 5 players up for Mouse Sports. Dennis is low, but this would be an absolute miracle for the cities to pull this one back. But it is Nico towards the B side. That Deagle. And I'll put it up maybe a little bit too much, but let's see what he can do here. As he can see the smoke starting to come in. I said he's the master, and there's the first headshot. Looking for more.
He's very, very good with this gun. Knows they're going to be closer. Reads the flash means they've got to be there. Lines up the headshots. He's got number 3. Bomb down as well. There's the 4th. Nico nearly goes for a Deagle ace. And no, I'm not talking about the Bosnian. I'm talking about the Dane. He's given them a real chance, and the Speedy now has to clutch back 1 versus 2. He's got 31 seconds out of smoke out, so he'll be able to plant, but he has no idea as to how close the other 2 are. Azzetch doesn't commit to the plant. Gives it away as well by firing the AK. They're going to boost above the smoke, and they should get full vision. UMP as well for Madi. It's lethal. Tries to tap it once more. Beat it out, but gets in the open. He's down to 41, and Madi comes around. What a round from Nico.
We said it had to be a miracle. I don't think I could have played that up any better. We said he's going to be good. I thought, okay, he'll get 1 kill, maybe that'll be it. He gets 4 and wins in the round. That's so sick from Nico. I'm sure we'll get a replay of that momentarily. An absolute amazing round from him. Let's just enjoy this for a second. The first one was good. I thought he had no chance of getting more than that. He should get refragged. There should be a faster face for Mouz, to be fair, coming in there, but he lights him up all over the place. It's headshots for days, and it's going to be 4 kills for him, and pretty much wins the round single-handedly. Speedy couldn't do anything about that situation. 7-4, a lifeline found by Heroic. God, that was good.
That was very, very good. I very much enjoyed that, especially the second one where he knows, okay, I'm flashed off. A lot of people would just say, nah, I'm going to repeat it and surprise them, or just think that for whatever reason they're invincible in that situation. He just sits and says, okay, you flashed me. I know you're going to be at the tighter angle. Nails that. And he goes for more. Alba's got Chris downed by the UMP. Talk about bringing Heroic back into this. They've got a chance to break the economy, but that said, they're weak themselves. And Oscar, op down drop, Shocks-esque, is able to pick up 1 to make this a 4 versus 4. And he's not done at that. He'll start to look. Oh, shoulder peeks out, sees Monty, fires through the wall and puts him on 25. Thinks again, though, realizes statue's occupied. He knows it's very likely to be pushed into the window. Speedy does find the shot. Speedy finds yet another on Yugi. Snappy tries to make it interesting. In fact, 4 HP. Yeah. Dennis has to trade that, but it wasn't like it was a duel. It was a simple trade for him.
The brawl of around that was. Trades all over the place, comes down to the 1v1. Mouse Sports pick it up. Sending Heroic's money into Dire Straits once again. It's round number 13. They will be forcing into this round. You can see 1 UMP comes out with CZs, and Nico on the 5-7 this time. Doesn't fancy the Deagle. He thinks maybe he's exhausted all of his magic for now. As we get into this one, 3 AKs for Mouse Sports, 2 UMPs as well. Pretty standard setup for them at the moment. Just holding up towards middle, seeing any aggression come from the CTs. Lau getting ready towards mid doors. He'll be flashed in by his teammates if required. Oscar just spotting above that rock. Chris J, he seems to be happy to play that B position by himself most of the time, walking in and seeing if he can get anything for his teammates. They know there'll be lower money here. I don't think they're anticipating the full force buy, but let's see what happens. As we start to edge our way towards a B execution here, nades towards the steps.
I nade toward the steps indeed, but no one there. Do you know where those stairs lead?
To the Hobbit hole.
You're right. That is absolutely 100% correct. You know Gandalf didn't use the steps, though?
What did he use?
He just, you know, floated there, I guess.
Does he float?
Myth. Rest of it's true, though.
Oh, NIP smokes for Mouse Sports. Let's go. Normally means you're faking from these smokes towards the A site. You don't have to, though. But they will be doing that indeed. So smokes towards B, trying to hold the CT towards that side of the map, push up middle. And it looks like it's working quite nicely for now, but there are still 2 CTs towards the A side of the map.
Chris is going to get the stables, clear that. Molotov to balcony. Speedy's already hit a shot through the vents. They line them up to get the shot and double up onto Speedy. That's taken care of, all things considered, including that of the barrels. And they'll save what they've got, just the armor and pistols, but no frag money to be given away to the UMPs this way. And it'll give them armor in the next round. In fact, they may have wrap around and go for exits. That's not a bad idea.
That's a nice round from Mouse Sports. They know they're on pistols at that point, right? So if you throw all the smokes towards B, when you've got pistols and armor, you see those smokes come in, you got to assume, you got to take the gamble, right, and think, well, they must be coming B at this point. You see all these smokes, you're not going to be calling fakes. You don't really have the weaponry to go hunting for it. You're still to hold up in crossfires. That's quite cool for Mousesports to deploy that at that point up towards A. You get the 2 kills required, watching the flanks as well. It's a very efficient round from them. So well played, and it should be an eco in round number 14 for Heroic as well. This is a chance to tie things up. 7-6 at the moment. And you can see Heroic going to be saving the armor and pistols here.
That's intended, as I said, to know that they don't want to give any more frag money away to the EMPs. I mean, it's interesting that they consider that, given that it's the last buy. But more importantly, they want to save their armor because they don't have a lot, and it's round 14.
Indeed. This is pretty rough for them. I could actually end up losing half, and it was started so well for them. But Mousesports have...
And they were saved by a deagle.
Yeah, right.
That was the second lifeline into it after it was starting to slip.
That's more than a lifeline. That's a miracle. That's nuts. Like, it was a round where they had a deagle and speed to 50, that's it. And he just goes absolutely wild. But still, towards B we go. It's going to be Nico hearing the footsteps of Chris J on the upper platform there, but... can't really get to him just yet. Goes towards the steps at this point. Just should be aware, but gets caught in a nade out. And Nico gets a bit more out of this. Looking for the second frag as well. Does some damage as Speedy takes him down. Modi gives Heroic the man advantage. Still a lot of work to do here with the lesser weaponry.
Spot that ball that tries to jump back up, but it's Lowell that gets him down instead. And Yugi, I'm going to guess he gets one. One kill.
I'm going to say 0.
You're going to say 0? The fact that Lowell's turned around may indicate 0.
I'll see they're being very calm about this. They've got a minute to work with. Don't rush the plant. Check every little crevice you can. Miles low HP. He'll be holding drop down. And it's up to Yugi. Needs 1 frag, and Matt wins.
I win anyway.
You can't win regardless.
No, I win regardless. I still win.
You still win. Well, I guess I can't argue with that. It's going to be 7-7. We go into the final round here. Number 15 and UMP for Valda. They do get it all for Yugi, but you have to say it's been a Mousesports affair in the last few rounds. 3 in a row for them, actually. It was a very back-and-forth game until this point. They're the first team to actually string 3 rounds in a row together. So number 15 comes in here. We have a UMP once again and an AWP. Lacking a lot of utility here. You can see they've opted for no head armor. Obviously don't need it against the AKs, but it's just indicative of what kind of position they're in right now. Round number 15, Chris J towards B once again, trying to find that first pick as his teammates go towards A.
Chris gets aggressive and then backs away, given the utility put out in front of him. Speaking of put out, Henry.
Go on.
Nah, I won't. That's rude.
Oh, I see where you're going to go with that.
Yeah.
No need to be coarse on the broadcast.
Nah, it's true. But I was going to say those flames need to be put out. That's what I was going to say. Yugi gets Dennis down. That's the flash shot you were talking about in the last half. Exactly. Or not in the last half, rather. Excuse me, early in this one. It's been a long half. A lot of slow rounds, to be fair. It's the 15th, the last of it. Will slow itself again after that pick. Oh. Careful. Nico's in position, Chris. Nico's in position, trades it, though. If he'd gone a second sooner, he may have been able to keep Valda in the equation, but does smoke himself off, get back to the site. Flash is going to go over. Speedy's going to drop bomb, go in. Flash catches Nico, and it's well timed. They knew he had to be transitioning out of that position. And in with the op, Oscar will go. Bomb. Hands of Speedy has to cross. They've used the smoke already, though. Oscar's got one, but he's late to use it. Yugi takes him down. Oscar's going to have to deploy it at this point. 7 HP. And he goes back, thinking that the smoke will pull them out to try and get position on him as he plants. Realizes they're not, fires into it. And now the plant does come in.
Not really much.
Good news is, Henry, they'll get money from the plant.
Yeah, nice work.
Thanks.
But it's the last round, of course. That's not going to happen. So Oscar there, you can see what he's trying to do, but very well played for Heroic. They will be picking up the first half victory. It's going to be 8-7 in their favor. And after getting absolutely manhandled on Nuke, you have to say Mousesports did a decent job there towards the end to actually bring it back to a winnable situation here on Cobblestone. Still anyone's game. We'll take a quick break and see how this one concludes here on Cobble.
Well, things are going perhaps a little bit better this time for Heroic, or rather, excuse me, for Mouse Sports, because 11-4 at halftime at Nuke. This time they split the difference and go 8-7. But as you say, Heroic had a good chance. As you can see in the score in these highlights at the top. 5-3 up to, I think, 6-3, and then 7-4 with a Deagle round that was absolutely incredible from Nico. And then things slipped away from them.
Yeah, Mouse Sports managed to chain 3 rounds in a row, but Heroic closed it out. Nico, so that Deagle round did save them somewhat. Mouse Sports should have been winning the half, all things considered. But we are getting ready for the second half here. We swap things over. Heroic on 8 rounds as they go into the T side here. The stats for you. We'll see whether we can have a look who's leading the charge here. Nico, of course, 16 kills, 8 deaths. Yugi, considering it's the AWP, that's a very poor game for him. Only 4 kills in total. I want to look at Oscar, though. What's he up to? 11 kills and 10 deaths. He had a very poor game on Nuke. Speedy leading the charge. And Cristiano on 4 kills as well. That doesn't seem right to me, but I guess the scoreboard doesn't lie. Maybe it does. Lau's on 0 for 0, but, you know, we can't get them all. Speedy, though, I'd say that's bad news if Speedy's top of the scoreboard for you. You've got something that's superstar potential. Lau, Oscar, and Chris J. Like, they should be the top of the scoreboard, right? If Speedy's going above and beyond and getting those kind of numbers and players like Chris only on 4, that's not great. But still, Heroic, definitely the favourites going into this series. They had an amazing game on Nuke, 16-4. I didn't think it was going to be that much of a stomping, to be fair. But Mouse Sports probably needs to get off Nuke at this point.
Yeah. I think I tried to ask through my little talk, my psychiatric nightmare voice for the desk over there.
Go on.
I tried to ask how long the vetoes are done in advance. I think they're 2 weeks in advance, aren't they?
I think it's probably, I'd say 1. That's me.
I think it's 1 sounds right, but maybe it's done. Yeah, Monday. Maybe it's Monday. Well, that's what I think it used to be, if I'm not mistaken, wasn't it?
I've always put it as 1 week ahead.
Okay, well Okay, so it's on Sunday, so it is that week. Okay, so it's not like they had Nuke in and then they got really bad on it in the meantime. You know, I was trying to theorize like maybe it was done so far in advance they didn't realize and get it out in time, but no, if it's done on Sunday, that's just pathetic. Get rid of it.
That's pathetic.
It is.
Well,
I'm not here to make friends.
No, it's true. You never have been.
I'm here to be honest.
It's going to be the second half, ladies and gentlemen. Let's make some noise as we get ready for D come on. That doesn't really work online, does it? But you can make noise at home if you like. You can pretend you're at an arena.
Yes, if you yell really loud while you turn up the volume and they hear guns shooting, you may even get your neighbors calling someone to come visit you.
We've got a little boost here from Mouse Sports, something a little bit elaborate. 2 players going up towards drop down. Never seen this before. 1's normally fine, but 2 going in. This is interesting, and it's going to be Chris J to open things up as well. Successful boost coming in. Lau's joining in. This is actually very cool.
I don't mind it. Oh, he spotted another as well. That's Madi. He saw Madi's body. Chris is going to get closer and closer on this as well, knowing that there's no one else for the fountain. Oscar doesn't need to overcommit to the peak. He knows Chris is rotating in behind them, so he just double checks to confirm that they're there. In comes Chris. Flash out as well. Oscar gets bombed down. Chris is still going to be a menace. They've got to commit to the long corner. Pinched off, but Dennis does go down inside of danger. Still, though, Chris is in position to hold them off if they were to rotate back. Vault has made a case for it, though. Oscar's found. Lowell's got to back away. They've somehow pulled this back with 2 kills to make them doubt their positions, Mouse Sports.
Well, Mouse Sports with quite the lead right now, where Heroic still have their smoke grenades. That's one thing they've got going in their favor. They've thrown a smoke towards Connector just to pull a rotation over. They will be heading back towards B, but Chris J's position should lock them down here. They seem to be aware it's a possibility. Chris J wants 1 kill here. That's absolutely fine. He does not get it. To be fair, I like that from Chris. I thought it was a great position. He's had to land the shot. Now it's a 2-on-2. This is very winnable for the T's. They still have that smoke. I think they're thrown it towards Connector. Here it comes. Flash is good as well. Lau might have to fall back here. He gets behind the rock just in time. The bomb will be planted, though. Headshots all over the place.
I can hear them, but I only see 1 kill show up. Means it's down to a 1 versus 2 for Lowell Mouse Sports. They had such a good start. This was a 5 versus 2. Maldo with 3, Nico with 1, and Lowell's got to pull this back. Bomb planted, doesn't have a kit. They're going to push him as well. He knows it. He's likely expecting it, but they make it work. That's an incredible clutch.
Absolutely sensational there from Valda. Another 4 kills for him. And you have to say, maybe Mouse Sports got ahead of themselves in that situation. You get that kind of 5-on-2. you should be playing for the bomb, right? Like, even though I like Chris J's position, is like he looked like he caught them out. If you're thinking about it, if you just want to win the round, purely just that, you just get it crossfires on that B side, right? You just deny them across the board and don't give them anything to work with it. Don't even let them have a look into the side. Make them commit fully before they even get a duel. They get picked off one by one. And to be fair, it was very unlikely. I'd say it was a calculated risk at that point, but still one that didn't have to happen. And it's going to be a really frustrating one for them to give away. It's going to be 9-7 now, forced by fully for Mouz Sports. Even Oscar's joining in. So if they don't win this, he will not have the AWP going forward.
Yeah, there's a thought for you. No AWP on Oscar.
Is that a Moses impression?
No. Well, maybe. I mean, Americans do sound a little weird. Chris, he will sit and wait with the deagle that is very similar to another deagle that's already in the game. Dennis with the CZ will back away to cover from either swing at door to get to rock or window side as they wait for the rotation from A. That'll be Oscar that rotates. P250 for Oscar. Valda, UMP, tries to dance out. Dennis finds the first kill on a Nico either way, and now they enter. But the pistols are doing all right, you know?
They are doing
Almost got one. Dennis finds another. This is a 4 versus 2, and Yugi on an AK is already getting picked apart. He's down to 82. It's only one bullet that hit him, to be fair, but they know exactly where he is, and Madi's going to try and go for the long-range shots from the UMP. Bombs dropped over the wall. They have to commit. Good shot, Yugi, to start it off.
Yeah, he's had a rough game so far, but this could be the difference maker. If they can hit this round up, should have been very good stead to win the round, but unfortunately, Lau, he's going to find another kill, and it's just up to Yugi now. 3 kills to find, 20 seconds remaining. I don't think it's possible, but the nice little crouch spray works out for him. A 2 versus 1 now.
He doesn't look comfortable. He doesn't look convincing in any of his shots that he's gathered. Crouch spray almost was luck and desperate at that point, but it's done.
Certainly is. We said this was a very back-and-forth game, and the first half scoreline certainly suggested that as well. 8-7, and after picking up the pistol in a 5-on-2 fashion, Mouz Sports returned the favour and managed to pick up the 5-7/CZ round, so good work by them. It's going to be a force buy, of course, from Heroic. They don't give in as easy as this, so it's going to be PT50s, Deagles, and a UMP for Snappy. In terms of the utility, they have a smoke, 2 of them to be fair, and a decoy. So let's see what they can do. Nice little boost here from Mouz Sports. Don't see it that often these days. It was quite prevalent and in fashion for a while, but it's quite easy to pre-fire and flash out of position, and if pinstering towards the A side as well can be quite hard to hold. But Oscar, this is the great setup. One player at APC to watch towards long 8, the other player boosted, watches middle. Quite standard, but it does work out quite effectively as he's waiting to get his first shot here. Not Chris J on the scout this time. It's Oscar. Let's see whether he can fill those big boots Chris J's.
Good position from Dennis. Boosted up. You can almost drop away from that, but gets damaged. And not quite enough that the scout is able to one-shot the rest of them, though, being Nico. And then Volda's obviously realized Oscar's tagged. Nate goes over. It's Lowell. Backing off of it. Chris just chime in, brings it down to 2v2, and HP low. One thing they have to be careful of is not to overcommit to wrap around to deny the plant, because this happens. Yugi sits and waits with the deagle. Bomb's still not planted as a result of it because they got off of it, but Monty stays alive with 2 HP. That leaves a bit of 2 versus 1. Chris spotted, but that should be enough now. 100 HP versus 2, surely.
You'd think so, but it's Modi.
Stranger things have happened. Monty spotted, though. Chris takes him down with ease.
Well, a decent effort there from Heroic, all things considered. Went into that one of a UMP and some pistols, managed to bring down to a 1v1, the bomb going down as well. They could force into this next round. They won't have great cash themselves, but it'll be enough considering that the CTs have a difficult reinvestment. To be fair, the money's actually better than I thought it was. It's going to be Chris J with 5,600 after that round. He can drop it over, so maybe it would be a good idea just to take the eco, but Heroic do go for it. As I said, after getting a couple of tight situations there, you want to see if you can overwhelm the CTs with a chance for their bank accounts to really get out of control, but I don't think they were aware. Like, I certainly wasn't. Mouz Sports had that much cash ready to go. They had to get an AWP, 4 rifles as well. It's not as weak as you'd think. The 2 UMPs, Deagle, and 2 Tech 9s. Pretty rough by all things considered, but straight towards B we go. Maybe it's just a full set piece off the bat.
Lowell's ready with the nade. Chris nade himself. Ooh, they're not going to double those. Yeah, if they had doubled that, though, they could have done significant damage. In fact, maybe even taken Volda down, but Monty's going to take out Chris. They're backed off while the smoke was very successful. No one on the inside of the flashes was, Flash was successful. I think there was just the one, but as they charge through, well, it's not a, maybe not now. I was gonna say, it's not a bad shout to try and do so, but that shot, encouraging enough. The problem is that either team is so fragile. that if they overcommit, they lose the momentum that they have, whereas they can still force around this decently if they elect to save, and I think now they will commit to that.
Yeah, when you've been completely smoked out and you're getting flashed through and not getting the trades you need, you're thinking to yourself in the bigger picture of things, maybe we just save the AWP, save the M4, and look to the future and see if we can actually get into this round. It's very unlikely we're going to retake that site, considering they could have been in a triangle formation. Heroic there, just locking them out as soon as they commit towards the site. So it's going to be Mouse saving the weapons here, and Heroic, like we said, this game's been very back and forth so far, and it keeps on delivering. I think 2 rounds in a row, that's Mouse Sports. They get sent back to economic hell, as it's going to be 10-9 in favor of Heroic. They do save the AWP and the M4 though, but you can't really force on them. If you look at the money available, they can drop like a couple of UMPs. It's not going to be pretty, but it'll be enough. A scout comes out as well, so there's enough to work with here. But after losing this round, it could mean double eco sort of territory. We'll see what they can bring to the table. CZ, 1 UMP, 1 scout, and those saved weapons from before. It's not much, but it's something.
So 1 round the difference. Chris is going to bait the Flames to the position at long. Scout to work with. Monty's looking up. They're setting smokes. And he gets a little bit antsy, I have to say, not to at least get a body shot onto that. Information that they're no less and looking to execute, so they get more aggressive. They get the rifles in position. Flo will find one. An assist as Chris will contribute to take down Monty, but those are each traded out. That's a better shot. As Chris finds Volda, that stabilizes things as well. This is where we said the force around the remaining weapons in the last round. That means, however, though, that they have well, that might change it. Chris getting another shot on Nico. An AWP and a scout to go with a UMP up against now what is just 1 AK. With 2 rifles beforehand, a real chance that could have been a problem. But Chris, I have to say this very well. We said it last map, one of the best scout players in the world to find 3 in this round.
Yeah, he always seems to deliver. And this game is a real brawl here, Matt. No one wants to give it. No one seems to be ecoing at all. And I think we do have another force buy from Heroic. This game is nuts. So it's going to be AKs and UMPs. The idea behind this is it does make sense, I promise you. The fact is, you don't want to allow the opposition to have easy rounds already, keeping 5 players alive. You want to keep applying the pressure until you absolutely have to eco here. Fast play towards middle, just try and chain things up here. And Oscar could get caught out. He's got the AWP towards danger. Well, these are shots, and he's actually let them slip by. He's going to have a lot of room to work with here, but the flashbangs could work against him.
Flash to Speedy, backs off slightly. Oscar's still waiting for them to walk in. Like shot on the first jump. I thought he made up for that. I thought he hit the shot over the windshield, but it's actually Speedy that did. Chris manages to get 1, but Speedy will perish, and that means Chris has to wrap around with bomb already going down. Sees a shadow, doesn't. I thought he did surely behind the van. Looks away. That gives him a 3 versus 3 in the post plant that Snappy's going to add to by getting Dennis. This goes Heroic. This is going to be 10-11. And money, an everlasting factor in this half as it's gone back and forth to start things off. We've had 5 rounds, 3-2. Finally. Actually, I take that back. I was about to say finally someone's going to win 2 in a row. That may not happen unless Lowell clutches this back because it's Heroic. Lost the last one and look like they're in position to pick up this one, and certainly Lowell's going to run, try and save the AWP. It's all they'll have in the next round.
Another force by victory here. This time it's for Heroic. Very fast towards A. It had to come down to Oscar. I was hoping he was going to get more done than 0 kills, to be fair. He was set up in position but couldn't get it done. Heroic overwhelming with the SMGs and AKs. I like that. A lot of Danish teams do that. MSL especially. He loves that call. He throws it in every now and then when he's obviously playing for North. They just do the rush towards A. Straight up, 1 smoke towards connector. It's very unorthodox, and a lot of CT teams will focus towards B at the start. They don't expect a rush really on Cobble unless it's towards B. And you go straight up there. As long as you get the first kill or negate the AWP, it's going to be very profitable going forward. It's 11-9, or 11-10 I should say now, in favor of Heroic. Forced by a return, of course. They did manage to save an AWP. So UMPs, a scout again for Chris J, and a CZ for Speedy. Whoever wins this round will be sending the other teams back to that horrible situation of forced buy or eco, but that's if Heroic win it, it's going to be Mouse Sports definitely eco. If Mouse Sports win it, it'll be another force buy from Heroic. So that's the game we're playing right now, the war of attrition. Who will come out on top?
Dennis will wait inside of the corner. Yeah, I mean, this is I kind of enjoy these games, but at the same time, as soon as they get cracked wide open, it tends to snowball. Yeah, at that point. So you have to keep that in mind right now. If Heroic are able to pick this up and do that to Mouse Sports, they could run into a 13-14 scoreline very quickly.
It's very comparable to like tennis, right? When you come into the latter stages of like a tennis match, breaking the serve, it's like it's just getting to that point. Once you've broken the serve, that's kind of it. That's normally the person that's going to win the set, and that's this almost the exact situation right here.
Flash in, Dennis peeks it, doesn't commit, but finds 1 in Nico just with that peek alone. Doesn't have to walk in toward mid to find much more than that. Molotov, surprisingly, actually does spread beyond that. It just got past the edge of the Bloom's smoke. Could have been extinguished if that smoke was even a few units backwards, but it's Oscar to get down Yugi. Heroic is dwindling. We just said if they could break them here. Oh, I take this back. As soon as I speak, it all changes. Oscar, good position, though. We'll catch off Valda. They got 2 kills to make this a little bit closer. Madi will find Oscar. Bomb grabbed off the back of this. Knows that the rotations are likely to be coming from B. Chris tags one. Spots the other. Knows where they both are. Knows he's got a safe plant. He's going to go for it. Oh, but is he safe? Because Lowell gets on his horse to get there in time.
Yeah, that was worth the sacrifice for one player. He has to plant at that point. He's got the UMP, a lot of mobility with that weapon as well. Go up and deny it. Modi, he wanted to plant safely, but he thought, okay, I'm probably stuffed either way here. So runs in, takes him down. As we the match pause, we go to 11-11. That was the force buy from Mousesports to saving the AWP. They win it, of course, and it's be Heroic now with the pause. Tactical at that. So let's have kind of a session of working out what they can do with this one. Snappy, $3,400. Yugi, $3,000. The rest of the teammates sub 3K. So they could force into this one with 2 Galils and then 3 Tech 9s if they really wanted to. They are forcing into this round for sure, I promise you that. So here comes the first buy. Vald gets a Tech 9 in head armor. Snappy has the AK, drops it for a teammate as well. So they're trying to work out. They take this pause now to work out how they can get the most out of their money right now. Who takes the armor? Who takes the AKs? You want to give it to the biggest fraggers right now. Nico's got 21 kills. Let's give him an AK. And the rest of the guys, let's get him enough utility so we can actually get him in positions we can find frags. So this is the final buy. 1 AK-47, 1 UMP for Yugi. 3 Tech 9s, get some smokes in. Maybe a wall of smokes towards B. They've got 3 smokes, that makes sense. They had success with that before, the lesser weaponry. Tech 9s, certainly very applicable in those certain situations. Push through the smoke after they've been deployed with flashbangs. We saw it before. And I would be almost certain that's the round that's coming in. But let's see what happens here. Round number 8. Everything tied up.
We'll head over toward the B side with Chris. Oscar heads to danger, smokes off mid immediately. As soon as that smoke blooms, I imagine he relocates onto the hay bale position. Exactly that. It's down the alleyway. Shots go in though, and Lowell's got to be a little bit careful. Doesn't get tagged by any of those. It seemed like the bullets were at his kneecaps, but just below apparently, just missed. That's the resolve to this counter smoke though. Had the option to go for a fast tree boost. They elect not to.
This is
they have now. They have now.
Yeah. Towards drop down, A split comes in. Changing things up slightly. CTs are aware.
This is the reason I say the smoke boost though, because it gives them a chance to rotate earlier off of the position at long, because that player can cover both, but they've still got to retake off toward this mid connector. Good flash in. Speedy gets folded down as a result. Oscar! Ooh. That's lovely. Gets one on top of the site. Tries to turn around and find Snappy as well, but to be fair, he did very well with the op anyway.
This is nuts. They're going to win this round as well.
He's got one. Snappy and Monty close it out. You're right. Another force buy win. We said it had the potential to snowball. Not if that happens. That's how you shut that down. And now,
surely
boots on the other foot. Mousesports, no money. Heroic could find themselves up to 13 and maybe even 14 quite quickly.
I think they have to take the eco here.
Full eco.
They're going to take 19 on top of this. A buy is possible. They get some upgraded weaponry, get PT-50s and 5.7s. This should be the moment now where Heroic crack this game open and get a substantial lead. 13-11 should be coming in. I said that with bated breath. We'll see what happens. It's round number 9, 12-11. And we have a Zeus for Speedy once again. We know he likes it. I've never seen him get a kill with it, but let's see whether he can do it this time towards drop down.
Marty. It's holding off for a push to come out from long. Little does he know, it's right in front of him. Does check it, considers it, and Dennis will go down. Have to neutralize this. Here we go again with a Zeus, though. Rushley's favorite. Speedy. Oh, gets it. Jump shot as well. Ah! Speedy looks for more. Gets taken back by Nico on the AK. I do enjoy the sound very much, but that's why you buy it. In that situation as well, pretty much best situation you could possibly use it in right now. Tight angle, jump up, easy to hit. Better headshot from Lowell on the first. Follows it up, surprisingly, with a body shot, but Chris is going to jump up. No way.
You've got to be kidding.
Not again.
You've got to be kidding.
This game makes no sense. Chris picks up the op, can't get the shot right away, but there's Lowell to close it out. We go back to 12-12.
This is nuts. That doesn't make any sense. The fact they brought nothing into that round. And Zeus, a PT50 to 5-7, and they still win the round. And now it's up to Heroic to force buy again, which you know they're going to, and they'll probably win the round, because this game doesn't actually make any sense right now. 12-12, and we do have the force buy. 1 AK, 1 UMP, 3 pistols, and surely Mouse Sports can convert this to a victory. Surely. No one can break it right now. It must have been back and forth for the last 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 rounds.
Yeah, and the most anyone's won in a row in the half is 2. This is one of the most back and forth games I've seen. Usually you see it for 6 or 7 rounds, but this is beyond that. Oh, he's trying to get the headshot from far. Gets him one on the top of the tree, though. Gets in behind the rock as well as they have to cross over. Nico and Volda. And the only 2 that remain for the Heroic side. And they're going to try and boost above to utilize their position above the smoke to try and get a better advantage toward the rock as well. But Dennis is ready for that. Bomb's up there now, too. That's not the one you want to boost. That's the round. Yep.
It's happening.
Has to be the round. Can't do anything about it.
Well, Mouse Sports now with a chance to close this one out. It'll be 13-12. Has to be an eco for Heroic. Next buy will be $2,400. It won't be great. Here's a little replay of the Zeus. Matt, can you do sound effects?
No, that one wasn't as good. That was better the first time.
Yeah,
you can't put me on the spot, Henry.
It's true. You're not a vending machine.
No. I was
about to say something else. That would have been amazing. But I guess not safe for this broadcast. Oh,
tell me after.
Oh, I will. It was Jason will like it as well. It's one of his sayings.
Oh, well, it's probably not that funny then.
It is. It's pretty good.
Here we go again with a force buy. Yugi's got Oscar. As he gets aggressive, surprisingly, with an AWP. I think misreading what they had to work with in this, because why would he go that aggressive against pistols and give up an op? Don't laugh at your own jokes, Henry.
It's really bad. I didn't even say it. It's laughing about something I thought of.
It's fine. Just say it. Say it.
No,
you won't. Chicken. Nico gets Chris. Yugi thinks about firing into that telephone pole. He may. Ooh, okay. You know, Speedy's there. I was gonna say he may see him back up ever so slightly and catching flash is perfect, but ooh, Marty doesn't collect it. Did damage, and Yugi misses the shot. So now Mouse Sports have the advantage.
Yeah.
Finally, we get another 2 rounds for them. That's the difference in this.
That's 3 in a row.
Oh, it would be. You're right. So they win 2 in a row twice. There's the 3rd. That's the difference in the half for sure. 14-12.
So that was one of the first ecos we've seen from Heroic there. They did manage to get an AWP up after finding the kill along A. But here's a little replay from you. Speedy game flashing by a teammate. Nice teamwork there, and he gets 2 kills for it. Not bad at all. Finds the AWP. It's going to be a round of 12 here. 14-12 in favour of Mouse Sports. No AWP for Heroic. Actually quite a weak buy, all things considered. They do get the smokes out. Only a couple of Molotovs to work with and little flashbangs. So we'll see whether they can actually get going here.
Oscar sits with the AWP above the half wall inside of the A site. Snappy's gonna check himself into the long A in. Won't stay long though.
No.
But much like Hotel California, he can check out anytime he likes. But Dennis wants to make sure he can never leave.
Well, they have got long A control set up here. But the CT's not taking the bait quite yet. They actually went aggressive on the upper P platform. Got a bit of intel of their own. So they'll be keeping 3 players on that side of the map. Speedy, one of those players at top of middle here. The bombs towards long A, and it looks like they're setting up some sort of execution there, but Dennis wants to shut it down right here, right now. I guess he just shut down himself. Yugi finds the first kill.
Speedy's going to get more. Does finally get Maudie. It looked like it was going to take a while to win it out, but now Mouse Sports are stabilizing, and they'll get Valde. They'll close the round. They'll get map point finally with a 4th round in a row as well.
Yep, they've run away with this one, and only $2,900 of lost bonus coming in for Heroic. Not ideal, they have to buy here. It's match point, and who would have thought, Matt, after getting battered 16-4 on Nuke, they come back and win the 2nd map as well. Sometimes Counter-Strike is very confusing. But still, Mouse Sports putting up a good showing here. I thought Heroic would run away with this. This is like Danish territory Cobble. Like, they're the best nation on this map by far, I'd say. But apparently, will be a Mouse Sports victory looking at this buy. 2 UMPs, 2 Tech 9s, a Deagle. That's for Yugi, and they're going in on B. They're all in, running through the flames. It's Lau to find them first. He gets the first kill, taking down Valda, and it should be a Mousesports victory. 3 kills coming in, make it 4, and it's just Yugi now with the Desert Eagle to try and win another sensational clutch. I don't think it's going to happen, as he has been found, and that should be it. Chris J to finish off the job, and Mousesports, they do it. They pick up the second map after getting completely wrecked on Nuke.
Yeah, bizarre half, I have to say, but as we said, once someone does break it, it took a lot longer. They tend to run with it. That's what happened. Mousesports, in the unlikely event of a Zeus, won a pistol round and then ran away with the game. So it closed out quite quickly, but it took a while to get there. 16-12 for Mousesports. Jason.
They've done it. 1 for 1 in the evening. They came back much like earlier in the day. And yeah, it did get dicey there in that second half. A lot of weird traded rounds of just pistols and losing some silly things. Typical Mousesports things, really.
That was a doozy, really.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Knocked you in your ass, Chad? That little ending?
Is doozy a good thing or a bad thing where you come from?
I think it can be used universally as both, just depending on the context.
And probably the tone.
Yeah. Was that a good doozy or was that a bad doozy?
It was a good doozy, you know, because that's entertaining Counter-Strike. You know, you see the Zeus frags, the Nico 4K Deagle
you enjoy
rounds.
those? So normally you hear triggering, like, associated with it. So, like, where do you stand on this?
If you want to break it down from a strategical, analytical point of view, where teams should never be winning those rounds and that should just be fundamentally sound, spot on, awful. That's not, but if you want to be entertained,
that's what we had.
I definitely want to be on this Tuesday evening.
Yep.
That was very entertaining. Good on Mousesports, bouncing back from a crushing defeat.
You know what I found entertaining was someone tweeted the clip of Nico's 4-kill Deagle to Dupree, and he responded, he only got 4, noob.
Rude.
And then he went up for the LAN angle as well. But I mean, that's not bad.
The LAN one doesn't get used as much anymore.
Banter. No, the LAN one doesn't get used as much.
I feel like it needs to get used a little bit more.
It could be. Either way, we do have today's results ready. We'll bring those up on the screen in case you just tuned in. Now you missed some other doozies earlier in the day. 16-5 NaVi wins over HellRaisers in the first map, and then HellRaisers responds to the 16-11 win. And then obviously this one, we just saw the 12-16 win for Mousesports. And what we didn't see, or what you might not have seen earlier, was a 16-4 win by Heroic on Nuke. This is how the standings change, not much. HellRaisers go up
the 1-1s, keep it pretty standard, right?
Yeah. Right. HellRaisers got to be, pretty happy though that they get to move up a couple slots.
I think we can see how quickly the tables can turn. You know, Mousesports are still in number 2, but things are sliding and slipping all over the place quite quickly.
Do we know who HellRaisers are playing soon as well?
I can find out, Lauren.
Do you have a little peek? I'm kind of curious.
Slip and Slide was a phenomenal game.
Why are you looking at me?
Just
is it like Snakes and Ladders?
You don't know what a Slip and Slide is?
The blue
backyard?
top.
Yeah.
Yeah, we had too many spiders and snakes to do that, mate. They come and give you a little nibble.
Drop bears.
Yeah, you don't want to go outside unless you have to. Yes, Lauren, we can see that they have to take on North, Astralis, Fnatic, Mousesports, FaZe, and NIP. The end of the season for HellRaisers is going to be an uphill battle.
It is.
It's going to be a doozy. Let's bring up the NA schedule now in case you guys are feeling awake, feeling alive after that second half, because we are. SK taking on Optic in 2 back-to-back games, and then Team Liquid and Winter Fox going at it. The Kiwis, the New Zealanders.
You did it!
I did it. Just for you, Chad. Just for you. The end of tonight. This is going to be Europe tomorrow. So this is going to be NIP versus NaVi. Definitely don't want to miss that one to see if NIP can still keep climbing the ranks. And then Astralis taking on Kingwood. That will be a tough match for the Polish Penguins.
Yeah, cute little logo though.
It is.
What noise do Penguins make?
I want to say a quack, but that feels so awkward, doesn't it?
They waddle though.
They do waddle, and they slide like slip and slides. They have ice. So they slide.
Might depend on the type of penguin too.
Emperor penguins and such. This was a brilliant segment. What we're going to do is take off for the evening. Thanks for tuning in tonight. We'll see you tomorrow. Make sure you tune in. Have a good one.
I can't understand people watching somebody play a computer game.
It's still not a sport. It shouldn't be on a sports network.
But I don't know if athlete is the right word.
This is your chance to actually make it into the Pro League, be a professional Counter-Strike player.
That's the thing that Mountain Dew League provides.
Penguin, you know what? If anybody has a shot at 2-0, it's Penguin. Beautiful Counter-Strike. You usually only see that into the professional level of things.
We are one of the youngest team in top 20. Many teams can underestimate us, and we can surprise them with our tactics, show our Polish power.
You're in it!
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
Counter-Strike is sharing incredible moments with us and will return to a memorable place. Get your tickets now at proleague.com/Dallas.